celestials, and you know, that's why I made that equation. You know, just a refraction equation to try and make sense of it mathematically and everything. And it's not really picking up momentum, man. But I'm starting to get some people listening, man. And I'm gonna eventually get with Bacon here soon and model it. He's gonna help me model it. So hopefully it'll be interesting what we come up with.
Did you get what did I explain it so that you could understand what I was saying about how the lights or the lines would work in how there couldn't be essentially missing land out at sea? Or did it not really make sense? If you're talking, Brian, you're super quiet.
Yeah, I understood what you're saying. If the Earth is flat, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be as much as the AE map reflects, but it would still have to be longer distances. No matter how you map it, there'd have to be some spots. But I think the only way to know that would be going from continent to continent. They're just, you know, coming from a flatter perspective, I would answer it like this: like there'd have to be just some spots just right out in the middle, south of 25, anywhere south of 20 latitude. There'd have to be some spots in the middle of the continents that are unaccounted for, where GPS is going to be unreliable.
Right, but the point I was more making was around if the stars are moving at an even pace across the sky and you can sight them wherever you want, then they are that sort of does away with the possibility of there being
no, my equation takes care of that.
How does it take care of that?
Because it gives you true distances over you know, over greater angles with due to refraction. I ain't saying it takes care of it perfectly, but
so the star
it
does speed up and slow down, but refraction makes it look like it's moving steadily in the sky. Is that what the equation?
No. Just adjusting the distances, man. It's just the refraction. It just transfers the refraction as far as up and down, and gives it a ratio to align the true distances compared to what we're seeing in the sky. And up close, there's virtually no distance adjustment needed.
What I was saying though about up close is you're not shooting a star at 90, so you're not ever shooting it up close. You're always shooting.
Yeah. So anywhere between, you know, up to about 30 degrees, it's not going to be much. You know, you're going to have to get a couple thousand miles for it to start having any kind of impact. I mean, I'm working on this, you know, pretty much by myself, from an aspect, I'm trying to come from an honest aspect with an explanation, you know, of what would be what it would necessitate. You know, I haven't worked it all out. I'm not going to act like I have, you know, but I'm working on it, you know, to try and come up with a model that with an explanation. It's difficult, but I'm not saying I got it all worked out, but I'm working on it, you know. I don't think anything's impossible. That was very surprising, though, to hear that the Southern Cross doesn't traverse the sky. That I thought Ross was honest, man. I'm pains me to hear that.
It might be worth double checking back what he meant, because I don't want to. I'm not going to suggest somebody's lying when misunderstandings or mistakes can adequately explain it. But yes, to my understanding, there is, well, not just to my understanding, it is the case. Its declination is very low. Like,
You understand when you're looking at stellarium, it's showing you just that circle it's showing is east to west. Like, you don't got to turn far to be looking east, you know. So that little circle is representing a pretty big fucking span, dude. I mean, you are taking that into account, ain't you?
Yeah, it's just like, I put the declination again in the chat. It's 63 degrees, 5 minutes, 57 seconds. That means there's only 27. It's only 27 degrees off the pole. So anywhere further south than 27 degrees, A crux will always be visible. Will be a circumpolar star. I just learned that term today.
Okay, so if it's just call it 30, and I'll just subtract a little. I'll do the final calculation, but so it's gonna go around. Its circle is gonna be like in between 8,000 and 9,000 miles, as far as GP goes. So given a 12-hour night, it's going to travel about 4,000 miles, maybe a little more. That's, well, I got to try and figure out how that would look. But that's a pretty good distance, man. If it's in a 12-hour span, but I guess it ain't quite that simple, really. Let me think about that for a minute. So it's going to travel about almost twice the width of Australia in its circle, right?
Well, if you ascribe to the globe, it does a small circle. If you ascribe to the flat Earth, it does an absolutely enormous one, among the biggest of all the stars.
Unless there's a rotation in the south, or more, at least one of its own rotations, at least one or more. To me, there'd have to be a couple, but that's for the people who say it's like a reflection, you know. But yeah, you know, that's, you know, to be honest, a reach kind of. But I guess it's possible, but it's unlikely in my opinion. But let's see. So the sun, we see travel. We see it about, on whatever model, about 6,000 miles away, and it travels around 12,000 miles, just roughly. So between 8,000 and 9,000 miles for the. So we'd have to cut that in half and just say, I'm gonna stretch it a little and say 4,500 miles. So that would be a couple thousand miles coming and a couple thousand miles going, as opposed to, yeah, it's definitely a tighter circle than the sun, but it's still a pretty good stretch. So yeah, I guess I wouldn't call Ross a liar. I have to figure out where he's at. But
it's always a better bet to go with mistake or misunderstanding than somebody's a liar.
Yeah, unless you know they're a liar. But yeah, because who's trying to allow them?
people lie, but the number of times people get called liar versus the number of times I think people are actually lying is poor correlation, I think, in many of these
Yeah,
discussions.
lopsided. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I think this is a lie that both sides are guilty of. When debating, I'd say more on Globers, but I've heard flat earthers do it too. Making a case about an argument and stating how it would have to work, whether they know or not, but stating something as a fact just because that's how it would have to work on their model. But I have heard flat earthers guilty of the same thing, but some Globers are so sure of something, a lot of times they put their foot in their mouth, not so much as all the anti-flat earthers, the people in the debate, but even them sometimes, but they're so sure there's a globe that they make a claim because it would have to be that way because they know that for sure it's a globe. So they make an assumption that such and such is such and such, and wind up putting their foot in their mouth because of it. So I don't think that's a great big lie because in their mind they're sure of it. So in their mind they're not deceiving. So that kind of takes away from the definition of lie on its face, where lie to me is an intentional deception, but it's kind of like an indirect lie. Like a crude example, just a crude example. Yeah, I've heard people say, they quit doing it for the most part, but so many people say that water flushes fucking counterclockwise. I mean, that's kind of a crude example, but be sure of it. Sure of it, it's water circles in one way. You know what I'm saying? That's just one example, just to give you not the hell I'm even talking about.
Yeah, my mate came over and visited from I was friends with him in India, and he was coming through Australia, so he just wanted to visit. And he's like, "Oh, I promised my friend I'd get some video of water of the toilets flushing the wrong way around." I was like, "That doesn't." It's like, really? But I was brought up being told this. I was like, brought up told wrong. So Geo did that stream very kindly for us, but he decided that I was going to drop too many globe Earth truth bombs, so he muted me.
That's not true.
Gist of it, isn't it, Gio?
Not at all.
I was just needling you.
Hey, Gio, I don't know if you know, but I don't think that we're live right now on YouTube.
I just start. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it's up. Number 308.
Oh, did you just start it? Because I guess it's when I checked before I came in.
Yeah, it should be. It's going. Yeah, I started it. Restarted it back up after.
Oh, just now? Okay.
Yeah, about 10, 15 minutes ago.
All right, cool. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it should be good though. Yeah, I didn't know that on Discord. Well, writing was joking, but something did happen to where usually when someone shares their screen, you know, you can like if they're like streaming something from their computer, you can mute that. There's a little like volume thing, you know, when you make it full screen, there's a little volume thing. But apparently, when it's their camera, it shows that same thing. But if you click that, it actually locally mutes them. So I did that because I didn't want there to be like echo coming through, and then apparently Riding's mic was muted for the last part of it. So my bad. I have that video saved, just like it's not like posted on the channel Riding. So I guess let me know if you know, yeah, because unfortunately you were muted for part of it.
Yeah, it's all right, all good.
Oh, it was my mistake. I didn't know that it did that. That's kind of strange that it does it that way.
You did your own live stream for it too, anyway, right, Harry?
Yes, yeah, I had it on my
Yeah.
stuff too. I'm not sure. It wasn't working. Something weird was happening on mine as well, which was I'd restarted it as well.
You were saying you did a whole stream and there was no audio?
Or not this one, but yeah, I did one with Chronic where I got like pretty much when he started being like, okay, time I might be going to bed soon. I was like, cool. Then somebody like Aaron, I don't know if you know him, but he was like, yep, you're muted.
Yeah, I guess it's always a reminder to when you're doing streams to like go listen to the one that's going out, you know, just always kind of check it and make sure everything's kosher.
Yes, useful lessons to learn.
Which I often will do because I've got like multiple computer screens, so I'll often have it up, but I just usually have it muted. So meaning I'm not like doing the audio, but just to make sure it's.
I'm always forgetting to mute my YouTube stream when I'm live streaming, and people go, "There's an echo." Oh, that's right. Yeah, I know why. My fault.
Man, when they imagine celestial navigation and everything, and they imagine that the stars, it seems to me, what do y'all think? They're trying to use their model to prove their model. It seems like to me. And let me give a brief description of what I mean. Like they're saying that the stars are moving slower. The ground position of the stars moving slower. Okay, yeah, we know your globe dictates that it's moving slower, but they seem to fail to realize that the only way to do that would be to test some very, very long distances. To double check distances. It could easily be mapped out that way. It seems like celestial navigation is just relying on a circle with the stars in conjunction with each other. You get an azimuth and declination to the stars just doing their circles. The point is, if I mapped it as a globe doing smaller circles, then it would show the stars doing slower. If I map it on a flat Earth, it's going to show the stars doing faster. The only way to check that would be to test distances very, very accurately over some long spans. The longer the span you tested, the more apparent it would be. But then the more error you could possibly have. I don't know, man. It just seems like I could make the longitudes converge the continents just like they do on the globe over the flat Earth, and you never know. If that's what I thought it was, that's how I would do it.
That's what I think IB was saying though, which is you could just sight a star at multiple different times. So just sort of pick one star in the south, right? So A crux and shoot it at 6, 9, 12. And then what you should be finding is it's moving 15 degrees per hour. So the declination is changing, but its distance to you is not moving at the same ground speed as a similarly shot star at the equator.
What do you mean? They're all doing 15 degrees an hour. So in coordinates with each other, they're all doing the same exact speed.
Right. They're all doing the same angular speed. What we're trying to test is whether that angular speed means a different ground speed.
Right.
And And what you could do for that is sight it and use the 69 miles per degree to determine. Oh, you don't agree with 69 miles per degree?
No, I agree. It's empirical that that we can see 15 degrees an hour for all of them. Okay, I don't argue that. I'm saying the only way to prove it would be to measure them distances.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say. If you accept the 69 miles per degree, then
It's not 69 miles per degree. There's only one. That's for latitude, man. That doesn't apply longitude, man. They don't even pretend that with longitude, man.
when you sight a star, you're not going with latitude and longitude, you're just going distance. And that is what you're working out 69 miles per degree. Latitude also uses that because that's, it's just a measure of the circumference of the Earth. But if I sight a star and find out its distance from me, it will, the distance it is off 90 is the degrees it is off 90 is 69 times those degrees. Right?
You're talking about ground position. I'm talking about the stars. Okay, the stars, as far as longitudes go, or if you're trying to determine your latitude, then you could just go simply 69 miles per degree, and you can map out your latitude. Doesn't work with longitude. It's I understand what you're saying after you get the GP. I understand what you're saying. After you get the GP, then you could do the straight line distance. In other words, you're saying the straight line distance to the star, 69 miles per degree. Yeah, that works everywhere on Earth.
Right.
But as far as getting the GPs, though, the 15 degrees an hour, that has nothing to do with how fast it's going in its circle. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're wrong, Eggshell. Don't take me wrong here. I understand what you're saying with the straight line distance. Okay. But as far as the ground speed of the star, it's doing a circle, and it's not moving 69 miles per degree per se. It's all the circles are different sizes supposedly, depending on how what you map it on. That's all I'm saying. I would agree, though, it would have to be moving faster. It'd have to be a faster ground speed. I mean, I could still argue the 60 miles per degree or whatever. That's empirical as far as the straight line distance. So on a flat Earth, it would, unless they had some other explanation, it would have to be, doing a bigger circle, therefore a faster ground speed, but it wouldn't be straight line. It'd be a circle speed. So it'd be pretty hard to check it on the ground, but you couldn't just measure straight line. You have to, circle around on the ground with chains or whatever. You're not pulling tight chains per se. Well, yeah, you could in short distances, but it'd be tough, man. It'd be tough to measure the ground speed without a model. If you're trying to be neutral, it'd be tough.
I mean, I think are you saying? So I'm sort of going back and forth. I'm not understanding whether you agree with the 69 miles per degree. If you agree with 69 miles per degree, then all you need to do is sight a star that you know to be in the south. You're saying you don't agree with its latitude?
I do agree, but I agree. But I agree. 69 miles. Say it's 60 miles. Just for navigational discussion. I always try and stick to 60. But yeah, straight line distance. But they're not moving. You know what I'm saying? They're not moving in straight lines. I understand that after you have the GPs, that you do your circles, based on a radius that's based on the 60 miles per degree straight line radius. But that's not the way the stars are moving. You know what I'm saying? They're not moving straight, so it'd be tough to measure follow the GP of a star. You could do it, but you'd have to model it and I don't think anybody's ever measured the path of a star directly underneath. long enough distance to know the difference between the two. Maybe they have, man, but that's all I'm saying is I know the straight line distance 69 miles per degree. I'm good with that. But as far as its its path, it's not traveling 69 miles per degree ground speed as far as a straight line. It's doing a circle. They're all doing different size circles, no matter what model you're on. You know, no.
I'll just be back in a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to argue the 69 miles per degree, the straight line distance measurements. They're a good, benchmark for what we see.
So then, Brian, what is your response when these guys try to say that the 69 miles is only possible on a globe?
I don't buy that, man. That's horseshit. I mean, I could argue it like with an extreme bias, and get right down to geometry, and it would be true. They are making assumptions that they can't prove. They're pretending that they're measuring from the center there. So what Oakley and Crew says is not wrong. I'm a little more lenient in my argument. I try and, I beg the question. I let them beg the question and everything, and I let them make that assumption. And I try and come up with explanations. And like they say, the ground's changing angles. I say the light's changing angles. So that's why I'm coming up with the math to show that it's, equally valid that the light's changing angles instead of the ground, because we ain't measuring the ground changing angles. We're factoring it in. But it does seem to be like a celestial dome, if you will, or it's their best argument in my opinion, but it's not proof, 100% proof or nothing,
Yeah, so a celestial dome or celestial sphere, that they're just inverting that and making the globe the sphere and trying to claim that it can't work if the Earth is a planar surface.
Pretty much, man. And they like to talk about the South, but nobody's fucking down there doing any of this shit. Even that guy, that was good hearing from the horse's mouth some of the things, but when asked if he went between the continents, ever, he hadn't. And they just, not much is done in between them continents down there. It's avoided like a plague, the Southern Oceans, except in the race. And that's a strong point if anybody stops and thinks about it, when they look at all the plane flights and all this stuff. When they show the great circles up north, how they curve up north, that's how they explained the trip to Alaska from the Philippines, the emergency stop. So it's shorter distance curving up, whatever the case. But 2 points on that real quick. One is, if you stay down, you're shaving a ton of miles if you stay down towards 60 degrees. But they go up north and they actually arc down kind of sharp to get around South America, and then sharp arch back up to like 40 degrees south, to avoid down there. Now, if it's thousands of miles shorter down there, literally, and you're in a race and you're not restricted, why the fuck would you fucking race back up north to travel a few thousand extra miles? It's just, everything about it is suspicious, if nothing else. Then they were saying, he just pointed out to me that there are airports in the Polynesians that span for, made it sound like thousands of miles, a couple, maybe a few, I don't know, off Australia. And their whole point was of flying up north was because in case of an emergency, there's nowhere to land in between until you get all the way to Australia. And I just found out from the horse's mouth that there are airports in the Polynesians which span for long distances off Australia. So, you hear some good evidences, but then it kind of squashes others. It's like a gopher sticking its head up, and you knock him on the head, and it comes up out of another hole. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing whack-a-mole.
Hey, Brian, which race are you referring to? I can think of 4 sailboat races that are run yearly that do what you're talking about.
The Vendée Globe.
Okay. There's others, right?
Sure.
Yeah. The Antarctic Yacht Cup, the Skipper race, and the Slooner race all share the same racetrack.
Yeah. I mean, they'll show their pass and everything. There's even little videos that actually trace it, and show. And I'm not saying that's proof, but if you're counting for evidences, I mean that's an evidence. Like it's a longer. They freely travel longer distances. Given there's probably some explanations, there's got to be.
Not
But good.
not in the sailboat races, because I can show you exact dimensions on every single one of the races I just named, Brian. I've done it with you before.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, this is the guy who. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the boat guy, remember?
Yeah. You didn't know everything you thought you knew, though, did you? But you knew a lot. I'll give you that.
What
I'm not
didn't
an
I know?
I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, man. But we stumped you on a couple little things. Maybe
No.
you'll remember. You don't want to remind us what it is you were wrong
I
about?
can't remember anything
Oh,
you
yeah.
stumped me on.
Okay, so you're going to make me point it out. You're not a humble man, are you? You're never wrong, are you?
No, I'm wrong all the time.
Okay, well, you didn't think that the Indian Ocean was in the southern hemisphere. Okay, you're sure of it.
What? That was not me, dude. No, the
Okay.
Indian Ocean is very much in the southern hemisphere, or at least part of it is. I think part of it extends north, but
Pull it up,
I have to do that. No, that wasn't me, dude.
All right, I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
You're gonna make me Xanac you.
Dude, if I'm
You
wrong, if I said something wrong, if I was drunk and stupid one night, cool, I said something wrong, but no,
fair
I
enough.
know where
I'll
the Indian
accept
Ocean is.
I'll pull it up. It was you.
Okay, cool.
It was an honest mistake.
Yeah,
But
sure. I might
besides that,
have.
like I know more than you about the races and everything. I just know what I studied, and so I'm not an expert by no means on the topic, man. To be honest, but I just
Yeah, did
yeah.
you hear they actually changed the starting point for the Golden Globe race?
And it off like France or some shit.
Yeah, they had to move it out of the United States because of this stupid lager loogie.
Because of what?
Politics and the lager loogie.
What is the lager loogie, if you don't mind me asking?
It's that thing that's going on in the world that we're not allowed to talk about on YouTube.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, gee whiz, man. For fuck's sake. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm not
They're
trying to
still
use any
doing-
of that, man. I'm just trying to point out some possible anomalies. That's all, man.
They're still doing the whole race though, and they still plan to do it all with sextants, so it should be a good one.
I got mad respect for them motherfuckers out there too, man. I mean, just imagine, dude. Try and stop and imagine being out there. Just watch a video of one of them boats, and you're out there, especially by yourself. You're out there in the middle of the ocean, man, cruising, dude, and racing at that, and all by yourself, you in the fucking seas, man. It'd be quite the adventure, man.
So I applied for crew for the Golden Globe. I made the first callback for it.
And what does that mean exactly?
I had a job interview that I didn't get the job for.
Oh, you're trying to job, okay. Other than
Yeah,
that, you need like a sanctioned yacht or some shit to actually enter it or something.
This one, yes. This one you have to have a recreation yacht, and you can't have any modern tech on board, except for water distillation things. But there's other races like the Vendée you can do with just about any monohull.
But I mean, it is kind of yeah, it's pretty much open class. I mean, it's the best of the best, right? But
They
let's
have
say
multiple. They have multiple classes. They have the foiling and the non-foiling because they're not the same type of vessel.
right. I understand that. Let me say, would you agree that that they turned down to go around South America and then and turn back up to ride the higher latitudes?
They spend as much time in the predominant trade winds as they can, because that way they have a steady and solid blow. That's what they're doing. They're following the wind.
Yeah, they zigzag kind of, but up further north though was my question. They
Right.
stick to
Into the trade winds. That's where they're trying to get.
So maybe it's the sort of deal like me. I prefer to go around and instead of sitting at a red light, even if I'm gonna get there at the same time. Maybe they have that mentality where they rather go a further distance and be cruising than a slower speed going, a few thousand miles shorter distance.
You just exactly explained the doldrums, which are the area around the tropics that are categorized by little to no wind. And you just hit the nail exactly on the head. They're going around the doldrums. They're sticking in the trade winds.
So there are doldrums in the South Atlantic, South Pacific, calm areas.
Yes, they're doldrums around both. They're around the equator.
The early sailors had difficulty sailing round our way back in the day because they had to go whichever way the winds were prevailing at the times.
Yeah, nowadays they'll fucking cruise their asses right into a wind. It's crazy. Them machines, them yachts are phenomenal, dude. It's something else to watch, man.
Aprova was, during her sea trials, she was bearing 4 knots or 4 points off the wind. Just incredible angles.
So, I mean, if somebody wanted to go to, like, let's say the 55th parallel and just travel that whole distance,
Mhm.
I mean, that would be pretty telling in terms of whether the southern region is much larger than the globe claims.
And if you're interested, I have the sailing manuals for taking sextant readings at those latitudes. They're published.
I mean, I doubt you're going to get GPS at the 55th all the way around.
They go considerably out of their way to go beneath these continents. Let me say that. They make 3 turns and 3 back up to go around each continent. Not so much, not a big one at Africa, but still a turn south. They stick to the I guess the winds he's talking about, but it's quite a longer distance, man.
Well, the 69 miles per degree thing really doesn't link to anything. I mean, light spreads out radially. So really, there are a bunch of shapes that can map to, light, spreading out like a pie slice or like a spreading triangle. You could have a flat plane that the light spreads from, giving you any sort of 69 miles per degree sort of shape. It could be flat. It could be round. Since light spreads out radially, it's not going to map 1-to-1 to really any shape. It's just going to spread out from that base shape and, give you, any sort of angular measurement from there, really.
You're only correct in the first mile or first degree. After that, you are no longer correct. The geometry does not work that way. Sorry.
It's not going to map 1-to-1 to any shape, though, since light spreads out radially. You could have a flat shape that the light is spreading from, or vice versa. And it could be a flat, it could be a triangle, it could be, a sphere. It could be anything, since light spreads out and doesn't map 1-to-1 to any shape after that point. At best, you just have general visualized behavior that we, infer a shape from at best. But even that inference won't necessarily follow since light spreads out radially.
Maybe I'm missing it, but how does light spreading out radially have anything to do with the change in apparent angle of the celestial object?
It can spread out radially from a flat shape. It can spread out radially from a round shape. because of the lack of one-to-one correspondence between what, if anything, the light is doing and the shape that the light is going to or coming from. You can't really say what, if anything, based off of the visual activity that you're seeing in the sky is going on. There's just not enough of a one-to-one correlation to say what, if anything, the shape is based off of the visual behavior that you're seeing, not necessarily.
If I move 60 nautical miles in any direction, the sky and all of the things in it will change 1 degree.
Polaris will tend to change more like 1 degree per 70 miles or 1 degree per 80 miles toward the equator, though. So it does appear to flatten out.
No,
And so this is a generalized number at best, but not prescriptive necessarily.
Do you know where the nautical miles comes from?
Oh my God, Lemon, I forgot all about that, man. I forgot all about that, bro.
We were talking earlier about the nautical mile thing. It's 1 minute of angle at sea. So when you take 360 degrees times 60, nautical miles or 60 minutes, you get like 21,600 nautical miles at the equator or whatever.
My question.
Yeah, but I forgot about the light stretching out. Now I'm talking about circular. That's measuring a circle. That's not measuring spherical. That's not telling us what model. But I was talking about the distances stretching out toward the equator, or even toward the horizon, away from the equator. The distances are longer. I forgot all about that, bro. Thank you so much for reminding me.
No problem. 360 times 60 gives you 21,600, which is close enough to 24,000 miles of Earth curvature in nautical miles, anyway.
Hey, Lemon, could you tell me the definition of a nautical mile prior to 1984?
Prior to 1984?
Or it was 84 or 87, they changed it.
The only thing I know is 1 minute of, arc at sea or something like that. So it'd be like 360 times 60 minutes or something like that.
So if we're only looking at the derivation, how does it change? That makes no sense.
It would just be definitional.
Right.
It would be a set definition, and it wouldn't change unless you change the definition. It's just definitional.
Right. I agree. And the definition disagrees with you, and put on your seatbelt, please.
How does the definition disagree with me exactly?
Look up the definition. You've already said it once.
You still need to make an argument. You haven't really made a compelling argument. You've relied on insinuation, but you haven't clearly stated an argument that's compelling. Why don't you try making a compelling argument now? How is my definition different? Go.
I can't talk. Every time I speak, you talk right over the end of me. So go ahead. I'll bow out. Thank you.
Well, next time you come in, please make an argument, because you really haven't made an argument. You've relied on insinuation, but haven't made a compelling argument. So I just find whatever the hell you're saying compelling. Next time, please tell me how my definition is different from whatever the hell you're talking about. Thank you.
Brian, if you're interested in getting on one of those boats, may I recommend you take a look at the skipper race? One of the cool things about this race is they take people with limited or no sailing backgrounds and use them as crew for the different legs. It is split into different legs of the race, so you don't have to, spend months at sea. You can just do a couple weeks or whatever.
Sorry, I'm a little ways away from the mute button, but yeah, unfortunately, man, I don't have the luxury of that for in the distant, not in the distant future that I can see. But I appreciate the info though, bro.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry for running out on you, Jerry. Sorry, Brian. Saw your name right next to Jerry's and just said Jerry's.
Yeah, I'm all ears for a minute. My hands are a little bit tied for just a couple minutes, but I'm all ears if you want to shoot the shit. I got an interesting one for you. Okay. You got to put your entertain me for the hell of it. How would you go about mapping the dimensions you have with the dimensions you can prove within reason? How would you try and what would you do to try to make a flat Earth map to work? What would be your method? I know you've had to think about it, but whether it be perfect or not, what would be your idea?
Given there is a map, I have thought about that a lot. Given there is a map, I think the sensible choice is find the gaps, find where the map that we do have doesn't work. Because in my view, you don't need to recreate the wheel, reinvent the wheel. I'm very confident that Broken Hill and Sydney and Scone and Melbourne and even to a lesser extent Perth are where they say they are. So redoing a map there wouldn't be that great. But I certainly think, yes, go into the southern regions and find where you would expect there to be a discrepancy. And I think Polynesia would be a good place to start. Go to Polynesia and take some star sites and stuff. Because that's the one I pointed out in your triangular model. And it's one of the ones that has the biggest challenge for how are those guys seeing a celestial pole due south, which I thought IB Hunter was really interesting. He said, that gyro compass will point at the star trail.
So, not even willing to entertain two star trail points on a plane, or 3 or 4 or whatever. Not even willing to give it a.
I just need to understand how it works. Like, to me,
That's what I'm asking you for. Just an idea
stars
of
and
how it could
bodies,
work.
like light comes from a source. So there is, when there's a bulb on in my room, there is a physical thing behind that light. And I don't think physical objects can be in two places at once, which I think would be required if we get multiple star trails or some fairly extreme bending of light.
Have you ever played around or seen any of the videos where they play around with domes?
Yes, I keep asking for one because I'm sort of not willing to do it myself, so I'm engaging in a game I often despise. But I'm still waiting for one that uses dots rather than swirls. I get that with swirls you can do it, but I don't think that translates to seeing dots.
I know what you're saying. You ain't seen the one new perspective posted with the guy cut out the middle of the table with a dome over it and put a tiny camera in there, one of them small cameras. I think it was his phone camera, and
Cool.
and did actual stars and spun them, and then showed that the reflections in the south would spin exactly clockwise, and and counterclockwise. And yeah, it's pretty interesting, man, idea that he had, and he demonstrated it. Let me try and get the video and see if I can post it. It's, you know, it ain't that long. It's pretty interesting. You know, obviously nobody's navigating around the South Pole, but that does raise an eyebrow when you're thinking about you know, far south. Like you said, Crux is one of the navigatable stars, and you said that's what, 67, I think, 68 south,
63, I think.
63 south. So that's probably the southerlymost one, or is there other ones further south?
An arc seconds a year. That's interesting. I can see what Paulie's saying in the chat about stars with proper motion. An arc seconds a year is, yeah, that's something you could see. I've,
stop playing, Globus. What the hell are you doing?
Don't tell him.
He's probably listening. But yes,
Ah, it's good fun. I do feel bad though. I'll tell him. I'll tell him.
okay. He does do a good job actually at running around in circles, I must say. when you read the text chat, he gets them all triggered.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. But I've heard him speak a couple of times. He's good.
Yeah.
It's not a bad.
Watts and I have a bit of history. Call it unfortunate history,
I
perhaps.
see.
But we do have history. But
I see.
I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, so to speak, and move onwards and
Oh, fair enough.
upwards.
Fair
Wow,
enough.
It takes too much energy to hold a grudge, really.
It does.
Doesn't
I
it?
agree.
And kind of hold on to things. So you just let them
Absolutely.
go, and they eventually fade into just a mere distant memory.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
what do you actually do with yourself, mate?
Me?
Yeah, is that like top secret?
You
Like
mean for
you do
work?
toxic? Yeah.
I'm an online investor. Have been for past couple of years.
Oh, okay. Like shares and stuff. What you play the market, do you?
Yeah, shares, crypto,
Right.
amongst other
Okay.
things. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if you must well at least make a living out of it if you're
Definitely. Yeah, I do.
um,
Yeah, I used to work in construction prior to the clown vid.
Yep.
But yeah, like I just decided, I'm not gonna put myself in a position where I could potentially, have to force myself to do things I don't want in order to, make a living. So I decided to take this other route that I had a couple of friends that were always, hounding me to get into it. And they were quite successful with it. So I'm like, oh, I'll just follow your lead and
Yep.
teach me the ropes. And yeah, so far, so good. Obviously, some days are better than others, and
Uh-huh.
you're not always up, of course, especially if you day
Well, no.
trade.
Oh,
Like
okay.
I
So you do you day trade? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's your thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I'm on here pretty much all the time. And all the
Right.
time I'll be listening while I'm, just I need that background noise because it just gets so monotonous. Otherwise, just staring at the screen all the time.
Yeah. I did a job for a guy years ago, and he was a day trader, and it was the first time I'd ever heard about it, Globus.
Yeah.
And he had a beautiful home in Mount Macedon.
Oh,
Beautiful
yes. Yeah,
part,
right.
beautiful part of country Victoria. And anyway, we were working on a pool and whatnot, and we were there for, oh God, would have been about a month thereabouts. It was a fairly big job, fairly complicated and whatnot. But anyway, obviously, in that month, we got to talking quite a bit, and always saw him around, and you kind of scratch your head, when you see this fellow kind of quote unquote living the life, so to speak. It's like, man, were you like born with a silver spoon in your in your mouth, or something? You can make all
Yeah.
these presumptions, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, no. I'm just a yeah. He did say he was fortunate, like he did inherit some money. That's why he had the home that he did.
Yep.
But but he just makes a living just like what I do.
Mhm.
Really, like his home was paid for, and whatnot, so he didn't have to worry about that. But he was just making a just a normal living, just off day trading. Nothing extravagant whatsoever. It was just a living he was making, but
Yeah.
you know, not a bad living at that. But it was basically him, sitting in front of the computer for anywhere between 6 and 12 hours a day, sort of thing,
Yeah.
doing this day trading. And he kind of tried to explain it to me, and at the time, sort of wrap my head around it, a little bit. But he had all these computer programs, all this software that he used to um, throw the different, I don't know, variables into it, and that would spit out, invest in this or invest in that type of thing.
Okay. Yep.
And then sometimes it was just a gut feeling, almost like gambling. He said at
Oh, it
times.
absolutely is. It
Yeah,
absolutely is.
yeah,
It's just the
yeah.
margins aren't as great as gambling, but obviously the risk is lower. But yeah, you are gambling. You're 100% not wrong. I
Mm.
know people that have lost a lot, like to the point where it can also become like an addiction. Where I know someone that actually lost their home in Sydney because they took a big loss and decided to put the house up for sale, and then essentially gambled that away, and then stock market took a downturn, and they pretty much lost everything. So yeah, it's yeah, like it's just slightly more measured gambling, but it's gambling nonetheless.
Yeah, yeah.
Although you can do your research, but yeah, nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed.
No, 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 not at all. So when you're looking at stuff now to invest in, do you have like a strategy in mind? Like, do you, for argument's sake, invest in say online businesses now because of COVID, because a lot of stuff seems to be going online, or is it like mining or minerals, or whatever the case may
Um,
be? Do you have like a particular strategy that you tend to follow?
Well, yeah, at the moment, all my main investments are in technology. Uh,
Yeah.
Purely because of, I mean, if you can't see the trend, you basically blind.
Hmm.
But yeah, essentially, yeah, I read all the charts and and sort of go off that. But yeah, most of my investments, like I said, are technology, communications companies.
Yep.
I don't really deal too much with commodities, just purely because they just don't seem to move as much as I'd like them to. Especially with these particular companies, they'll make an announcement, and a lot of it's just hype, but that's good enough for me. So
Hmm.
there's
Yep.
several programs as well, like that give you odd tips, on the buying and selling trends, and
Yep.
yeah, it's basically that. It's really not a lot to it. I mean, you can get really technical with it, but
Uh-huh.
um, yeah, that it's not necessary.
So do
I've
you also to look at things like news articles, for argument's sake, like I'll do a quick example. Say Elon Musk, has made a claim that he's trying to take over Twitter at the moment. So there seems to be a lot of hype around Elon Musk um, taking over Twitter. So it's just like, okay, then he's going to get into Twitter. There's going to be a lot of hype about it. Boom, I'll put some into Twitter. When he takes it over, it may go up a bit, and bang, I'll pull it out, and then look for something else. Do you use that kind of strategy
Yeah,
as well?
absolutely. That
Yeah,
that creates hype.
yeah.
It's just a matter of how quick you get onto it,
Mhm,
because a lot
mhm.
of times, by the time the articles come out, the hype's already hit, and the price has already gone up.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
there's always the stragglers that come in afterwards, and it helps, to push the stock price up. But yeah,
Yep.
that's definitely something you can do. And with a lot of those, I just I'll buy, not a huge amount, but I'll just leave it there and see if that the hype really does come through. Because like you said, it may not happen, and then and
Yeah.
then you take a loss on it. But yeah, definitely that's 100%. Yeah,
So
whatever.
what would be your ratio of, say, crypto to share trading? Like
Uh,
50-50 or like?
Probably, yeah. Well, I'd say I'm more into shares than crypto.
Yeah.
I just find crypto, yeah. I've just had some I've had some good experiences, but some also very bad ones. I was
Mhm.
part of a few groups, that sort of, claimed that, they they were going to pump, a particular coin, and there were big Discord groups, and everyone was, um, you know, basically saying, yeah, we're all going to pump this and blah blah blah, and it never ever came to fruition. Like, and I just took big losses on the times that I gambled on that.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Yeah.
a lot of scammers on there too, but yeah, with the crypto, it's just it's extremely volatile, and I'm just yeah, I still have some, obviously a large part of my investment there, my portfolio is there, but
Yeah.
I don't really day trade crypto. That's something I just hold.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem to be very volatile. And
yeah,
I tell you what, like I said, I know nothing about this at all, but just in what I read, there seems to be at times a lot of controversy around crypto, um, whether it's like um, pumping scams, like
yep,
said there, or just uh, secure the security itself um,
yeah,
around it.
yep,
Uh, people losing a lot of money, a hell of a lot of money. Some people, because the technology isn't as secure as what they thought it was. Because
yeah,
it
absolutely,
definitely it definitely was pumped up to be, the securest thing on the planet, really. Crypto, wasn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Kind of unbreakable, impenetrable, and then all of a sudden everything's been broken, everything's been penetrated, and everything. Well, not everything, but kind of what I'm saying there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the main things that were penetrated were like exchanges themselves. So
Hmm.
that's where you keep your when you keep your coin on an exchange, and it's vulnerable to cyber attacks.
Yeah.
Uh, but if you keep them in like what do you call it, physical wallets, where it's actually, it's a physical, it's almost like a USB, uh,
Hmm.
stick in a way where it can't be touched unless it's connected to an Ethernet. So it's like stored in there. It's just like actually having money, like
Right.
physical money in a sense.
Yeah.
It can't be
Yeah.
touched until yeah, it becomes, and even then it's, yeah, they're very secure. But yeah, like you said, yeah, a lot of people lost a lot just purely by keeping it, or just trusting the exchanges to keep your coins safe.
Mm.
Um, it's not the best strategy at all.
No, no, no. And I'm kind of it was just when what we're going through at the moment, for the last couple of years. I remember a couple of years ago, 18 months ago, the big hype was, and even actually kind of when crypto kind of came around, that this was the way of the future to get out from underneath the man, right?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have access to it. We can, kind of, the whole black money, scenario
Yeah, yeah.
off the grid. And look, I know nothing about it, Globus, right? I am completely ignorant about it whatsoever. But I just used to scratch my head and thinking, oh my God, like you think that agencies cannot get your information. You think it is totally anonymous. You think that they don't have access to it, and do you actually think that they can't cut it off?
Yeah.
right? And you know, I had these conversations. Oh no, they can't do it. Blah blah blah. This and that and the other thing. Even Ruby, I remember 12 months ago having a discussion with him a bit about it. No, it's kind of you can't be done, can't be done. And and then anyway, um, I just kind of left it. I had my thoughts on the whole thing, and people can have their thoughts. Happy days. But that trucker protest in Canada that happened just recently, and I think they raised it was either 5 million or 15 million in
Yeah.
funds in crypto,
Yep.
and then Trudeau overnight clicked his fingers and cut it all off. Cut it
Yeah.
all off, shut it down. Right. So they did not have access to it. And I just thought to myself, I just sat back, didn't say anything to anyone about it. But I just thought to myself, yeah, I was fucking right. Like
Yeah.
people think that they can't actually
Ah,
shut it off.
they're in
Right. Like
control of the system. Why wouldn't they be able to?
exactly
If you want to
right.
partake in the system, then they've got backdoors to everything that you think that that you hold, and no one's going to touch it, and blah blah blah. It's part of the system, mate. Like
That's right.
they've got all the access they need. They've got everyone on their side. You're not going to get away
Yes.
with what you think. You think you're going to partake in their system and get away with
Yep.
what you want to get away with? It's not going to
Yeah.
happen.
No, not at all. So I actually think, this is the whole conspiracy mind kind of operating here. But I actually think crypto was put in place, right, for the whole New World Order, one world government situation in Globus, right?
Okay.
A one world currency, like total control, total dominance.
Well,
Okay.
I kind of
So,
agree with you with that, purely because that is, and this is a long time before I got into crypto. I researched, what the central banks were doing, and the
hmm
technology that they were trialing out, and this is the technology. So I think
yeah,
you're right. They do want not. The thing is, at the moment, a lot of funds are digital. They're not. Whenever you look at your bank account, you don't actually have that physical money there. It's just numbers. So it's
exactly.
digital.
Exactly. hmm
Um, you know, but a lot of them, yeah, were trying to trial out these crypto systems for whatever reason, because it was a lot of it's because it's more efficient, because the system that they use at the moment, which is the Swift banking system,
Yep.
it's
hmm
very inefficient. Like things take forever and blah blah blah. But
Yep.
yeah, man, like 100%, I agree with you. That I think it's and they seem to do that with a lot of things. Trial something out slowly and get you used to it.
hmm
They lube you up before they ram it in. So yeah,
Oh yeah,
like, and
exactly. Yeah.
this is definitely a way,
Yeah.
get everyone into it, and then everyone and their granddad knows what crypto is, and then when they want to introduce their one world crypto, or their
hmm
central bank crypto, then everyone's already used to it, because it's not new, it's not, it's you're used to the terminology, you know what it does. So
hmm
it's definitely a way to slip it in.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Oh, sorry, Reckonor. He had to leave the chat because we're talking about fake money.
I reckon.
Poor
The
little
guy
thing.
with the
Well,
fake accent.
yeah. Well, he was more than welcome to join the conversation. That was actually no conversation here for about an hour or whatever. So, whatever.
Yeah. Exactly right.
But yeah, no. When you see things like obviously start off with simple things just like the old credit card, debit card. Like, see, I think kind of, I don't know, might be too conspiratorial, but it's almost all linked with one main goal at the end. But if you take the credit card or the debit card, and people were using less and less money, and now everything's like tap and go. And it's like even on your phone, and I've actually noticed too over the last couple of years, um, the hysteria and the fear that has been instilled into people and a lot of shop owners. Um, there've been a lot of shops that I've actually gone into where they've had signs next to their cash registers saying we do not accept cash anymore due to the obvious.
Yep.
And it's just like what? So they're getting people actually to buy into this quite willingly, and just never ever
Absolutely.
ever touch money again, and just have everything, as you say, just digital, just numbers on a piece of paper, which isn't really a piece of paper. It's in an email or
Yep.
online. Like everything is just heading that way. Slowly, phasing it all out. But,
Yeah, the amount of times I've gone to pay cash anywhere, and they've already sort of dialed it into their FPOS machine, and I pull out the cash, and they're not even expecting it. Like they're just like, oh, they're just like surprised that somebody's
yeah,
paying with cash.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
dude, yeah. I mean, yeah,
I used to do it. I used to do a scam when they brought the whole rounding system in. Remember when they did the whole rounding system? If it
yep.
was, say, $10.03, it'd be $10. But if it was $10.04, it would be $10.05. When they
5, yep.
started to do that, yeah, when they started to do that, every time I'd go and fill up with petrol, I'd always put in exactly $10.03 worth of petrol.
Yeah, me
And they'd
too.
go, same sort of thing. They'd expect you to pay with your credit card or your debit card type of thing, and they'd put in 10.03, and you'd hand over your 10, and they kind of look at you like, but it's like 10.03. Oh, okay, $10. And bang, bang,
Yeah,
bang, put it in
yeah,
there.
yeah, that's good, man. Squeeze the last little
Uh,
bits you can out of them. Why not?
oh,
Yeah,
exactly right. Oh,
100%.
man, I also too. I used to. This is how much of a tight ass I was. Like I'd fill up the car, right, and then you'd stop it, but then I'd lift up the hose and get those last few milliliters out of the actual line
Yeah.
itself, and put it in there.
Yeah. Why not?
Oh
Because
man,
a
Eh,
fair bit drops out too, eh? Like it's not even
exactly.
like the amount of times I've taken it out quickly, and this and this whole freaking thing falls all over the side of the car. It's just like
Yeah,
fuck me,
yeah. I
you
know,
know?
I know. Yeah, it's a good, I don't know, 200 mil to half a
Yeah,
litre sometimes.
exactly.
What the fuck? But yeah, it's free fuel. Away you go, free fuel.
Yeah.
Uh,
Fuck yeah. You
uh,
gotta do what you gotta
where,
do, man.
where's
Absolutely.
Rumpus? Come off
He's
Deafin
deafened.
Rumpus.
He just sits in here all day deafened.
Uh, he was talking about his Bedford level
Yeah.
observation that he's going to be doing.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. See,
Yeah,
Rumpus is okay when you stroke his ego, like a lot of people were doing that yesterday. You're smart, Rumpus, you're smarter than them, and he's just like, he's just completely changed. I'm like, I've never heard this guy, He's waiting for people to finish, he's not talking a million miles an hour, he's not talking over people. It's only when you challenge him that bang, you get the Rumpus out of him.
Yeah. I actually suggested to him yesterday because he went off his nana at me yesterday at the
Oh, did
very
he?
start. Yeah, well, I wasn't privy to the very start of his conversation, so I came in late, right? But anyway, so I asked him a few questions, and he went down his whole kind of not quite so bad, but you're a moron, you haven't listened, rah 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 rah.
Yeah.
I kept on telling him that I wasn't here, mate. So please excuse me. You are not the centre of my life. I'm not going to be here all the time at the start of your conversation. But
Yeah.
anyway, he was talking about the setup, and at one point it was going to be X height, and the other point it was going to be 30 foot off the water or whatever. And I said, well, why ain't it the same height off the water all the way along? Blah blah blah. And anyway, everything got lost in the weeds. But I suggested to him that it would be perhaps a good observation, like when you're going to be looking through your theodolite from point A to point B, and have all the targets in between. I said, why don't you pick up your theodolite and go down to point B and look the other way down to see if there's any difference, with your measurements. Maybe the refraction might be, slightly different because of the terrain, the environment, the trees that are around, how high the grass is, all these sorts of things, you may actually get a slightly different reading from the other end, and
Yep.
which I think if you're going to go to all that effort, to build all these targets and put them in there and stream it online and whatnot, you're already there. You're already putting in the effort.
Yep.
So just pick it up and go to the other end. Like, it could be an interesting observation actually to see if there is any difference. I'm not saying there is or there isn't. I'm not going to say it's going to prove one thing or the other, but just make the observation and take that into consideration. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, too hard, too difficult. Gonna cost me too much in fuels. I've already spent £1,000 on this thing. I'd have to make new targets. And I said, well, why do you got to make new targets, Rumpus? I said, you've already got the targets there. Right?
Yeah.
I said, have you actually, have you only just got the targets on one side? Do you? Is that the issue? He said, yes, yeah, I've only got them on one side. I said, well, then just pull out your paint and put targets on the other side. That kind of solves the problem fairly easy, I would have thought. Right?
Yeah.
Then you don't have to worry about building new frames and new targets. Just put, well, no, because that also costs, it cost me £10 in paint for every sign,
Oh,
blah blah blah, and
no.
all the time to do it, la 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 la. Well, I understand it takes effort, Rumpus, but you want to be scientific. You want to be
Yeah.
thorough,
Exactly.
don't you? But yeah, no,
Yeah.
kind of fell on
No,
deaf ears a
doesn't
little bit.
surprise me. Does not.
But
You know what was sometimes I just leave YouTube running the TV also for background noise, and there was I think it was a little documentary on the pyramids and how they were built, and there was an engineer there that was sort of speculating on how the Egyptians perhaps would have got, because apparently the bases had and he said flat and level so many times. I wanted to record it and put it in here, but he speculates that they used like a little channel, like they
a trench all the way around the
yeah,
base. Yes,
yeah, that's right, yeah. And
yes,
so I'm
yeah.
thinking, since for thousands of years they've known that water is level. When these guys tell us,
Mhm,
that for thousands of years they knew that the Earth was curved and that
mhm.
curved was level. So I was like, it was just funny just hearing this guy say, yeah, it needed to be dead level, dead flat, and they
Uh-huh.
more than likely use these rudimentary plumb lines and these
Yeah,
channels, and the channels had to be obviously is like in water finds its level, so it makes sense that they use this.
yeah.
That's an engineer
Well,
saying that.
yeah. Well, see, the globe side will say, well, because it was all the way around the perimeter of it, it would be level to the perimeter on each point. That's what the globe side would
Yeah,
actually
they
say.
probably would say that.
Yeah. It's not like, but see, I actually think that I looked at CERN one day, some photos of CERN,
Yeah.
and they say that they had to build this thing dead straight, right?
Yeah, I've heard that
Not
too.
necessary, and Zanuck said it doesn't necessarily have to be dead. It's not necessarily dead level, but it's dead straight. Anyway, I put to you that it is 100% horizontal, right? That's what I put to you. And I put that to him too. And I said, if nothing else, Sanny, it's going to be horizontal from one particular point, right? They had to have a reference point, one reference point to work off to get it
Yeah.
dead straight. That's what no, they don't. Yes, they do, Zanuck. Right? The guy just comes across as so arrogant, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he is the know-all of everything, and everyone else knows nothing.
Yeah,
Um,
that's very clear. I find it
and
hard to have any sort of conversation with him.
yeah. But it makes logical sense that you have one reference point and you work from that one reference point to get it dead straight.
Absolutely.
Even if that straight line is at a 45-degree angle, right, or a 30-degree angle, you are going to work from one particular reference point. But anyway, I digress because I typed in CERN and pressed images, and one thing that I noticed, Globus, that the CERN that I looked at, that has a couple of arms off it, next to both of those arms, they have built a man-made channel. Now, the water there is for the cooling of CERN, but I
Yep.
actually put to you that they actually built those channels there as a reference point so that they could get this thing dead straight, dead level, and dead horizontal.
Well,
Actually,
I wouldn't doubt it.
prior to the actual building of any
Yeah.
arm, I think they
Yeah.
actually put the channel in there first and used it because it would have been far easier and far more accurate to have that water as a reference point because it was a channel. They could block it off so there was no flowing of the water at all. And on a still day, it would have been quite easy to take a reference point off the surface of that water and correlate that to the actual arm itself.
Yeah,
That's how
absolutely.
that's what my gut tells me. And if I was actually building something myself, I've been in construction all my life. To me, that would be the easiest way to go about it. Obviously, you use your modern tools as well, but to have that consistent datum right next to you all the time that
Yeah. Yeah.
is never gonna change would be absolutely vital. Considering the sort of money that they spent on building that thing,
Yeah.
you'd want to
Yeah.
you'd want to get it spot on, with whatever tolerances they were talking about.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
mm,
Yeah. Well, engineers would agree with you. Definitely a viable way of finding a level is to go off one of the
yeah,
best reference points is there, especially if they say, "Oh, okay, you can't use a laser because that refracts." Okay, what are you going to say about the water then? Like the
yeah.
surface doesn't refract, like you know.
Not at all. Not at all. And it's actually funny, talking to some of these people that have, zero to little experience in the building industry
Yep.
itself.
Yep.
Because they have read something in a book, they reckon they actually know it all, right? And I put to you too that I would say 50% of them don't even know what a fucking hammer is, let
Yeah.
alone
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah. I
You
know.
know
I
what I
know.
mean?
Yeah. Right.
You
Yeah.
know,
100%.
I've only all these, all the auto levels and stuff like that I've ever used. I've only ever used them over very short distances myself. Because
Yep.
because of the majority of the work that I've done, it's been over short runs, short distances.
Yep.
Um, I haven't done anything like what Raki has done with his tools. Like he's been
The
down to the
geodetic
beach.
surveying.
Yeah, well, Raki went down to the beach and he tried to make a straight line along the water and all that sort of stuff. I've never
Oh,
done
okay.
that. I've never really had any interest in doing that, to be quite honest with you. Like, I think I know what I know when it comes to what the result is going to be, and
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I'm quite happy with that. And
That's right.
and I remember I was having a chat with a fairly big figure around, and he told me that I was a science denier, right? And that
Okay.
I disregard every single scientist in regards to what I am claiming. And because first of all, the question was posed to me, do I have a scientific background? And anyway, I made a faux pas because I actually said no when I actually should have said yes, because I have measured things, I have tested things and whatnot. So
Yeah.
technically speaking, I am a
Cool.
scientist, right? I just don't have a lab coat, right, and my little
Yeah.
funny goggles on. But anyway, um, but so yeah, so but as far as what is colloquially termed as a scientific field, no, I'm not in that. But yeah, I was basically a science denier, right? And I disregard every scientist and physicist and whatnot, worldwide, and I've got absolutely nothing to back anything up. And I said, well, no, hold your horses a bit there, fella. Just calm your farm. I said, so am I to disregard every one of my teachers, every one of my work peers, every single bit of my work experience, am I to disregard all this information that has been laid out for me, every bit of information that I have practically used my whole life? Am I just to disregard that because someone in a lab coat actually proclaims differently?
Yeah.
I would say that my teachers probably know a little bit more than what your fellas in lab coats do about what they are doing or not doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, well, if you didn't have the lab coat or the goggles, you're missing the essentials there when it comes to
oh,
science. So
obviously you just don't understand, do you? You just,
yeah,
you just possibly just can't
no,
understand.
absolutely not.
And then you ask for equations and formulas to back up your claim. It's just like fuck off. Don't
Yeah,
need to don't need to bloody supply any formula or any equation or
yeah,
whatever. I remember rubber because me, I'm a big one. Obviously, you've heard me like you can't. Nothing can be moved unless pressure is applied to it. Nothing.
yeah, yeah.
You
I've heard you
can't.
say that.
Yep, you cannot move anything unless you apply a pressure to it. Well, no, you're applying a force. No, you're applying a pressure, right? Now, how much force you put behind that pressure depends on how far it moves or how quickly it moves, and uh, the direction
Yep,
uh,
I agree.
as well, right? But you cannot move a thing. Nothing can be moved unless there is an application of pressure. Okay, then. So what is the formula for pressure? What does it mean? Right, blah blah, and then they just they start taking you into the weeds, right? And
Yep,
then and their classic is right that they bring up to try and rebut it is magnetism. Right.
magnetism.
That's it. Magnetism, right?
Okay.
Because apparently pressure is described as a force over a surface area, right?
Yeah.
So you need a surface area, right, where that force can be applied to, and that you know um, calculates into the pressure per square inch per square meter, whatever the case
Yep.
may be, but you actually need a surface area itself. And I said, well, it's the magnetic. And my basic rebuttal is, well, it's the actual magnetic field itself, right? And
Yep.
that is coming in contact with the surface, right? And that is applying its pressure. Well, no, it's not. There's no pressure applied. It is only just a force. And that force is applying a pressure. Because you can't.
Yeah,
There's no
I
magical
agree.
unicorns flying around.
No.
None, right? It has to, unless it applies pressure in some way, shape, or form. Right? It cannot move. It is
Not moving.
impossible. It defies everything.
I'd have to agree. Yeah.
Well, you would be in the minority.
I'm
Certainly.
happy to be in the minority of absolutely happy to be in that minority. But I mean, what you've said to me makes sense.
Well,
Absolutely.
to me, it makes sense too, right? But what would I know though?
That's right. Exactly.
For
You don't have a
fucks,
lab
for
coat
fucks.
or any letters after your name, no Nobel
Well,
Prizes, none of that stuff, right?
Like I think you need to add information to a curved line and a straight line to actually get an angle. So what the fuck would I know?
Well, with that, I'd have to contest that. I'm
Go
fucking
on,
around.
go on.
I'm fucking around, no way. I'm not playing a Glober again for a little bit.
It is tiring, isn't it?
Oh,
It is
it's super
tiring.
tiring. You have to. I was saying this to that napalm guy that came in yesterday. I was talking to him in
Oh, the one you wanted
24/7.
me to verify.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that I've done this, and I was telling him, how I play Glober at times, just for fun or whatever. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's actually, it's draining. The fact that you have to like almost think on your feet and say things that you can't back up. and then you have to anticipate getting pressed on that, and then remember what the rhetoric is for that. So you don't really use any intuitive thinking, any critical thinking. You're just relying on repeating something you've heard. A lot of the times, I'm not saying that they don't always understand what they're saying, but a lot of the times it's purely unverified rhetoric that they have to spew out, and then that's what whenever I do it, I'm just like, that's right. What is their bullshit excuse for this? And I have to like really think about it. Whereas with the flat Earth arguments, because I understand them and they make perfect sense to me, and a lot of the stuff I've actually verified for myself, it just sort of comes naturally. And it is draining to do that. Like I'll do it. A lot of the times, to be honest, that I've done it, I've had a couple of drinks. That's why I've done it. So because it's just sort of fun. But
I
yeah,
think the good thing, well, I think, well, for me, uh, a lot of the arguments kind of fall back on logic for the flat Earth. Like, things just seem logical.
yeah,
Like,
that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, and you don't really have to really think too much about it at all. Well, not for me. And like I said, I may not have all the formulas and calculations to back up what I'm saying at all. And I don't care, to be quite honest with you. I don't care that I don't actually have them.
yep,
But things on a simplistic logical level make total sense.
absolutely.
And we are peoples of logic, Globus. Right?
Yep,
That's how we advance. Really through logical thinking.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but it does seem uh, interesting, actually, that, well, especially these days, that more of the a lot of the argument is in the sky. It's actually in the sky now. A lot
Yep,
of the argument, you know, with
agreed.
whatever they're with whatever they're talking about. It's all over your head and so far away. Here's a question you may or may not know.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about it yesterday or the day before. With orbits, right? So we are orbiting, around the sun, and other stuff is orbiting around the sun, and we have moons that are orbiting around planets and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Does everything? Because I haven't actually Googled, haven't looked into it, so I'll ask you the question:
Mm-hmm.
do things orbit both clockwise and anti-clockwise, and rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise? Do we have examples of, say, we have our moon orbiting around us in a clockwise direction? Do the moons around Venus, do they orbit in an anti-clockwise direction? Do we have examples of these things, or galaxies orbiting around another solar system, orbiting around a fucking galaxy in an anti-clockwise direction, or is everything in the one direction?
I don't know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm not even going to speculate because I have no idea. That's a good question. Actually, it's something I've never heard anyone bring up. And if so, if it is only one direction, why would that be?
Exactly, because to me, then, when you are talking about the explanation of how everything was created through a big bang, big implosion, whatever the case may be, total randomness, chaotic randomness, then why would everything set itself up to be only one particular way? That would be my lead-up question, or more my follow-on question, actually. If things are kind of random, why don't we actually see examples of things doing the opposite, and blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff? But maybe that's a question for someone like Chronic. He
Perhaps,
could
yeah.
answer that. But like I said, I was only just thinking about that actually yesterday, or the day before, whenever it was, and I thought, I wonder if there is anything that actually does, orbit the opposite way. I've never heard it spoken about or brought up. It may have in the past, but I just obviously haven't been
Yeah,
privy to conversations. But
I guess something that they may say. I'm not sure if it would make any sense, but as for clockwise and anti-clockwise, they're just relative directions. So depends from where you're viewing it. So yeah,
your frame of reference.
yeah, your frame of reference exactly. But yeah, because that's what whenever they bring up the argument of the what do you call it, the rotation of the stars, in the south and in the north. We always, if we're gonna use actual directions, we always observe them, rising from the east and setting in the west, like regardless of what supposed hemisphere you're on. But from the perspective of the southern hemisphere, they appear to be rotating the opposite way. Clockwise
do.
or whatever it is. It's supposed to be. Is it anti-clockwise down here or whatever? I don't
Whatever it
know.
is.
Whatever
Yeah,
it
it
is, yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because they're not really objective directions, and
No.
so
Well, see,
yeah,
go
on.
I was going to say, well, my frame of reference would be one of God.
Okay,
Right?
yeah,
I'm looking down on everything. Like, even though space goes on infinitely, but I
yeah.
am God, and I'm in the blessed position to be outside of infinite, and I can look down on it. So that would be my frame of reference. Is it all moving clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Well, yeah, from one orientation, like if you were to have a bird's eye view, it would possibly be one direction like that. But
Yes.
if you were on the bottom, if you're on the devil's side, it would appear to be the other way. I think it's a good question. Like, but I mean, they may go through that route, and then if they do, I'm going to be like, oh, so anti-clockwise and clockwise are relative directions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That could be a
Thank you
nice
very
little
much.
setup we got going there.
Yeah, well, we'll bring it up when the big guns are here.
Yeah,
The
when the
ones
chronics
that,
and the bacons and all
yeah,
those space
yeah,
enthusiasts.
it
And then,
it may be time. It may be time for their shift soon. Hey, skeptical, how you going?
not bad, brother. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Have you got Did you hear the question posed at all? And do you have a thought on it?
I was sort of like, you were lagging a little bit for me. Probably it's Mac connection.
Okay, flap your
Yeah.
arms.
What was the question?
Well, you know how we have orbits, right? So
Mhm.
the moon orbits around us. We orbit around the sun.
Mhm.
Our solar system orbits around another galaxy, so forth, so on.
Yeah.
Venus has moons that orbit around it. So this is all about
So.
orbits. Okay.
Mhm.
So are orbits only in one direction? Do they only orbit, say, clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Ah.
Are there
Mm.
any examples of, say, the moon here orbiting around us in a clockwise direction, whatever it is, clockwise or anti-clockwise, doesn't really make any difference. But our moon orbits around us, say, clockwise, right?
That's a good
Do-
question, really.
yeah. It
But
would.
yeah, so I've just done a little googling.
Oh, you have. Thank you. I've got my peoples onto it already.
Already. And apparently, in this solar system, quote unquote solar system, the planets, from our perspective, at least, they seem to be orbiting the sun counterclockwise.
Yep.
But then, yeah, like I said, if say you had a top-down view on the sun,
Yep.
from whatever the top is, however you want to, that it doesn't even
Yep.
make sense because, like, what is it relative to? But you sort of know what I
Yeah.
mean. It would appear
Yeah.
to be rotating, say, counterclockwise, and if you were to look at it from the bottom, looking up at the sun, then all the planets would appear to be rotating clockwise. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
So you're saying it's reference dependent, right? It depends on your reference frame or
yeah,
your angle of view, right?
it depends
Yeah.
on your orientation, which is what we say to the, like I was saying to Bandy, what we say to the globers. Well, at least this is what I say, and I've heard a lot of other people use the argument as well, that when they claim, clockwise rotation of the stars and counterclockwise, in different hemispheres, I say to them, well, yeah, it's just that's from whatever point of reference you're on. If you're on the southern hemisphere, they'll appear to be rotating in this particular direction. But if you're going to use actual, objective directions like cardinal directions, north, south, east, set, and west, it's, they rise in the east, set in the west, regardless of your hemisphere.
That's right. That's right.
Definitely. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, whatever explanation they would sort of like put forward, still subject to a lot of like contingencies, right? Context, reference, yeah. So it's just
Yeah.
your obstacle, yeah. So even though it's still really purely subjective, you can't come up with an objective sort of interpretation of the orbit. Honestly, that's a really good question. Honestly,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
it is.
it's,
I want to see what they say,
Yeah, yeah, we've got to get the big guns in. Terry, get the big guns in here. Summon the big guns, Terry. Get the big guns in here.
You
To
might
answer our
do,
questions.
What do you think? I've got them on speed dial or something?
You
Yeah,
do,
yeah, you
mate.
do, Terry. Come
Don't
on,
lie.
summon the numbers. All right. We are about to crack everything wide open.
That's
here.
it.
This is on the brink. It's on
This
the
is
precipice.
yeah. Paradigm destruction imminent, Terry.
That's right. That's right.
I was just googling what you were talking about, and I know what was the thing I found? The other caveat to that is the planets Venus and Uranus. Uranus spins on its axis at almost 90 degrees on its side, and Venus spins in the opposite direction as Earth and the other planets. So that's not orbits, but that was just one thing that I found.
So okay, then so there is a planet that spins opposite to what the other ones do.
To Earth and the other planets, yeah.
Let's see.
Okay.
Wonder why that is.
Yeah.
Or what the excuse for it is, anyway.
That's fiction.
I'd like to see this road. Which one spins on a 90-degree axis, Terry?
Where was I? I know you made me scroll past it.
Isn't it Uranus?
I'm going to fact check Terry in real time.
What do you want me to share my screen?
No, well, I was just going to Google it, Terry, because Globus was doing my googling for me.
Okay.
And you've done a bit of googling. So what was it? Uranus spins on a 90-degree axis.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Did you say?
Yeah. Venus and Uranus. Uranus spins on its axis at almost 90 degrees on its side.
That's like a toilet roll.
Okay.
Kinda, yeah.
See, that's more of their bullshit. Uranus, toilet rolls. It's just getting too ridiculous, mate.
When you put it that way, yeah.
Doesn't it smell like methane as well? It smells like shit, apparently, as well.
Maybe.
They're just laughing at us.
Ooh. Well, look at that. Those diagrams. Interesting.
You found diagrams, did you?
Well, I went straight to images rather than text. I like cartoons.
You like pretty pictures, yeah.
Yeah. It kind of almost looks like a toilet roll. It's at 98 degrees, apparently.
Oh, yeah. 97.8.
Here we go. Here's a better picture. Oh, man, I love cartoons. cartoons. I love cartoons.
I reckon it's CGI, Bandy.
You know what? Here we go. Come on. I've got to. Where's the pretty picture that I just found? Oh, here we go.
Do you know how to get a picture in here?
Yep. Yeah, yep. Now this is a pretty picture. Hold on. I've got to do a snippy thing. Hold on.
Oh, okay. The snippet tool thing.
Yeah, I'm going to snip him and then I'll paste him. It's actually it's actually interesting. Actually, here we go. Go like this. Go boom. Go paste. Go enter. He was on a toilet roll. There we go. That's what I found. That one there kind of describes them all. So Venus is opposite. Okay. So Venus is opposite. Everything rotates anti-clockwise except for Venus.
But see, you've got Uranus, the Uranus above. See, that's divergent. See, the direction is abnormal.
Yeah. Interesting. Now we need to go to GIFs to see what it does. Or GIFs.
And don't forget to read the bit at the top, Bandy. It says not to scale.
Bandy space.
Really? Give me a break. They're so misleading, Terry. Really.
I've noticed there's so many different tilts for Mercury. There's one your one says 2 degrees. I know they're not off by a lot, but there's one that says 0, one that says 0.03, 0.1. Like, make your mind up.
Can't be that hard, really.
Surely
Commit
not.
yourself. Commit
Commit
yourself.
to a degree and stick with it. See, we're already finding holes in these theories.
Hold on. We've got to.
Because it's all imaginary.
That's right.
Okay, I've got to find some video. There's no GIFs, so I'm going to try video.
Oh, I had a GIF here.
Did you?
Where'd it go?
I'm looking for video of it.
I've got one here, Hang. I'll see if I
You got
can.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
See what you've got. See what it looks like.
That's the one.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Look how slow Mercury moves, apparently.
I know. I'd like to actually see some real footage of it, actually, and to see what it actually looks like.
Well, that the guy that was in here, were you here when that IB Hunter guy was here?
No, what happened there?
Oh well, he's like an one of his hobbies
He's a
is like,
gyroscope. He's a gyroscope guy.
is he?
Yeah. He rebuilds gyroscopes.
Okay.
Repurposes them. Yeah.
He also reckons he's an amateur astronomer, and he posted I think I'm pretty sure it was a GIF as well of what he claims has taken pictures of Jupiter. I mean, he seems like quite an honest dude. Like, I'm not gonna, he's seems honest, and what it appeared to be was, what they say that Jupiter looks like, rotating, with that big red storm thing or whatever as well, and it looked legit. As for is it legit is another story. And what does it mean? It doesn't, determine anything about the ground that we stand on, but it does appear to, from what we can see, appears to be a sphere that's rotating. Appears,
Okay, I'm going to
Let's see if I can find it
search it. IB.
from IB
IB.
Hunter.
Hunter.
And he's got what he says is a picture of. I'll post a picture of Saturn that he claims to have taken. That's that one.
Really? Through his telescope? That's pretty clear.
I don't know if it's through a telescope or if with his P1000. I forget what he has.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, his telescope. That's right. And here's his. It's not exactly a full rotation, but it's actually not even a quarter of a rotation. But copy that
Pop it
one.
in. Pop it in. Let's see. Let's examine it. Oh, did he take that one too?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
His colors
Let's,
aren't right though, apparently, but I don't know. That could be an
you can,
exposure issue or what that even means.
let's fact check it. What's that program that you check photos?
Photoshop?
No. The origin, and you can get the details. You know the one I'm talking about.
Illustrator.
I've got no idea.
No, neither do I. That looks pretty damn clear. That
And
one,
doesn't it? Yeah, it really does.
like it's crystal clear. Pretty impressive, I must say. Pretty impressive. Is that a little moon on the
I
top
think
there?
that's what that's supposed to be. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
He's also
So
got
that one.
galaxy pictures as well that he took. That they look cool. I mean, like I said, they're
Mm.
Mantle.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony. Here you go, my friend.
How you going, bro? I was just wondering, is the moon as bright as shit where you are as well?
This is as bright as
Yeah, out over
Actually,
the
shit's not very
coast.
bright, but like the moon's really bright tonight.
Yeah, out over the ocean here. Yeah, I was waiting for it to break through the clouds. I could see it was bright.
Is it really bright where you are?
Yeah, really bright tonight.
Where
Oh,
I am,
gorgeous.
it's not really bright at all.
Where are you?
Queensland.
I'm in Melbourne. Oh well, I'm 3 hours away from Melbourne.
Why
And
would
it's
it be
got
brighter for you? That's weird.
it's got a yellowy kind of tinge to it as well.
Yeah, really bright tonight.
Yeah, it's nice.
It is a bit sexy, isn't it, tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Why would it be so different for you guys? I don't understand that. The atmosphere.
Mm.
We've got no atmosphere here where I am. Zero.
No.
That's why it looks so good. No refraction, no nothing to worry about here. It's not an apparent position, it's an actual position.
I was going to take a photo of it if it broke the cloud.
Still fairly low in our sky though.
Yeah, just above the treetops here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, funny, you can see it and I can see it too, Terry. So far away.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Terry.
Must be hard. I'm surprised we can do that with a big hump in between us, Terry. Oh, they're the original photos. WhatsApp.
These
So are the ones on the right photoshopped or something?
I don't know. I don't know who took those photos that WhatsApp just posted, but I'm
I'll
talking
ask
about
him.
the photos that this guy took. Well, that he claims to have taken.
Let's find out. Come into chat, WhatsApp, and tell us.
On the right are the supposed stacked ones.
Stacked in what way? I don't understand what he's saying.
I don't
Come,
either.
hold on. Come in VC
Yeah, jump in
and
these two.
explain, please. He does seem to know a lot of shit, this guy.
Which guy?
What's up?
Oh, what's up? Yeah.
Yeah. Problem is when they stack photos, they use software that actually changes the image. It's not stacking. I don't understand what he's saying.
Neither.
In about half an hour. Oh, cool. Cool. I'd be interested to hear that would be interesting. Do you know anything about stacking of photos, Terry?
No, I can stack boxes.
You can think of it as stacking boxes, but
And that sounds like too much hard work to stack boxes.
yeah. You have a good Easter, mate?
I don't really celebrate Easter much.
Oh, no?
The kids used to get involved with it, with all the Easter, items with the eggs and all the rest of it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
they've all left home now, and it's not the same.
Oh, no. Well, my eldest daughter came over with the grandkids, and we cut out big rabbit feet out of some paper and got talcum powder and made all these tracks with bunny feet all over the place, leading into the garden, around the back of the water tank, and whatnot. And they followed all the rabbit prints all over the place and found eggs and stuff in the garden.
Well, how big were the rabbit prints?
Oh, they were about, I don't know, maybe each paw was about probably a foot by half a foot wide. Thereabouts.
Okay. How do you know what size footies the rabbit's got?
He's an Easter bunny. He has to hop on. It doesn't
Yeah, but how
matter
do you know
how
what
we
size
know.
how do you know what size his feet are?
We just know. We just know.
I don't know. I'd like to see evidence of this.
Well, yeah, but it was a blast though. It was a
Yeah.
blast.
Aren't you supposed to paint eggs and hollow them out or something?
Oh well, we used to do that as kids.
Yeah.
At school, and you'd make like
You just
that little paper.
suck the yolk out or blow the yolk
Yeah.
out, one of the two.
Yeah, and then you'd make like that little paper basket to put them in as well. But no, we didn't do that. And Connor, no, he didn't do it at school this year. Well, he's only just started school. He's in prep, so he's only just started. But yeah, damn, it was funny because that day they probably consumed about 19.5 kilos each of chocolate, and then trying to get them to sleep was an interesting task that night, because my daughter, she stayed over that night, and whatnot.
I haven't had my Easter chocolate yet.
No? Oh, there you go. Yeah, no, it was a fun day. We had a barbecue and stuff, and like I said, did the Easter egg hunt, and was down in the garage a little bit with Connor. He wanted to bang some nails in and use the cordless drill.
Oh,
Yep, he's
going to be a carpenter when he grows up.
Oh, he's advancing very, very, very quickly, I must say. He's and he gets the cordless drill and knows where the battery charger is and whatnot. So
How many grandkids you got, bro?
3, mate. 3, my friend.
Wow,
Yeah.
what an amazing blessing.
Yep. And my daughter, she's trying for more too. So
wow.
I've only got 5.
My eldest son, him and his girlfriend would like to have kids. So I said, make an honest woman of her first, and then go about that. So they're looking at making arrangements to have their wedding and all that sort of stuff, and they too are going to be starting a family. So
yeah, you'll catch up to me eventually, Bandy.
Well, I reckon it won't be too long, Terry, and I'll soon surpass you quite easily.
All my kids are in a relationships, except for one. So that's where I think you're going to overtake me.
Yep. Yeah. So, but yeah, I must say, since the grandkids came along, it once again has put a different flavour to Christmas and to Easter, because these, well, for me anyway, it's about the kids. People can celebrate whatever religious belief that they want to, and it is about their particular god these times a year. But for me, these festive times are about the kids and seeing the joy in their eyes and stuff like this. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, the kids don't know either way for the religious side of things. They just see the eggs and the presents and all that stuff.
Terry. Yeah,
I've got 2 children. I've got a 5, almost 6-year-old and a 2-year-old. But I mean, I don't celebrate Easter at all. They don't get any chocolate. There's no Easter eggs, no nothing. Am I the most evil person in the world?
100%. Anthony, the most evil tyrant I have ever heard of.
Poor kids are missing out on an chocolate Easter bunny and Easter eggs.
Yeah, the thing is, although they don't get the Easter eggs and the Easter bunnies and all that sort of crap, I spend like a solid 8 hours with them a day. Like, I'm balancing them on walls, I'm playing basketball, we're digging stuff up, I'm teaching them things, we homeschool. Like, I'm spending my whole life with them, right? And I'm trying to make them laugh every day. I'm a jokester, but I just don't want them to connect joy with, like, I don't know, food for one, but like with just made up shit. I don't know. I'm nervous about it. So I don't judge anyone that's doing an Easter egg hunt and stuff like that, or tell my children that they're all devil-seeking freaks. But like, for some reason, I'd like to stay away from it.
I suppose somewhat, Anthony. It seems you are homeschooling your kids. It may be a little bit different. They don't have the pressures and the constraints placed onto them, perhaps by all their school friends, their peers, and all that sort of stuff. So, as far as that is concerned, you're probably in a slightly easier position to make those choices.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny you say that, Bansor, because we do have a homeschool group once a week, and they did an Easter egg hunt, and I helped hide the eggs. So
Well, there
like,
you go.
yeah. So sometimes when you're
Okay.
connected to something, you know, you got to go with the flow, don't you?
Look, unfortunately, you do, and you can't isolate your kids from things either. But
Correct.
you know, if your kids don't feel as though they're missing out on something, you know, because kids are kids really. At the end of the day, they've got they've got the attention span of a gnat. So
Yep.
tomorrow they're going to forget about it, and they want to dig holes again, or climb up walls, or whatever the case may be. As you
Squish raspberries on the carpet.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. So, but but yeah, you are the most evil person I've ever heard about in history.
I am quite
You
evil,
know,
yes.
there are some classical names that I could probably associate you with as well. But no, man, all good in the hood. You make your decisions for your decisions, really, and if you're comfortable with that, yeah,
Yep.
you don't worry about anyone else.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
worry
hearing you, bro. Like, I mean, I must admit, I'm a softie as well. I just went to Coles and I cracked and got him a Hot Wheels car on the way out.
There you go. There you go. So, look.
Oh, the big question is what model?
Like an old sort of car.
Oh, that helps a lot.
Yeah,
Oh, what
just an old looking car. It doesn't even have a model on it, I don't think.
Okay.
I was reading that light water, and you deleted it in whatever language it was in.
Yeah, I wasn't actually over there at the time, so I missed that one. What do you can see what my avatar is? What I've got?
Yeah, that's your holder.
Yeah, no, it's Alex and Anthony, and
Oh,
it's
okay.
an old,
Yep,
that's an old car.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. What am I looking at?
My avatar.
Okay, where are you?
I'm over here.
Oh, there you are. Oh yeah, what is that? An old Holden, is it?
Yeah.
I was going to buy I smashed my car not long ago, and I didn't have insurance, so I didn't have a car. I was going to buy an old VS Commodore. You seen those bad boys around?
Yeah, I've got a VS Statesman. I don't drive as a daily.
Do you really? How many Ks it done?
140.
Jeez, are you serious? That'd be worth a bloody fortune now. An old VS Statesman with only 140,000 Ks.
Yeah.
Oh man, you could sell that for 12, 15 grand.
Well, I do have a few cars.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, I was going to buy a VS for like $1,000, but the community rallied together and did a fundraiser for us, and fundraised $5.5 grand. So we ended up buying a Renault Koleos, something like that. Just a bigger car because we've got the two children. But yeah, so I was a whisker away from buying my old VS Commodore for $1,000.
Oof. Terry's about to be Terry's actually a trillionaire. He has an old Carana.
Holy shit!
Which is worth probably $7.5 million.
Oh my god!
Well, the wagon's worth a bit of money too. It's a V8 wagon.
Yeah.
Well, I've got about $13, and I better go to bed, boys. So take it easy.
All right, buddy. All right.
Have a great night. I hope I can pop in.
Right.
I hope I can pop in later on and say good day again,
All
have
right,
a
buddy.
chat.
Nice
Back
to
the
meet you,
family.
mate.
Hey, boys.
There you go, mate. Bye-bye.
Oh, there is more Aussies out there, Bandy.
Oh, there's quite a few Aussies that come here, Terry. Quite a few of them.
Well, it's either go over to Gems and get drowned out by everyone else, or hang over here with you guys.
Well, I actually noticed you're over here quite a bit, Terry.
Well, I go over there, and the topics are just so lame, and you get talked over, and you can't get a word in sideways. You might get Brian Mabbott in there running his rant, and then you might get Gin, and then you got Chemo.
Actually, Chemo comes over here but never talks.
Really?
Never heard him. Yeah, I've never heard him talk actually when he's over here.
Wow.
I see him come in the chat, but I don't actually see him participating. But
Yeah, I don't care what side of the hedge you're on, whatever.
no. You can be on whatever. Really. Yeah, you could be on the wrong side like you are, Terry, but it's still good. It's still good.
Yes, Bandy.
Yeah, yes. We're waiting for Rumpus to wake up and get engaged.
Yeah,
That's what
he's
we're
been
waiting
here since yesterday when he
for.
muted and deafened himself, and he hasn't. He's still here.
He'll wake up soon enough.
No, I've been a bit aloof with my live stream in the last week because the internet decided to completely kaput itself. We got a new modem, and it's just running off a Wi-Fi signal back to wherever they get the Wi-Fi signal from, like it runs off a SIM card.
Yeah.
As a backup. And they sent that to us because the internet kept dropping out. It's been dropping out for the last 12 months or more. And they just, it kicks back in again. You turn the modem off and put it back on again. It'll come back on again, But we've been putting up with it. We've been calling the tech people on and off, all this time. And then finally, about a month ago, they said, okay, we'll send you a brand new modem with a Wi-Fi backup thing. We had that in like for the month we got it, and then about a week last week it just went completely over to the Wi-Fi signal, and hasn't switched back to the normal internet, and no telephone line either. So I got the NBN technician here all day Monday.
Yeah.
And then they're coming back again tomorrow, and they're trying to fix it at the software side of it over on the other end, on the telephone side end.
Right.
I got no idea what's wrong.
First world problems, Terry. They sound complicated.
It does. It does.
You wouldn't think it'd be all that difficult, really.
No, you wouldn't think so with all the technology they got to be able to hit a button and hit a switch or whatever. He was out in the footpath on the nature strip, popping all the manhole covers, looking at all the connections up the street, and went back to the box that's usually around in your neighbourhood on the side on the footpath. He went back to that, and he said everything looks good on my end. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no.
Edgar A. Poe.
There was a Poe.
I'm going to Google him. Eureka. I tell you what, light water drops all the best information. A Poe.
He had a theory about the Big Bang even before the Big Bang Theory come along.
The credits go to Iru, who mentioned it last night in Globusters.
Right. Oh, okay then. A prose poem. It's actually in Wikipedia. Have you seen the Wikipedia site for it, Lightwater?
Yeah, but I translated this part from the Dutch Wikipedia, so it's also mentioned in the English version, but a little differently.
Right. The spiritual universe.
There's put in the English version. There's put a lot of emphasis that it was received poorly by the scientific community. But I for a long time I have in my head that a lot of things that are created or manipulated are first thought of by writers.
Mm-hmm.
So as if these things are created with the inspiration from, let's say, normal people. We don't know if Edgar Allan Poe was already connected with Masons or not, or that
Right.
it was in a kind of way directed already, but there is some indication that they keep a close eye what comes up in the inspiration of people.
Yeah.
What kind of inspiration lives among us, so to say.
Yeah.
Well, we all got imagination. It just depends on how it manifests itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
What I heard yesterday spoken of, that sometimes your reaction is already going into action before you had realizes it. I thought that very interesting.
Yes, many people consider it a work of science fiction, is what they're saying. Well, in the wiki, anyway. Is what they're saying in the wiki. Yeah,
But maybe it's the other way around, right?
yeah, yes, exactly.
What label do you put on science, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of profit do you want? And you profit, you make your fit in advance to fit the narrative. You make a profit for your profit. You wanted to know about layering of images?
Yes, yeah.
What wanted you? I don't know if
Well,
I can help you, but I have some years of experience, mainly with pencil and ink, but in Photoshop.
yep.
So
Well, hold on. I'll get the image that is in that brought this question up. Let me just go back and find it. Okay, where is it? I'll get this. I'll copy it. Copy link. I'll now paste it and post it. Okay, then that link, that image I just posted there, Lightwater. WhatsApp is saying that the images on the right are stacked images, where the images on the left are, I think, the original images. So
yeah.
I don't know what stacking is. Is that like stacking one image on top of another?
Well,
You know,
you can work in Photoshop in layers, right?
right.
And these layers have you can put it in a modus, and the modus is a kind of um, um, there are a couple. There's a long list of modi that in which the pixels of the top layer, in which is in a certain modus, create an effect with the pixels on the layer below it. And so it can, I don't know if they really can sharpen, but because it would need a lot of sharpening, but I don't think that is really possible. But maybe I can't imagine that this is just layering.
Right. Because the question, where's the original image? Here we go. Here's the original image that I'll
Yeah.
post. Let me just get it and I'll paste it again. Because apparently, well, I don't know, I wasn't around for the conversation, but that image that I just posted there was taken from a telescope. And I went, gee, that is, you know, crystal clear. Like it's so defined.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And you know, I thought it amazing to be able to take a picture like that through a telescope, and then WhatsApp posted the first image that I put in there and said that the images on the right, which seem to match up to that one that I just posted, is because of what they call stacking, and I just didn't know what stacking was.
Yeah.
But
Well,
you know,
the basical it's layering, and then put the layers in a modus that the two that I knew what was what it causes is screen and modify. Modify is to
Yep.
darken it overall a little, and screen is to lighten it up. So they work on darkening the colors or lightening the colors, adding or subtracting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And then you can also work with you can combine it with the creating masks with the channels, which is each color is represented in black and white as having certain values in all tones between black and white. You understand?
Yes.
And together the RGB channels form the total color picture. So you can do a lot with that, and then there are filters that you can add to it with sharpen or etc. So it can't, I can't imagine that what this picture you showed was only if it was done with layering, only with layering. Can't imagine it.
Right. Okay. It's actually quite interesting. Like I just typed into Google Saturn images. Okay. And I'm scrolling through all the images here, and I tell you what, none of them look like actual images of Saturn. They all kind of look like, well, cartoons, for want of a better word. And all I did was type in Saturn and then click images, and I am getting poor, very poor results, I must say. Very poor. I'll show you. I'll take a what you would call it, a screenshot of what I'm looking at. Let's where are we? Boom. Boom. Paste. Look at that. That's what I get. If I scroll down, it's pretty much
And this is what I would say you want it to look like if you want it to be true.
yes. Yes. Maybe I should type. Maybe I should type in
Yeah, Papa has
raw images of Saturn. See what comes up. Okay then. Even that is a little bit dodgy. Okay. interesting results, though, actually. Huh. Oh.
Yo, what up, guys?
Reckon Jez.
Have you had your breakfast yet, Jeremy? Are you grumpy?
Not too much. Why? What happened?
I think he sounds a little
I
bit
don't
grumpy
know.
if you ask me, Bandy.
He does. He does a little bit. Like he comes in here early in the morning before he's had breakfast and it's
Bad idea.
it's just grumpy right off the bat. Just
Oh,
comes
my
in,
wife hates me
bang.
in the morning, dude. My wife fucking hates me in the morning. She's like, don't even talk to me in the morning. You suck.
I can see why. I can empathise with her. You came in hot yesterday, I must say. Ellie and I were just sitting back, chilling, having a bit of a convo. You're coming, hey, share the mic, make it quick.
Allie, because fucking Allie goes off, man. He can talk. He's a talker. Holy shit. I came in the middle of his monologue and I didn't know if he was scaring people off or if the room was dead or what. I apologize.
Yeah, I know. It was as dead as, so we were just, filling the
Yeah, that's
airtime,
fine.
kind of
If you want the
a
monologue
little
all
bit.
day while the room's dead, that's cool, but
Yeah. But no one tried to pipe up and join in. They were probably as bored as batshit anyway with whatever we were talking about. I can't even remember what it was now. But anyways,
anything exciting happened last night? Oh, Allie and Jin went off on me yesterday, dude. They're like, you fucking
man.
suck as a mod. I'm like, guys, text Geo.
I was, yeah.
Oh, you were here
I
for
was
that?
here for part of that. Yeah, I was here for part of it because Rucky was here. I think Riding was here. It just turned into a shit show, and I can't remember who I was muting, and you were muting as well. And anyway, I got tired. I had to check out. I was just listening to it in the background and kind of laughing to myself. And then they're all bloody hammering on you. What a shit mod you are! Rah rah rah. And this.
I'm like, yo, what do you want me to do, man?
Yeah, it's like fucking suck my dick. Take it up with Geo, you pricks.
Yeah.
It was funny as.
There we go. Feeling nice now.
But they they don't like being muted at times. But it's fucking stupid, Jeremy. Like you'll get 2 or 3 people talking at once and they can hear other people talking and yet they continue to talk while someone else is talking and no one wants to fucking give way, and it's just a total absolute debacle. It's like fucking one of you just have to back off. Like it's not a dick measuring competition.
Trying to herd cats. We're herding cats in here.
Oh, at times, yeah, at times. Anyways,
Anything exciting happened last night?
nah, I wasn't around.
No.
I wasn't around, so.
Geo had
New
it popping a
day.
little bit. New day.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say Geo had it popping a little bit last night, but I had to go to sleep.
Nice. Just waiting for Rumpus to come off bloody deaf and mute.
That's what you're waiting for?
That's we've been waiting for hours now, me and Bandy.
Yeah.
I came back. I thought he'd be awake by now.
Yeah, nah. Someone has to poke him. Don't you have to say his name backwards 3 times? Something. What's happening over in the other channel, Terry? Anything exciting?
Just ducked over there. All I could hear was Gin and who else was it? Oh, female voice. I forget who that is.
Okay.
Were you over in Gems?
Oh, I just ducked in there for 2 seconds, and when I heard Jin going on, I just came over here. I sort of like turned around quickly and walked out. I can't have a conversation with anyone that yells and screams and doesn't let you
Oh,
get 2
what
cents
do you mean?
worth
He's
in.
totally reasonable. He addresses all the points. No rhetoric. No rhetoric from Jen.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not arguing about anyone's point of view or anything. It's just trying to get a word. Try to get a word in sideways. Sometimes it's
You
hard.
don't need to talk. It's fine. Just listen.
Yeah, I usually do. I
Put your
just sit
listening
back.
ears on.
Yeah, I usually. Well, I usually have one ear listening and the other ear somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't
Did
know
you
what these guys want
did
me to
you
do.
sort
Instantly
your?
mute. So I think they want me to instantly. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask Bandy. Did he sort his stacking thing out?
Not really, but look, it's just the program they put it in, Terry, and how they wash
Are you
out
talking about
some of
Lake
the.
Pontchartrain?
No. Just they were showing images of Saturn, and they were taken from a telescope, and they seem absolutely crystal clear.
They
Anyway,
stacked
the
them.
way that
They stacked the
they
photo.
stack them, yeah, they stack it. So I wasn't quite clear on what stacking was, but light water came in here and cleared it up a little bit, so all good in the hood now.
That's how they got that Lake Pontchartrain bridge from Soundly. That picture stacked too, like that. Dude,
Okay.
can you just give me one picture? Like, you have a camera, and then you go click on the camera, and the
Yeah,
camera takes a picture. Like, and then hand me that.
yeah, just one picture.
Yeah,
The one picture you took, not like 17 pictures that are now one picture.
like that's cool if you got 17 pictures. I'll take them all, look at them all, but just put them like side by side or something. You don't got to put them all on top of each other.
We can do our own stacking.
I'll stack it in my mind.
Yeah,
How about that?
exactly. Filed away. But
Hey,
yeah,
Jeremy.
what were you?
Jeremy, sorry, Bandy.
What's up?
No,
I I heard you say the other day that you're not a fan of one of my favorite arguments, the old Sexton argument. Is that correct? Did I hear you
Yeah,
correctly?
yeah, I don't like that one.
Why is that?
I know I never got into it, so maybe there's something I'm missing. But every time I hear it, it gets shut down at the elevation angle and like never goes any farther.
Because that's the argument.
The whole thing, yeah. No, there's not a lot to it.
Well, there is a lot to it if you think about it. That's why it gets shut down there. They want to get into the calculations, but you can't go past step one.
Right, so look,
They want.
you're standing on the ground. You're on the sea. You're looking at the horizon. Right? I make a horizontal angle from where I am. Right? Is that what they do? They make a horizontal, or they look at the horizon? It depends. If they can't see the horizon, they make a horizontal.
You measure an
Otherwise,
angle from the sighted body, whatever it might be, whether it's the sun or a star or the moon, and then you measure that angle to the horizon. And that horizon obviously represents the sea that you're sailing on because it's the edge of the sea, right? But which would be a horizontal. There's no curvature there whatsoever, as we know. But in order to even have that an elevation angle, you need to have two straight lines. Like it's as simple as it gets. It's very simple geometry. But I've been given so many different graphics by them to try to explain it, and every single one they give me seems to be different. That's why I put one to Kool-Aid because he sort of seems to know what he's talking about with it.
Well, that's the boat boy.
Yeah, and because I'll post the pic in chat. The one that I got
not
given.
of a straight
So,
line and a curved line. Please
yeah,
don't post that one.
no, it's this one, right? But you see, so the angle should be. See how they've got this true or sensible horizon there in that graphic.
Hold on
I
a
asked
second.
Kool-Aid. Yeah, when you see it, let me know.
Keep rearranging my Discord rooms list. All right, there we go. Yeah, they make a straight line out. That'd be their horizontal.
Yeah. So, but when you use a sextant, you don't. There's no such thing as a true or sensible horizon to take any measurement to. That's that's a theoretical line that they're drawing out of nowhere. And I asked Kool-Aid, what is a true or sensible horizon? He goes, well, that only ever gets used if there's a lot of haze or you can't really sight the horizon. So it creates like a theoretical horizon, which is at your horizontal, which is how we know it to be, right? So, but the other globers in the other channel were telling me, no, that's where you measure your angle of elevation too. But but what? And I asked Kool-Aid, so when you sight a star, don't you measure it to the horizon that you can see? And he goes, yeah. And I'm like, isn't that the visible horizon? And he was like, yeah, well, of course it is. So then it's this other part that you actually have to measure it to the other part where it says visible horizon. That's what you're actually measuring the angle of elevation to, not this random horizontal line here that's they just pulled out of their ass. And the other thing is,
they say they get a First of all, how do you even get a horizontal if you're on a ship? Isn't it like moving?
Yeah, well, the way you would do it would be to use a bubble sextant. Even though it still would move, you would get get it like as close as you could.
It out.
Yeah, as close as you could.
All right. We'll move past that.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is that true or sensible horizon that these other globes at GEMS are telling me that they measure the angle of elevation to is just bullshit. That's a non-existent line that, according to Kool-Aid, you only ever use if you can't actually sight the horizon. But every other day where it's clear that you can see the horizon, that is what you measure your star to. That's the angle of elevation. Not only that, if you can see in this picture, it says angle of dip. So the angle of dip,
dip angle,
yeah, and this is something that they can't disagree with. I've got multiple citations for it. That's the angle of so it's your height of eye above sea level. So how could that ever be the height of eye above sea level?
Because
your height of eye
you are above level, the more it dips, obviously.
So
I can barely hear you.
Like, as Bacon, you're really low. Just quickly, Globus, what is the difference between using a nautical sextant and a bubble sextant? Like, what step do you miss out using a bubble sextant that you would have to use using a nautical sextant?
You don't have to bring the sighted body down to a horizon because there is no horizon. Use it when the horizon isn't in sight. So, for example, if you're flying, you establish what you would establish is what that true or sensible horizon is. That's what you establish with it, right?
Okay, so you don't have to worry about your dip angle then with the bubble sextant.
No.
You do. Okay, then. So you take the dip angle completely out of the equation.
It's out of the equation. Because at that stage that would be like, say, being at sea level and having your eye at the height of sea level. Right. So there's no height of eye correction because you're at the sea level. Your eye is perfectly at sea level. So
it's because you're aiming at zenith. You're measuring directly from zenith, so there's no horizontal or horizon or anything like that needed.
There's no horizon. That's why you're using the bubble to establish a horizon.
No, the bubble aligns your side vertically, not horizontally.
No, it gives you a horizon to measure the elevation of whatever star you're sighting.
It aligns your.
Otherwise, what are you measuring the angle of elevation to?
It aligns your sight vertically. That's how you start measuring the angle.
Okay, right. Move past that. So otherwise, what are you measuring? If it doesn't establish a horizontal, what are you measuring your star to?
Zenith.
Is zenith?
To your vertical.
But how could that be when you're measuring an elevation angle?
You're not. You're measuring a zenith angle with a bubble sextant.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
So in this case, where you have this true or sensible horizon, because it's because as Kool-Aid said, you can't sight the horizon because of haze.
Hmm?
In that case, wouldn't you use a bubble sextant?
What do you mean?
Well, how would you establish horizontal if you can't sight the horizon?
I'm not sure what scenario you're talking about. What are haze?
I can make a horizontal without seeing the horizon. I can do that in my house.
Yeah, right. But to establish a true horizontal, you need some sort of level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. So in this scenario, I don't know if you can see the chat, Bacon. There's a graphic.
Yep.
The sextant's a tool. They make the horizontal with, right?
Well, with a bubble sextant, yeah, that's what I'm contending. Yeah, that you
bubble
do.
sextant, you don't sight horizontally. You sight vertically, and then you measure from vertical what the angle is. You directly measure the zenith angle. Don't measure elevation angle.
Even if that's so, you still by default establish a true horizontal. If you're establishing your zenith.
Say that, but that's not exactly what they're doing. But you can say that because horizontal is by definition vertically plumb, which is how the bubble sextant is aligned. If you have one, automatically you have the other. That's it.
Right. So yeah, like I said, by default you still establish horizontal in order to get
Only
true
like
your actual zenith.
Only like as a secondary result, not that you're establishing a horizontal to have a zenith, but you're establishing a zenith that can give you a horizontal if you want to, but you actually don't want to because in stellation navigation you use the zenith
Who says
angle,
you
not
need
the elevation
horizontal in
angle.
order to figure out where plumb is?
That's simple geometry. But anyway, before we get there,
No, it's not simple geometry. You know that's not simple geometry. Don't lie to everybody like that.
Oh, here we go. Someone's triggered again. Anyway.
All right. So if I hang a plumb bob, where's horizontal?
It makes perfect sense to anyone with a basic understanding on.
Hey, don't explain it, right? Just go ahead and lie to everybody, right?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, will you?
If you drop a plumb,
just go ahead and lie. Just tell everybody
here
else.
we go with the screaming.
Doofus, don't come in here and start screaming your head off. Have a conversation, but don't come in here and start screaming your head off, mate.
Right. Nobody's concerned that he's lying, right?
Don't start screaming your head off.
What is he lying about? What's he lying about? Let's relax. Yeah, let's relax. What's the problem with what he's saying?
The problem with what he's saying is that you don't need to find horizontal in order to get plumb. Getting plumb has nothing to do with horizontal. You don't have to have horizontal to know where plumb is.
I said by default you get horizontal. Clean your ears out, mate. Jesus Christ.
So if I use a bubble sextant, I don't establish horizontal.
I'm not interested in talking to you. I'd rather talk to Bacon. He's composed, whereas you're not. You lack a lot of composure. You have to stay out of this one. You really do.
So why did you say that you need horizontal to find plumb?
I'm not interested in talking to you.
Okay, well, don't lie to everybody again.
Put yourself on mute, mate. That's all. That's the best thing you can do.
Okay, so we're on a boat. We're looking. We either have a horizontal or we're looking at the horizon, and we got straight lines going either which way. So what's the problem? You could do that could you not do that on a flat Earth or a globe?
Hang on. I'm just gonna quickly share my screen here.
Like if I'm on a globe, I can definitely make a horizontal line, and if I'm on a same thing with the globe, I can make a horizontal line on a globe or a horizontal line or a straight line to the horizon, and it'd be the same thing with flat Earth.
The thing is, you're measuring the elevation angle from the surface. That's what you do.
Which you then need the dip
surface?
correction for in order to make your lower reference horizontal.
Yeah, you don't measure from the surface. You measure from the
You
horizon.
absolutely do measure from, which is the surface.
Right, you're using
Yeah,
the surface
no,
to
but
measure an angle, which you then correct to find horizontal for your lower reference.
one second.
You correct is your height of eye above sea level, because that creates an angle which you subtract from the sighted angle.
Yeah, the reason why that creates an angle, it means that the horizon in your eye are not the same level. Otherwise, that would be a straight line parallel to the surface, and you would
Yes.
not have to do any correction. So the
I
fact
agree.
that yeah, so that's not the surface, because you have one point on the surface and the other
Look.
point is not on the surface. So
I'll show
that's
you
a line that intersects the surface. It's not the
I'll show you what I
surface.
mean. If you can pop into my stream, please.
1 second, it's loading. Right?
I don't see anything that can't be done on either model so far. Like flat Earth or globe, you're going to be able to make a horizontal, and you're also going to be able to make a straight line of the horizon.
Well, one of those lines, Jeremy, has to be the surface of the Earth, because you're measuring an angle to the horizon. And in their paradigm, that horizon is a curved line. If you look at it orthographically, it would be curved. You can't have that angle. But they contend
But
that you
it's
can have angles between curved lines and straight lines.
And
hold on. Listen, there's a point.
it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen, there's a point where the horizon is, right? So that's one of the points you're going to sight to, and then they're using a star or something for the other one. So then they're going to have 2 points, and they're going to have where they are, and then you make the angle.
No, but
Right?
the angle has to be, like I said, it needs to follow. It needs to be from you as well. There needs to be a vertex there.
Yeah, 3
Right?
points. 3 points. If I have
Yeah.
3 points, I can get an angle, right?
Yeah, and you're forgetting about the surface. But anyway, before we get there, right, if we can look at my little picture here.
Right.
So what does this line here represent? This line.
Which one?
This one.
That's a line to the geometrical horizon, I think.
Right, but what is it? Is that your line of sight?
It's the path of light. If you want to define that as the line of sight, I think that's fine. I wouldn't.
Right.
But
That's the line they can
definitions.
use when they can see the horizon. That's the line they use, right? The visible horizon.
Right. Okay. So how can you have how is this here from here to here? How is that height of eye above sea level when this is sea level and this is your eyes here? This is your height of eye here from here.
The height.
Yeah.
That's not the height of eye. That's the correction for the height of eye. That's not the height of eye, because
says angle
the
is
height
dip
of eye.
right on
The height of eye is the correction that you make.
No. The height
No, it
of
says
eye.
angle is dip right on the picture.
One second. The height of your eye is just how far your eye is from the ground. That's a measure of distance. The angle you're showing is the angle created by that distance. So the higher you are, yeah. So that is the
This
correction
angle
of
here,
the height
right?
of eye.
This is
Right?
the angle.
No, this is
No.
not. No.
Well,
that's
if this is your eye here, right? Height of eye above sea level, which is this curve here, that is the angle.
No.
I mean, why are you trying to get this
height
wrong?
of eye is not height of eye is not an angle. The correction for height of eye
It
is an
converted
angle.
it gets converted to an angular correction.
Yes, which is the red one.
No, it's not. But this is the height
Why
of
is
eye. Why not? Because
Yeah,
this
that's
is
the
your
height of
height
eye.
of eye.
So what?
Because what you do when you look at the almanac, it'll give you a conversion. It'll be whatever 8 foot. I think 8 foot is 2.8 degrees. That you then subtract.
No.
You then subtract that from your observed angle.
But nothing
Why would you
about
be
what
subtracting
says on
this?
the almanac.
What? But and why would you?
Okay, let
And
me answer now.
look, this is a
I'm trying to explain you. I'm trying to explain you.
yeah, I know,
So
but you're
there's
just going to say the same thing.
so then you can respond. There's nothing in the almanac that is telling you that the correction that you get from the height of eye is the angle from the line to the visible horizon to the ground. There's nothing that implies there. You're trying to imply there just from the word height of eye. And the word height of eye just means how far you are from the ground, which creates the dip. That's why it's called the height of eye.
Yeah, it's the
You're
dip.
referencing the angle of dip.
It's
I
the,
don't know
the
what you're
dip
getting
from
at. It's the other
your
angle.
line of sight to the ground. That's the dip because you're correcting for your
No,
height
it's not.
above. This angle here needs to be subtracted from this angle.
Oh,
Yes,
That's the red one.
absolutely.
why?
Well,
Red
what's
one.
this angle here? Why are you creating an angle from this true or sensible horizon to
That's
Horizontal.
because
but
that's a reference.
how are you
That's
okay? Looking through a sextant, how are you establishing that?
because
The
the
sextant
line.
doesn't establish that. That's what the almanac is for.
Yeah, you aim at the visible horizon because it's something we can all see, and it's something that usually is at the same direction given the height of your eye. So it's a
How do
trustworthy
you know where
reference
this
for you
is
to
though?
measure an angle.
How do you know where the horizon where this true or sensible horizon is?
Ask the
Because we
same
know how to
question
correct
again.
for it.
Ask that question one more time and
Shut your
ignore the
fucking
answer.
mouth, mate.
Keep asking that question and ignoring the answer. The true or sensible horizon is
Bacon,
determined from
how do you
true
establish
or
this true or
sensible
sensible horizon?
horizon. The true or sensible horizon is determined by your eye height converted into an angle of dip. Your lower limb, your lower measurement, needs to be moved up to the true or sensible horizon, and you use the almanac to get it.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
You can say that it doesn't. That's
This
fine.
is a theoretical line here. It doesn't get established by your height of eye. How could that ever be? When
proclaim it
what you're
sensible,
citing is
yeah.
what you cite is the visible horizon. That's
Yep,
how you
and then you
establish.
use
That's
the
how you
almanac to
establish.
figure out where horizontal is.
That's how you establish your horizontal. That is your
You're
horizontal.
looking at the horizon,
The horizon
and you find
is your
out that
horizontal.
the direction brings you to horizontal. The horizon is not a good horizontal reference. That's the reason why there's a dip correction.
The dip correction, as I mentioned, is just your height of eye above the surface, as mentioned. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You can say
The
no,
dip
it's not, but it
correction
absolutely is.
The dip correction is the output. The height of the eye is the input. They are not the same thing. You put the height of the eye in, you get the dip correction out.
That's right, which is this angle here. This is the angle.
No,
From
the
here
red
to
one.
here, yes, it's your height of
No.
eye above sea level. Gets converted to an
Again, the
angular
height of the eye goes
value.
in, the
You
angle of
continue to
dip
say the
comes
same thing
out.
over
You
and over
cannot
again.
say that the
It
height of
doesn't
the
make
eye
sense.
is the dip correction. That is false.
Just repeat yourself again.
Yeah, I know, because what I'm looking at is a table. It's got the height of the eye going in, and it's got the angle of dip coming out. And you're telling me that they're
And
the
that's
same
the angle
thing.
of dip right there.
And you're telling me, that
Because you subtract-
that's the same thing. You're
you
telling me
subtract
that's the
that
same.
from
You're
this.
telling me that those
You
two are the
subtract
same
this
thing,
from
even
that.
though I'm looking at the table and they're clearly different things.
Stop yelling. You subtract this angle from that, which gives you your
I would yell
actual
so much
angle of
less.
elevation.
I would yell so much less if you were actually listening.
I listened to what you said, and I told you that didn't make any sense.
Right. That's all you responded with. I don't think
And I
it makes
explained
any
why,
sense.
because this is the
However,
height of
the
eye, not
table
this.
definitely clearly illustrates that they are
This is
different
not
things.
a height of eye. This is not a height of eye here. These two
Okay,
lines
nobody
don't
said it
represent
was.
height of
In
eye.
fact, in
Because
the diagram
here
itself, it
is
says
from
it's an
here to
angle of
here is
dip.
the height of
The
eye. You just
diagram
don't
tells
get it,
you
eh?
that you're doing the wrong thing, but you're going to do it anyway. Look at the damn diagram that you have on screen. Your screen. It says the red part is the angle of dip. If you don't believe your own diagram, you should just fuck off right now.
Relax. For starters, please relax. Remain composed. I know it's hard for you. But this diagram is a globe diagram, a globe diagram. So of course it's wrong because it's a globe diagram, and this is what I'm trying
Alright,
to
so now you're saying
show.
everything about celestial navigation is false. Thanks. Bye.
Never said that, straw man.
Right. So if you say that the celestial navigation almanac and manuals are incorrect,
They're
what
not
you're doing
incorrect.
is you're just
I'm not
saying,
saying they're incorrect.
yes,
No,
you did. You just
Nope.
said it's incorrect. You said
Nope,
the diagram is
nope,
wrong. You
nope,
said the
nope.
terminology is wrong. You said this
Nope.
shit is wrong.
No, this globe representation of what's going on with the almanac is wrong. This is your go-to, your side's go-to when trying to explain what's going on. It's absolutely incorrect. As
Right,
I'm
that's
showing.
your opinion. That's
It's
your
not an
opinion.
opinion. It's
Yes,
I just
because
demonstrated
the
how.
angle of dip
I
is
showed
not
you.
the height of eye, as has
It
been
is the height
demonstrated
of eye.
in the
It's,
very diagram you're looking at.
look, anyone that knows even a smidgen about celestial navigation knows that that the angular correction is your height of eye. It gets converted from
Right.
a
You
linear
use the word
measurement.
again dishonestly. The table definitely has the separation between the two, and they are definitely different things. If you keep using the word is, you keep lying to everybody.
The table has a height of eye in feet or meters, and then it gives you the angle that you need to subtract.
Right. So clearly they're two different things, and you cannot say the height of eye
One
is the
represents
angle
the
of dip.
other. One represents. They make the conversion for you. That's what
No,
it
they
is.
don't
They're not
represent
two
each
different
other.
things.
They are input into one function. They come out with an output
Guys,
that
are
they're
cups?
different things.
No
Clearly
cups?
they're different.
I have a question.
You're absolutely incorrect.
So
Sorry. Go ahead,
Cups all in there. What do you mean?
yeah, I was just gonna
There's
ask
gray cups, another cup,
Doofus.
coffee cups, little cups, wine glass cups.
Mike, Jeremy.
We even got scary cups. Look at how scary this cup is. Like a
Not Mike,
skeleton
Jeremy.
or something. All right.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
Not bad.
So we're talking about the dip correction, right?
Mhm.
So the dip correction takes into account what?
Your height of eye above sea level.
Correct.
Your height-
So your height of eye is the correction. You're correcting for the height of eye, right?
Yep.
That's not entirely perfect. They're not entirely described perfectly.
So if
What's
you're
going
not
on is
correcting
the height
for
of
the
the
height
eye.
of your
What's actually
eye,
going on is the height of the eye is going into a function. That mathematical function is giving you an angle as a result. The function uses the
correct
radius
for
of
what?
the Earth in order to. The function uses the radius of the Earth in order to bring the lower reference up to horizontal.
where? So can you provide the equation that takes into account the radius of the Earth?
Right, it's in the manual. They tell you how the table is calculated.
You can't provide
Yeah.
it. It's all good.
Can you provide that, please?
Jesus Christ. You guys didn't read the fucking manual. Okay, thanks. Jeez. So now I got to go get the manual for you guys. Why are you guys even in this discussion if you haven't read the fucking thing?
So anyway, there's another picture there which actually correctly demonstrates the dip correction. Height of eye, right here. Converted into an angular value, subtracted from the observed angle. And note that these are actually angles. Anyway. Furthermore, I can provide... this guy's actually a navigator, and he quite clearly shows... Let's see. Where is it? Is it that one? I think it's that one, yeah. Yeah. Just a simple diagram again. He's showing you your HS or your height of sextant right there. And it is an angular measurement measured to the ground. Yep. Not to some theoretical, sensible horizon, whatever the hell that is.
Or horizontal?
Which is the horizon.
No. That's why the dip correction exists in the first
In
place.
your paradigm, no, because it curves from you. But in reality, yes, you cite a start, you bring it down to the horizon, which is your horizontal. So it's as simple as that. You don't.
If the
There isn't
reason the
other.
dip
There is no
correction
other
exists in the
calculations
first
or any
place,
other. There isn't any conjuring of a true or sensible horizon that you think is horizontal. You use the horizon itself. Why are you going to bring
The
in other
point
bullshit?
right?
the
Why is
point
the
is
dip
you're saying
correction
it.
there then?
I've already told you 150 times.
Right, what is it doing to the measurement?
It's correcting for your height of eye because every table and chart assumes your eye is at sea level.
Right. So what is it doing to the measurement? I'll ask it again.
It's the dip correction. You subtract that from the observed angle.
All right. So why are you subtracting that angle?
Because, like I said, every table and chart that when you sight stars assumes that your eye is at sea level. That's the angle
Answer
it
the
gives you.
Answer the question at a child's level. Why are you subtracting from the angle that you measured?
I already told you. Because you're not getting when you look at the chart, it gives you an angle and it assumes that your eye is at sea level.
All right. So I guess I have to give you the child's answer because you couldn't do it. The reason why you subtract from something is because it's too big, right? The measured angle is too big.
No shit.
All right. So why
I was
is
giving
the
you the
angle
actual
too
reason behind the subtraction.
Yeah. Why is the angle too big?
Because you are above sea level.
Right. The only two reasons that could be possible for the angle being too big is either the thing you're looking at is too far up, or the thing, the horizon is too far down. Which
Or
one do
you're
you
too
think the
far
dip
up.
correction is for?
Or you're too far up.
So then the horizon is not horizontal. Thank you.
What? How does that make any
The
sense?
horizon is not a good horizontal reference. Thus, the reason why dip correction exists in the first place.
The horizon is always going to be slightly below eye level, regardless of the shape of the surface.
Right, which is why the dip correction exists. Because the
Correct.
horizon is not a good horizontal reference.
No, it's a good horizontal reference. The problem is you have an elevation above that horizontal reference, meaning if I am 1,000 feet above sea level, the horizon is going to be lower than my eye level, more so than if I'm 100 feet above sea level. And what
Thus
you
making
do
the
is
angle observed too
you
big.
correct
Sorry.
for that slight difference.
Right.
Yeah, the angle's too
Meaning that
big.
you have to bring your lower reference
Not
up
accurate.
to horizontal.
It's what does a ball have to do with that?
Okay, hold on. Let me. When you guys make one of your, you can make two straight lines. You're either making the horizontal line or the dip. Or sorry, you're either making the horizontal line or the line to the horizon. Right. So two different straight lines. Either one of those, or they would both have to. Something would have to account for the curvature of Earth from you to where that line meets the horizon. Right.
No. There is no
Why would
curvature of Earth. You're only making an adjustment for your.
I was talking to the. I know. I don't think there's curvature under it either. I was talking to the blowers.
Don't worry, he's gone. I guess we're
Well,
never going to
he's all
see that
fired up.
that formula that takes into account the curvature of Earth, which I have looked for, and it's non-existent.
Yeah. So that line, if you make a straight line to the horizon and you're on a globe, that line would have to account for some kind of curvature between you and where the line ends. I would guess, maybe no, I don't know.
Yeah, and they try to hide. They try to claim that the dip correction is for the curvature of Earth, but the only input is for your eye height.
That's what I was trying to get across and demonstrating with the graphic. The graphic that, at first you thought it was my graphic, which quite clearly there was a curved surface there in play. And yeah, that's why I was highlighting the height of eye is your height of eye above the level of the sea, which gets converted to an angular correction, which you then subtract because, yeah, like he said, the angle would be too big because you're above the horizon. You're not at eye level with the horizon. You're not at sea level. But like the almanac shows you the values for assuming that your eye is at sea level. That's how it's been measured. So essentially, it's been measured off the surface, which is one of my points all along. That the angles of elevation that represented in the almanac are actually measured from the surface. In their paradigm, that surface is curved. And the straight line of sight to the celestial object is a straight line. That's not an angle, I'm sorry.
Correct.
So it's
I
as simple
agree.
as that, really.
I mean, I did notice that Bacon was in here earlier. I went previously in another server. We'd gone through this, and we went through all of the angles. It took about an hour to go through how it would work on a non-curved surface.
Yep.
And then he started to demonstrate it on a curved surface, and then he got busy and could not finish, apparently. But I had major contentions because when he was talking about it on a curved surface, he was claiming that the angle from the zenith angle from the star to the GP was parallel to the sextant reading angle from wherever the observer was.
So he
which
was
isn't
saying
the
that
case.
what the zenith angle is the complement of the elevation angle?
Yeah. So he was, exactly. He was saying the GP's zenith angle, right? So if you drew from the ground straight to the star from the GP,
Yep.
and you went to where you're measuring that elevation angle on some other side of the quote unquote globe, that angle that you're drawing from your sextant to the star, that line and the line from the ground at the GP to the star are completely parallel. And the dip correction was to adjust for this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that definitely wouldn't be parallel on a globe.
That was his claim.
Yeah. Yep. It's a shame because I don't mind Bacon. I don't mind discussing it, but that other guy, Doofus, he's just starts yelling and just annoys the shit out of me, to be honest.
Here's Bacon. Bacon.
Hey.
We were talking about dip correction. Remember when you and I
I
went through
hear.
that?
We didn't went all the way through that. I think you had to leave, or I had to leave at some point.
Yes, you had to leave.
I was trying to get where would the values come from on the flat Earth. Why specific angles that we find in the almanac, how would they make sense on a flat Earth? Because I don't think that you can justify that table the flat Earth.
Okay, so Doofus was just in here, and he claimed that the radius of the Earth is taken into account within the equation for the dip angle. Is that a true or false statement?
I think so.
Okay. Do you have the ability to provide that information, the equation that's used within the dip correction, where we can see where the radius of the Earth is accounted for within that?
Yeah, I didn't find a citation yet that says where the formula comes from. But however, you can do the calculation yourself, just geometrically, and that actually gives a very close value to what's on the table. And if you use like the Walter Bison's curve calculator with standard refraction, you get, I think, the exact values that you have on the deep correction table. I think it's a fair assessment. But if you want a citation that says specifically that the deep correction is calculated based on the radius of the Earth, I haven't found that yet. I'm still looking for wherever that explicitly says where the table comes from. I would actually like to find that. But what I have so far is to do the calculation geometrically, which gives those values, or do the calculation with standard refraction, which if I remember correctly, gives the exact same values.
If you can easily get a formula for an approximation, quite easy to make. If you want a formula that's 100% accurate at all times, then I don't it's going to be a very long formula with a lot of trigonometric functions in it. That's just not going to be very nice. But if you want just the formula that people use to create such tables, then I'll post it in chat right now.
So what I've
Yes.
seen the formula to be is okay. That's different.
So that would be a formula. So here, the one thing you do to make the formula simplified is that you assume that the angle is small, and when angles are small, the tangent of an angle is roughly equivalent to the angle itself, and that's true for small angles. So this calculation works very accurately at small angles, but when you get big angles, so if you go really high up, like your altitude is really high, then this dip correction becomes off. But for small values, like just a couple, like 2 meters or like that, it's going to be accurate. There's another way of doing it where the instead of thinking of the tangent in a trigonometric way, you
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but
No, it's fine.
there's the website that provides the list of almanacs, or the nauticalmanac.com. They have a page on the formulas that they use, and there's a very simple formula for the dip, and I think that's an approximation that is not gonna be accurate for very big values of high.
Listen, guys.
0.97.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You
go.
guys are missing. You guys are missing the whole front part of the argument. You can't. They're saying you can't. This can't be a straight line. You're not counting for any curvature in between this line, and they think Earth is flat under the line.
So if it was just a straight line, then it would be as simple as the arctangent of the height of the observer divided by the distance to the target. If the
And is
Earth
that
is
what
flat,
you do
that
in
would
your
be
formula?
no. It is not. The fact that
Do you
it's
account for any
different than
curvature? Do you account for
Yes.
any curvature from you to that straight line?
Yes,
There you go.
because if you didn't account for any curvature, the formula would be as simple as the arctangent of the height of the observer over the height of the distance to the horizon. And
It
we
doesn't
know
matter
that-
what it would be. Doesn't matter what it would be if you don't
Of
use
course
that
it
shit. We're
matters.
not.
On a flat, okay.
If you're not using it, in the sextant calculation, I don't give a fuck what it would be or what it could be. Whatever you're using, I just want to know what the sextant measurement's doing. And and you say you are accounting for curvature from the line from you to the horizon in the sextant measurement.
Yes, we are. And what I'm telling you is that there's
there you
proof
go.
by contradiction.
Which curvature?
There you go. But hold on. See, you guys want to move on to another point
I
now
don't
or
wanna
another
move
area
on.
when
I wanna
this one's
understand
not
what you're
cleared
saying.
up.
I want to understand.
Hold
what you're
on,
saying.
guys. Hold on. We got all day.
I don't. But
And we're going to be talking about this shit today, tomorrow, and the day after that. So
okay,
you want to
yeah,
like rush
sure.
through things and scramble all over each other and quick say as many words as possible? Or you want to like
Why you're so
point out?
energetic, General? One sec.
Because we do this to ourselves every day. We just scramble over and say a whole bunch of words: horizon, horizontal, plumb, the sextant, the haversine. Like just say a whole bunch of words and nothing ever gets sorted
pretty
out. We're
chill.
end up
I'm just waiting for you to.
getting something sorted out here. So slow down. I'm getting worked up because you guys are worked up.
We're not.
Slow down.
I'm completely chill here.
Okay, let's slow down
I just
and
wanted to ask
Globus.
you a question.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Just give 2 seconds. Globus, did you hear that they're making this straight line of the horizon and then they're taking the curvature of Earth into account in their formulas for it afterwards?
Right. Well, I'd like to see some proof of that because
Yeah, let's
according
see that's a good point. Let's see how you do the curvature.
For you.
and I'm just going to post another quick graphic here. Which
Well,
is
if in the sextant measurement they're taking account for curvature, then
yeah. Well, look,
let's not move on. Hold on. Let's not move on. Let's see.
This is the same. This is in the same realm.
I know, but let's not move on. Let's see the formula. I mean, you can go on to this after whatever, but let's see the formula that accounts for the curvature after you make the straight line from you to the horizon. But I mean, you could go on if you want, but that's definitely like a stopping point for the Globers. There should be nothing else from the Globers until we see this.
See what?
We want to see the curvature. Okay, everyone on the flat Earth side is walking around saying you have a straight baseline of the horizontal. That means Earth's flat underneath it. If you guys show that you're taking curvature into account for this flat baseline that all the flat earthers think you have, that would be a moving forward point. Then we can move forward.
Yeah, well, they don't have a burden met as well, so it might be a forward point to.
Yeah, the whole argument is stopped. I don't know if you've noticed, but anytime anyone big talks about this argument, like Oakley or them, this is where the argument stops.
Okay.
And you guys can't move
So-
forward because we. Go ahead.
So
I
the
always try
question
to
then
move forward from
is, what option do you want? So there's two options that I can think of. Option one is to show you the almanac and show you what the dip correction number they give you are, and then compare those to what they would be if it was flat. Or I could give you the formula that takes into account curvature and show you that they are equal to the table. So either
So you're saying you're saying the form. Hold on. You're saying the formula is built right into the dip angle in the almanac.
In the almanac, they've taken some sort of formula and calculated the numbers in advance and simply just put them in a table. Just so you don't have to do calculations, you just look up the numbers in the table. So either I show you the formula that gives you those corrections and show you, essentially, I either prove it by showing this formula gives these numbers that we correct by, or I can prove it to you by showing that the numbers we have in the almanac are not correlative with the ones we would have if it was for flat Earth. Therefore, we are taking into account curvature.
So the number for the almanac, this curvature underneath that straight line that you guys make is built into the almanac. You're saying?
Yes. In the table in the almanac for dip correction, yes.
Yeah. So what do you think about that, Globus?
I'd like to see the formula.
Did they admit that it was from the eye, first of all? Did they admit that it was from the eye, what Globus was saying?
It's got to be on the sextant. Yeah, your eyeball, the sextant. Whatever you're looking through the sextant. Yeah.
If that's in dispute,
that
look
was
at
in
35.
contention?
Yeah. Look at 35
No,
past the hour for concrete proof of that. I posted
Who would
something.
why would there be any contention that it's from your eyeball or the sextant? At least this,
Doofus was arguing the point, I believe.
Yeah, I think what he's saying, Jeremy, is that Doofus was arguing that in the height of eye, it isn't. That it's two separate things. That the dip angle and the height of eye are two separate components, and they don't correlate.
So
I don't
what
think
I
they said he said
no,
it doesn't.
so
They don't correlate.
so what he's saying is that it's not just you can't just take the height of the eye and no other information. You also have to account for the curvature in order to get an accurate formula for the dip correction. The height of the eye is involved, but it is not the exclusive piece of information.
That's not what he said. He was arguing against it.
Okay, I'm not sure then what you heard him say that I didn't, but from what I heard him say, that's what I got from it. But I could have misinterpreted it as well. So,
But just quickly, if I may, if you look at 37 minutes past the hour, I posted a graphic that I edited a little bit. I added what I believe to be the dip correction, the angular correction, and funny how it's actually the that angle equals the angle that's labeled dip in blue, which is the Glober correction. It's the exact same. That's the angle.
Yeah, but does that angle make sense on Earth? I provided you. I provided you with the formula for just the geometrical dip correction.
The one that is. Didn't you just ask me a question? Does it make sense on a flat Earth, that angle? Of course it does. That's actually
not the angle, the value.
What?
If you use that triangle to tell that's the dip correction of the flat Earth, how do you come from that triangle to any value? How long is the distance in which you can see the horizon? Where are you getting those values?
Well, that's what's in contention at the moment. That whether or not the calculation accounts for some sort of curvature, or whether it's just a purely just a height, converted into an angular correction.
No, it is a height converted into an angular correction. But what is this conversion doing? We claim this conversion is doing sort of what you're showing there, with a little bit of a curved line. And what you're claiming is that it's that right triangle there. So if it's the line to the horizon on the globe of the size that we say it is, there's a formula for that. And that is compatible with what you find in the almanac. But if it's a flat Earth and it's the triangle you're saying it is, what is your formula then? Because wouldn't that require the distance to the horizon? How do you get that on a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, how do you get the distance to the horizon on a globe Earth when it's continuously moving?
No.
Yeah.
The distance to the horizon isn't moving. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is, because the Black Swan is a perfect example of that. The sighted horizon, the one that you're bringing down the star to, it moves. And I know that you have refraction corrections for it, but within the almanac, it doesn't tell you, okay, on this particular day, there's this much refraction. It gives you a standard. But in the Black Swan picture, is that really standard refraction when you're seeing that far?
No, that's not standard refraction. But the difference in how far you see and the difference in how much the horizon is loomed up are very different. To get like a mile further, the horizon looms like less than half an arc minute, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like difference you get, the angular difference you get from weather to weather isn't that significant compared to how far you can see from weather to.
You're breaking up a little bit, but so on a day like the day that they took those videos and those pictures of the Black Swan, how would you factor that in to your formula and get an accurate reading if the horizon? You don't? But how could you not when you're drawing lines of sight to the horizon and getting an angle from that?
Yeah, because they'll be loomed up more than I expect them to be, so it's not gonna be very accurate.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to take that into account, right? If you want an accurate.
Yeah, if I want the sex to work in every extreme weather condition, sure, but it doesn't. Fortunately, those conditions aren't very common.
How do you know? Especially if you're out at sea, how do you know? You have no you're very lucky
Yeah.
to have distance markers on the Black Swan image, but out at sea you don't have that. So how do you know you're getting accurate readings when
You
you
don't.
don't know how far away the horizon is?
You don't. But if you do that one day, then you do the next day. The next day is going to be more accurate.
Yeah. So the thing is, you claim that this formula takes into account the curvature of
Did
the
you
Earth,
eat food or come on?
would be a set measurement to the
You're
horizon.
all mic, Jeremy.
All right. My bad, guys.
Bro. Go on.
So so this formula what does the radius value that it represents? Would that be a geometric horizon?
Yeah.
With a set value, right?
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
like I stated
if
before,
you don't use refraction to calculate the dip, it's just that.
yeah, but it just gives you a standard refraction value. Like I said before, how are you to know that you're getting accurate readings when you're out at sea?
I think I already answered it.
Yeah,
You
well,
don't.
right. That's what I mean. So that how can it take it into account then? It doesn't take it into account.
Yeah, it doesn't, because how much the horizon gets loomed up with refraction is very minimal compared to how far you can. The Black Swan is an example in which the distance in which you can see further is a lot bigger, but it doesn't mean the angle of that the horizon gets loomed up is like proportionally big. It isn't. For many miles, you have like a tenth of an arc minute or half of an arc minute.
So do we ever see the geometric horizon in order to sight stars to it? No.
No. To the apparent.
Right. So how can you be
By the
drawing
way,
light?
if there was a problem for globe, it will also be a problem for flat, because the horizon gets loomed for both.
But how can you be drawing straight lines of sight to a loomed horizon?
You're not. It's just the direction of the loomed horizon.
You're not. Well, that's exactly what that picture showed.
Which picture?
The one at 37
honestly, that's confused. That's confused me this whole time. Why would you even use the horizon and introduce refraction? They say they take refraction calculations into consideration, but why would you even do that? Bother playing around with refraction and shit when you can just always do the other method where you make a horizontal and then calculate the dip to the horizon. Wouldn't that be like more accurate?
Well,
how are you
do
making
make
horizontal?
a horizontal?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
How do you make a horizontal? On a
I don't. That's what you guys do when you can't. The horizon.
So the answer is, when you're on a boat, there's no good way of making a horizontal, like, for example, plumb.
That's what you guys do when you can't see the horizon.
What method are you referring to?
Okay, what do you do when you can't see the horizon?
That depends on where you are. If you're on a boat, I don't know.
We're on a boat. You can't see the horizon. I thought we already knew we were on a. We're on a boat. You can't see the horizon.
Yeah, I don't know what they do now.
What do you do?
According to Kool-Aid, the navigator, you use the true or sensible horizon. So you establish a horizontal.
What is this? They use what?
What
They
is
use
the,
what
what
they
is
call
a
a-
sense? What's a sensible horizon?
Well, it's a good
I've
question.
never
I
heard
didn't
that
know.
term.
I didn't know until I asked Kool-Aid.
Oh, I guess we
And
need him now.
It's in this picture here provided to me by a Glober in another server. So essentially, you establish a true horizontal, which is what I contend is the actual. It's the horizon. On a flat Earth, there's no need to establish that because that is the horizon.
All that means is that when you can't see the horizon, you try and guess where the sensible horizon is, and then you won't get as an accurate of a position. That's all that
On the
means.
Gilbert, the horizon's on.
So you
isn't
establish.
the horizon on the Gilbert?
Oh, hold on. What's up, Don? Did you just say you guess where the sensible horizon is?
Yes, you make your best guesstimate.
And what are they using to get the sensible? You didn't even know about a sensible horizon like 20 seconds
now he
ago. Now you're
knows
telling us
exactly
how
Because I
they do
didn't
it.
know what
There's
he
a
was
picture there.
referring to, but now he posted a picture so that I knew what he was referring to.
They don't use a horizontal for that. You're saying they just guess at where that line is?
So, yeah, so what I'm saying is, if you cannot see the horizon through any means, then the next best thing you can do is to make your best guess of the sensible horizon.
But the sensible horizon is what? A horizontal line?
Yep.
But essentially, yeah.
What do you mean? You try to point horizontally without like having a reference, just like
Yeah.
all right.
Just guessing. They just guess. They have no way to tell. They just guess where horizontal is.
When you can't see the horizon, you do the next best thing, which involves some guessing. Yeah.
If I can just
So if
quickly
I
add
can't see
card.
the horizon, if I'm in my house and I can't see the horizon, I can
Then
still
you
make
use
a
water.
horizontal.
Then you use water. That's
Yeah, so
very
how,
precise, actually.
Is that
hold
what
on.
they do?
How do you
Yeah.
make a horizon that can also be used on a bow?
I don't make a horizon. I make a horizontal.
Okay, then how do you make a
Okay.
horizontal that can also be done on a bow without seeing the horizon?
I don't know. I'm guessing they have some kind of tools inside their boat to make a horizontal. I doubt they guess.
And what
You
I'm
just think they
saying
just
is,
guess.
they don't have any magical tools to do this.
So they
No,
just guess at where that sensible horizon.
So normally,
So you're saying
what
they
they
just
do,
guess.
no,
It's just a guess.
normally what they do is they use the GPS. You don't use
Okay.
selection navigation unless you have to. But
Okay.
if for
And when
some
they
reason the GPS doesn't work and you can't see the horizon and all of this has failed, well then yeah, your next best option is to guess where the horizon is.
and you're 100%. That's how they do it. They just guess at where that sensible horizon horizontal line is.
Guess in the sense that you have a reasonable way of figuring it, of how do I say this? Like, it's not guessing
the
as in you
reasonable
pick
way?
a random. When I say guess, I don't mean you pick a random like direction and pretend that's the horizon. It's, we know that roughly if you try and make a 90 degree to the surface that you're on, you can roughly get the horizon. That's what I mean. A rough guess.
So how are they making a 90 degree to the surface? They're not using no tools for that?
No, they're making a guess because all the tools are failing right now.
So they have no way to make a plumb line. They're just guessing at which way the horizontal is.
No,
So this is a
because
total guess.
they're in a ship. They cannot do a plumb line because the water rocks back and forth.
So these guys have no way to make a horizontal. If they can't see the horizon, they're just guessing at where the horizontal is. Is that what you're saying?
If they cannot use a plumb, they cannot see the horizon, they cannot use any GPS, then yes, all they have left is guessing where the horizon is. Yes.
Okay.
Like,
Well, that
you're
way it's fucking dumb.
You're eliminating all the good ways and then saying, well, that way is dumb. Well, yeah, because
We're
you're
talking about
eliminating all
doing.
the good
I'm not
solutions.
eliminating all the good ways.
Yes,
Those
you
are the
are.
scenarios. Those are the scenarios that arise. Sometimes they're using a sexnet. You can't see the horizon. You now have this other option left of guessing.
Well,
Yeah.
according to Kool-Aid, the only reason for the sensible or true horizon is for bad weather. That's the only reason that line's there.
Yeah, if you can't see the horizon.
But the guy that provided me with this image is measuring dip angles off this.
No, I think he just sent the picture to
So
show
that
what he means by true horizon.
So the dip angle is based on the true horizon. And what I think they mean is the true horizon is also what you try and guess when you use the sensible horizon.
Yeah. Wait, doesn't that
Oh,
make
there's a
sense
lot of
then?
fucking guesswork in this. Just
No, just when you
crazy
can see the
guesses.
horizon, which is what your tool is made for studying, right?
The reason why I tried using the word guesstimate earlier is because it's not a guess in the sense that you just pick a random number, pick a random direction. It is you used your best ability to try and get it normally, just horizontally pointed.
So they're guessing. Yeah, we know. You said you used the right word. You used the right word. They
call
guessed.
it a guess, then fine. But that is literally reducing it to a level where it's not quite true.
You called it a guess, not me. Don't say if you want to call it a guess. You're the one who
Okay,
called it a guess.
let's
And
not
I don't
get
know
into
what
I
your
hate to
not
referee,
problem.
man, but
let's
come on.
not
I don't know
waste
what
our
your
time
problem with the
commenting.
word guess.
Just throw that shit out, bro.
I
They
don't know
make
what
this
your
to make a
problem with
plum
the
line.
word get. Hold on, guys. I don't know what your problem with the word guess is now. You
They're taking
used
it
it.
back, Jeremy. They're changing the word. They don't guess, they make a plumb line. Let's go.
All right, so
Just
I've
hands on the boat.
explained it.
They
I've
can't make a
explained
plumb
it.
line, Don. They can't make a plumb line. They have to guess.
I've explained it 3 times already why the word guess is kind of contradictory in this scenario, why I used the word guesstimate earlier.
Okay, what word do you want to change it to? You don't like the word guess. What word do you want to change it to? How do they get their plumb? How do
Guesstimate.
they get their horizontal?
That's fine.
They guesstimate. They use a guesstimate.
Yes, a guesstimate.
Well, why wouldn't you say estimate? Why would you even put the word guess in there?
I got a
Like, you can estimate something, so why would you even put the word guess in there to
Oh,
start off with?
why do you guys
Because
want to debate
Really?
semantics? That's so irrelevant.
It's
Boring.
absolutely
Well,
redundant.
no. The
Oh
word
my!
that was used very clearly was guess, and then it was changed to guesstimate. Like, why not just
Fine.
say
It's fine.
you estimate it? Yeah, we know
It's
it's
fine.
fine, but we can ramble on it for 5 minutes and stuff. But just fucking say
What's the
estimate.
difference, man?
describe the
I don't know what the
procedure. Fuck
difference
your
is.
damn word.
Well,
He already did. He described the procedure. He explained exactly what he's
Let's
going
move on.
for.
I mean, come on. This is a little childish. Come on, man. I mean,
So,
Yeah,
you're clowning them, but it's not productive.
yeah.
so
Yeah,
Bacon, if
that's
I
fine.
may ask
Let's
you
move
a
on.
question.
Please.
Earlier you said that you're not drawing straight lines of sight to the apparent horizon. Is that correct?
Well, the parent horizon doesn't have a position for it to draw a
That's
straight
right.
line to.
I agree, but a lot of the and I'm not saying you haven't provided, well, you may have provided me with such an image. I'm not sure, but not tonight anyway. But the one that I posted at 37 minutes past the hour, that has quite clearly a line of sight drawn to the apparent horizon, as does the one that has the true or sensible horizon, that also has a straight line of sight drawn to the visible horizon, which according to you guys is the apparent horizon. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think if that line's straight, the visible horizon is just the geometrical horizon.
Even though one of them is quite clearly labeled apparent horizon. But that's the other thing, is we never see the geometrical horizon. So what are you drawing straight lines to?
Yeah, the diagrams that show a straight line to the geometrical horizon are just simplified explanation of the correction.
Where are you
Because
getting the geometric horizon from?
Yeah, we never
you're
see that.
not. I'm trying to answer the question if you allow me to get to the end of my sentence.
Go ahead.
So
My
when
bad.
you're drawing, when you see a drawing that draws a straight line to the tangent of the surface, that's a simplification because it doesn't change that much from that to the refractive version. But the refractive version is more complicated to understand and more complicated to draw in a way that correctly depicts what's going on. So you find often just the simplest version, which is just geometric.
Yeah, but we're using these lines, we're actually acquiring angles from these lines, are we not?
Yeah.
So they have to be accurate.
No, the explanation, the drawing for the explanation doesn't have to be accurate. You're just explaining for the person what the dip is. And if you don't want to explain that line is actually slightly curved because of refraction, it doesn't actually make a difference because they're just going to use the table of dip correction. They're not calculating by hand. If they are calculated by hand and you just show the picture, yes, they're going to be slightly inaccurate because the formula I told you for the geometrical dip is very close to what you find on the almanac. So even if you don't know that there's refraction and you use that simplified version, you're still going to get a very, very good correction.
All right. Well, we're still waiting for that formula, but it's
I sent you already.
Did you?
Sent you again. Oh, Gummy Bear mentioned it today also. Oh, I think the one he mentioned was for the flat Earth. Yeah, I sent the last time
I mentioned 2 different ones you could use for a globe Earth that use 2 different kinds of simplifications to make the formula easier. I also mentioned what happens if you don't simplify. I also mentioned what would happen on a flat Earth. So I mentioned 4 scenarios. But if you don't remember a single one, I'm sure that's my fault.
Let me see if I can find the formula I sent you.
So have you guys seen
Send it again.
the simplified version of the formula, which is 0.97 times the square root of the observer's
That's a simplified one for refraction, with refraction.
For refraction?
Yeah, considering refraction.
So basically, you've got to establish straight lines, right, to work out your angles. Add in curved lines, to work out your angles, and re-establish straight lines so you can work out your angles. All these straight lines to work out angles.
No, they're mostly curved.
No, you need only straight lines, Bacon. It was established yesterday that you need 2 straight lines to establish.
Yeah, the lines that you're referring to are just like where the sex pointing. The path of light, that is reaching the sextant from that direction doesn't have to be straight. Sextant has no way to know that. It's gonna measure an angle anyway.
That may not be straight. That path of light may be, right. That's neither here nor there. But you can't get the angles unless you have straight lines, right? And that's what you got to work. That's what you got to establish. That's what you got to work in.
Yeah, but the straight line you need for the are just the directions that the sextant is sighting.
Yeah.
It's not the line of sight.
Yeah, you can say you're on a curved surface using a sextant.
You hear what I said, Venso? Because I don't think you understood what I said.
I kind of do. I kind of did, and I kind of do. But you can
Well,
say you're standing. You kind of say you can say you're standing on a curved surface. All right, that's no dramas. But you got to point your sextant at a point in 3D space, and that line between yourself and that sextant is a straight line.
No, it isn't.
100% is a straight line.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
There's
it is.
refraction.
Yeah, well, you then calculate that in, right? But you are pointing.
Yeah, so it's not a straight line.
You are pointing it at a point, right? So then you point it at that point, right? Then you adjust your sextant to whatever star it is, right? And you read your angle. Then you put in all your calculations after that, right?
Yeah, but Venso, when you point to a star, is that the direction that the star actually is?
You point it at a point in the sky, that being a star,
is that
or whatever.
Is that the direction? Is that the direction? You're not answering my question. Is that point in the sky actually in that direction, or you just see it that direction?
You point it at a place in the sky, being where you see the sun, the star, right? So that's where you point. That's where you.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I agree. We point to where we see the celestial body, but is that direction where the celestial body actually is?
It's
or
neither
can
here
it
nor
be
there.
somewhere else?
It's
can you answer the question?
It's neither here nor there. If it's actually there or not, you are pointing it at
It is.
a place.
If you answer me,
right?
Because
No.
that Benzo, what I'm asking you right now is related to what you were just claiming. So if you answer the question, you realize the connection. Why am I asking? And what you just claimed?
The point is very clear. You point a sextant, right?
I agree with
at a
that.
point in the sky, right? That's where you point it, okay? It's also lined up with the horizon, the apparent horizon, whatever you want to call it.
Why are you explaining things that we already know?
Okay,
Just
so
wasting my time, Ben.
you are pointing the sextant in 2 different directions and establishing that angle, right? From 2
I agree.
straight lines, right?
We
Then
all
you
agree
work-
with that. Stop
then,
referring.
then you work in all your calculations of refraction and diffraction and mirroring.
Why are you telling
illumination
things
and-
that I
and all
already
this
know?
stuff.
Why are you telling things we all know and agree?
Do you?
That's
Do you
not
not
what I'm asking.
I thought it was quite interesting. I thought it was quite interesting that you mentioned 0.97.
I was asking a question to Ben. Like, sorry, but I want an answer because
Jump in, realm quickly.
No, Ben. So you're gonna back up the shit you're saying because you said when you have a direction you're looking at, and to that point that forms a straight line. That would imply that the object is actually in that direction. Because if there's refraction, like the thing we corrected for using the almanac, it implies that the direction you're seeing the celestial body is not the direction it actually is, which means that the line you're citing isn't straight, which goes against what you're saying.
I'm not implying that the star is actually there or not there. What I
So
am
the line is
saying,
curved. You are when you say the line is straight. You are when you say the line is straight.
I am saying you point it at a star that you see, that you sight, and that's where you point your sextant.
And also you said the line is straight.
Well, yes, obviously, because that line between you and what you are pointing at is a straight line. That's how you
If
establish
that's a
your
straight
angle,
line, that's the actual direction.
right? So then you can work in your refraction and all that sort of stuff after that. No
That
problems
being a straight
whatsoever.
line.
Right?
That
But when
being
you're
a straight line.
when you are using the tool, right, the tool itself, right, is working on the assumption, right, that you are pointing it at something and it is establishing a straight line.
No, it isn't, because you're correcting for refraction,
Oh,
which
no,
means
you
you're not under
correct
the
for it.
assumption of.
You correct for it,
Which
right?
means the line isn't straight.
You correct for it, you add into it, you do whatever calculations you need
Which
to
means the
do.
line isn't straight.
No, you misunderstand how you use a tool, Bacon. You
I
use a
used the tool.
You use the tool in a very specific way, right? And the tool itself works on straight lines, right?
It
You can
doesn't.
yes, it does. You can calculate your curved lines into things later. I've got no problems with that. But the tool itself, right? You point it at a direction, right?
Yeah, the direction is a straight line, but that doesn't reach the object.
But between the tool and the object, you have established a straight line, and
No, you
that's the
haven't.
angle that 100% you have, and you are in
Back
la
it up
la
then,
land.
so.
You are in la la land if you think that the tool doesn't do that. You are in
It
la la land.
cannot be a straight line between you and the object and be
100% it can
reflected
be.
I wasn't finished, and be reflected at the same time. That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Yes.
Not at all.
If it's refracted and you follow that direction, you're not gonna hit the object. If you go in a direction that hits the object, that's not the same direction that the light is taking. So it's either the direction you're seeing or it's the straight line. It cannot be both, because those aren't the same.
No, Bacon. No, you are incorrect. That tool is establishing a straight line between the tool itself and the object that you are pointing it at. That's exactly what the tool does. Now you are calculating in curved lines. That's what you do. You calculate, you add into curved lines. And I've got no problems with that whatsoever. But
You're still contradicting yourself.
the tool itself, right, you point it at an object and it reads an angle, right?
Yeah, you're
By
still
two straight
contradicting yourself.
lines. No, I'm not
Like
at all.
repeating your point doesn't
And you're
change
repeating
your
your
contradiction.
point that it reads curved lines, which is absolute la la land.
The direction is straight, but the line doesn't go all the way to the thing you're targeting. If the light goes straight all the way through the thing you're targeting, which I understand that you're saying when you say the line from you to the object, that would imply a straight line that cannot be refracted if that's the direction you're seeing.
Why do you have an actual problem, right, with you actually calculating into the equation this curved line, this refraction, and all that, and this all this
I don't
other
have a
sort of
problem
stuff?
with that. I have a
Okay, then
problem
if you
with
don't
what
have a
you're
problem
saying.
with it, accept that, and also to accept the fact that the tool works in a very specific way. You look at the star, right? You point it at the star, right, which establishes a straight line, right? And then, right, it is
Wow.
lined up with the apparent horizon, which is another straight line. That's how
What
you
is
get your
this?
angle.
What is this straight line that is established? What does this straight line mean for you?
The line of sight between obviously you and the star, or you and the apparent horizon.
Right, that is curved.
Yeah, but it's the side of a triangle, right? That's what
No. No, it's not. What do you mean it's the side of a triangle? No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're just measuring angle. You have a sextant that's a point in space, right? Well, the sextant is somewhere in space, and it can aim towards two directions. So usually you use one direction to aim at the horizon, The other direction to aim at a celestial body. You measure the angle between those directions.
So
That's it.
are
No
you
triangle.
actually thinking, Bacon, that this tool, the sextant, is reading curved lines, and that's how it's establishing its angle? Is that how you think it works?
If the line you're referring to is the path of light, yes, it is. And you
Hey,
should know
Bacon,
that because there's
Bacon,
correction for refraction.
Bacon. If you have two sides in one angle, can you not fill in the rest of a triangle?
Two sides and one angle depends on where. Yeah, you. No. You still
Fine,
need
so
the
you make a
lengths of the
triangle.
sides.
Thanks,
No, you
buddy.
don't. When you say the sides, you mean the length of the sides? Because that's usually what we mean, right? If that's
Yeah,
what you
need
mean,
the
we
length.
don't have that. Yeah, we don't have that. We only have the angle.
You're not assuming the length in this? Oh, get excited. My bad. I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
Right. So you only have the angle.
What are you saying, Moyoc?
Well, I'm just saying that I don't know why you keep on trying to bring a curve. It's almost like somebody told you some bad information and you keep on using it as if it has some value. What we do is, you keep on saying, why don't we calculate in the curve?
No, you do.
Oh,
You are calculating in the curve, Moyoc, right? That's what you're doing. Like the sextant works in a very particular way. It's a tool that you point at one object and you point at another thing, and that establishes your angle. And it establishes this angle by working on straight lines. That's how it works. It's very, very simple.
What straight line? What is the
That's
straight line you're referring
beyond
to?
point to me. That's why I'm trying to think of like, well, I thought they were trying to get the distance to the right. The sextant. What's wrong with them having a semi-flat baseline, or what's assumed to be flat baseline? What's the problem with that? You know that the horizon is
It's not
like,
assumed to be flat.
it's a fucking titty hair. The fucking horizon is a titty hair under level. What the fuck? I don't even know what this argument is. Fabulous's argument.
it's a titty hair under level, but it is a valuable piece of information for accuracy. But the point is that when you get rid of when you correct for the dip angle, that is just finding horizontal. And horizontal can be determined from vertical or going to the horizon and making a correction because the horizon is fucking wrong.
Well, anyway, the sextant is measuring just angle between the directions you're pointing at. You can argue that the directions are straight line. I accept that. I agree with that. Directions are straight line. But they don't form a line of sight to the object if there's refraction. That you cannot argue. Because if it's a straight line to the target, then it's not being refracted. I think to argue both, that's a contradiction. Anyway, can anyone provide a reasoning or any formula or anything that gives from a flat Earth the corrections of dip that you find in the
Bacon. As you can see from the latest graphic I posted, and Gummy Bear continues to say, "Oh, well, in the formulas we use blah 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 curve correction," but quite clearly, regardless of what formula you use, the dip the angular value of the dip is the same. It's the same value. It's the same angle, regardless.
What do you mean?
Well, look at the picture.
Yeah, but okay. Well, what about the picture?
So the dip angle that I say that is what's used on a flat Earth, it's the exact same value as the globe Earth one.
Yeah, but on the flat Earth, that means you can't see anything beyond that intersection point. Because that's when you stop seeing the ground and start seeing the sky, right?
No, that's the horizon. That's
yeah,
your limit of
isn't the
vision.
horizon where you stop seeing the ground and start seeing the sky if you look any higher than that?
What? Come again?
The horizon is where the sky and the ground seem to meet.
Yeah.
Is apparent. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
if you
that
are
point
looking
there. Yeah, that's
if you're looking,
that's your limit of vision. That's you see how he's
Right.
got a
Okay,
line of sight
Get
to
that,
the
get that.
horizon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
so
that.
that's the limit.
Okay, I get that. So if
Yeah.
you're looking exactly at that point, you look like any degree up higher than that, now you're seeing the sky. Because that's what you start seeing if you look above the horizon. You see the sky. If there's a sunset, you're going to see the sun there. If there's a moonset, you're going to see the moon there. Does that make
So
sense to you on that flat surface?
Well, why not?
Because you still have ground after that. For some
Yeah,
reason,
so
you
what
see the
though?
moon there.
You're not looking past the ground. I don't think you get it. That's the horizon. That's the limit of your vision, and that's what you measuring your dip angle to as well.
Oh, that's the limit of your vision, but apparently you can see things further than that if they're not in the
Do
ground,
you,
right?
do you need me to paint the picture to change it so that you get what we're saying?
Nope,
Okay.
not needed, because your point was that we use globe Earth math in order to get that angular correction.
Oh,
And
one second.
it's the exact
If
same
you
value on a flat Earth because that horizontal line on a flat Earth represents the ground.
doesn't that imply that if you use what the almanac's giving you, that if you go higher the ground, you actually see you see less far, as you were saying when you were at the ground.
If you go higher, you see less far.
Yes.
Who says that?
Wouldn't that's an implication of what you're saying using the values of the almanac. So for example,
How?
Draw a straight line, draw a vertical and a horizontal line. The horizontal is the ground, the vertical is you. Then you draw a point on the height of your eye, and then trace a third line going down according to the angle of the almanac. That's going to intersect the ground at some. If you go higher, that angle increases. That's going to intersect the surface at a different point. And what I'm saying is that point is actually going to be closer to you instead of further. So if that's your explanation for the horizon,
why would that be
then
closer? That doesn't make any sense.
oh, let's do the math then. Let me pick an example. So let me just grab a dip correction table. By the way, I gotta go in about 12 minutes. But I think I'll be back after that. Oh, I'm gonna pick up the one for this year. Don't think that makes a difference for the correction. Oh, I have to pick one. Right, so I found it. Okay, so the correction for 9.5 meter is 5.5 arc minute. Convert that into degrees. I'm just gonna send on the chat what I'm doing.
Globus,
So we
does
have.
that make does that really make sense on a flat Earth? The picture I posted now. Why would you be looking straight there on a flat Earth? Why would that be the dip angle on a flat Earth? It just isn't. It's not the same dip angle on a flat Earth and a globe Earth.
Oh, 1 second. Can I just get validation of what I'm doing here? You guys don't mind? Okay, so I got this from the. I just converted this from this angle here to degrees. Right. This is the correction for 9.5 meters. It gives you 5.5 arc minute.
Yeah.
Just divided by 60 to get a degree. All right. So if you're so the tangent of that angle times the distance to the horizon is going to give you a height. So you can just divide your height by the tangent. This should give you how far the horizon is. Is this correct? Does that make sense?
That's if you assume the ground is flat.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
yes, yeah.
Okay, so let me just plug these numbers and see what I get.
That'd be 10 to the negative fuck all, wouldn't it?
No, that's supposed to be a big number. Yeah, it's about 6 kilometers. Okay, this is the number I got. You guys can check that if you want to, do yourself. That's what I get so far. So this is how far the horizon should be according to your right triangle. Now let's use a different value of height of eye. Let me see. Let me pick 13 meters. So this is 13 meters. And it gives you 6.4 degrees. Which is almost 0.1 degree. A 0.1 in a little bit. And if I run the same formula, but for the new height, 13, and the new angle, let me see what I get here. Alright, yeah, that's still further. So yeah, my guess was wrong. If I did it correctly.
What do you mean? What's your guess, or what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I was guessing. The angle would intersect the ground closer to the observer, not because the angle is getting bigger, which is gonna make the tangent also bigger. No, I mean, which is gonna make the tangent smaller, but you have a bigger height. That's
Well, yeah, that is true. For a flat Earth, the further away the horizon is, the smaller the angle.
yeah.
But the thing is, the reason you're getting the wrong one is because you're using the wrong number for what a flat Earth dip would.
So everybody's cool then? Everyone's on the same page?
Yes.
Yay!
Are we? I think we're not on the same page when it comes to the Earth.
Well, that yes, but as far
I mean, we all know that the shape of the Earth is a globe. There's just some people that pretend to deny it.
I mean, knowing is
I
a
just
strong
came
word.
from I just came from Gems, and it's just sad how Jin misunderstands the globe. It's so funny.
Jin's just delusional. Or actually, I'm going to
No, but
retract
he
that.
said
I'm not going to talk ill about people.
Jim is a Gen?
Yep. He
Talking
he's
to
over
Jim is
there.
just a waste of time.
Yeah, he's over there in Gems saying that north is up because Australia is down under. So when you
I
go
think it
from
goes the other
UK,
way around. He thinks Australia is down because his horse is up.
No, because he's heard other people say that the Australia is down under, so that's his opinion verified.
yeah, and that's his evidence that if the Earth is a globe and you fly from UK to New Zealand, your drink will fall downwards out of your cup when you're upside down, because the top of the airplane is down on the globe.
Yeah, but I think the thing I was guessing that it's gonna make the horizon closer. It's gonna happen at some point, but you have to be very far for those two functions to cross each other. Anyway, I gotta go back to work. I'll be right back.
All right.
I think the long and short of all this navigation shit is a flat earther has to show using flat earth math how navigation works. Or that it does, since that's the only way it would work is on a flat surface. You guys gotta show that. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Just do it once. Do it once and you get $10,000. Come on, it's not that hard.
What's
I mean,
flat
you claim
earth
it's not that
math?
hard. This math doesn't assume a globe with a radius 3959. Because that's
What flat earth
required.
math is?
Yeah, the assumption is required in order for navigation to work.
So flat Earth map, the way that flat Earth math is different than globe Earth math is that globe Earth math can make the assumption of 3959 in its math. Flat Earth cannot.
Well, it's good to see that you agree it's just an assumption. So what's the big deal about making an assumption?
No big deal. When it works out, your assumption is kind of validated at that point.
Have you ever heard of proof by contradiction? If you make an assumption that's wrong, you're going to get the wrong result. And that's what you do with flat Earth. You make the wrong assumption, you get the wrong result. We make an assumption, get the right result. Wonder what that means. I really wonder what that means, Scalpel.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Wrong and
I
right
know
assumption.
you don't.
Why don't you explain?
Proof by contradiction, Scalpel. Proof by contradiction.
To give an example, what's the right and wrong assumption?
Here goes the clown
Okay.
of dishonest conversation. Scalpel,
Oh,
don't do it.
Don. Oh, good. Don's here. Just 1 second. I got a question for you, Don. Remember the last time we talking about dishonest conversation? I asked you if you were a Christian, and you said, no, when you beat around the bush, God is everywhere and all this shit. And then I go onto your server. At least it says you're the owner of the server on your tag. I don't know if you're, because we don't know how honest you are yet. But
Which
other
server?
than saying that you're the owner of a server, you also have the tag that says you're a Christian.
I have no idea what server you're talking about, buddy. And I'm partly a Christian, but not only a Christian.
Oh, partly.
So to say that I'm a Christian would be incorrect.
That's quite convenient, Mr. Honesty himself.
Sorry,
That's
but
not-
we live in a quantum world. So anyway, what server are you talking about?
Well, I got a screenshot of where it says you're the owner. You don't know what
Awesome.
server
Maybe someone made me the server owner of something, but I don't know what you're talking about.
you don't know what server that you're the owner of.
No, dude. I mean, sorry, guys. I'm sorry for this, guys. I don't know what he's
Yeah,
talking
so you're
about.
the one that started with me, you and your ego. I don't know.
Are you talking
Bro,
about?
can you just say the name of it?
Are you talking about Asylum?
Guys, you're talking about Don Gio?
Yeah, I think you're talking about. You might be talking about the wrong Don, possibly. Or it's
What a
maybe,
goofball.
I don't know.
Well, it's the same. It's the same. It's the same icon.
Press Don?
Don Gio or Press Don?
Maybe,
Do
I
they
don't
have the
know.
same icon?
Oh, that would be a coincidence if it's the same icon. But no, I do know there's another Don that has a server.
Yeah, he owns the Asylum.
You're wasting time. Just say the name or post it. What the fuck are you doing, Scalpel? Just say the fucking name. This is what you do. You waste time being dishonest.
Wow. How have I been dishonest, dude?
Well, the other
Relax.
day you were, and the whole audience agreed.
I
that you
wasn't
were being a
actually
clown
at
the other
all.
day.
No,
So if
the
you don't
whole audience. You didn't survey the whole audience the other day talking about fucking being dishonest.
Everybody that spoke up.
Everybody.
Every single person.
one person said something as they were
No, after
walking
you
out the
left,
door.
hey,
So to
genius.
speak.
After you left, multiple people said it. So
Oh,
grow
well,
up.
I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I wasn't there. It was after I left now, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
you don't know. You're dishonest.
So if they had
So
something to
what?
say, they should have said it.
Hey, guys. If he doesn't say the server name, he's a bitch.
I was just looking for it, dude. I got like 50 servers. It's called That's Tough TV.
Oh no, that's the other Don. That's the
Well,
other
they have
Don.
the same icon.
Wow. So everybody tells you you're wrong, and you're going to still argue it.
No, I just said they have the same icon because I had double checked.
There's no way. He's never had my icon. What are you talking about? I've never seen Don Gio with my Wolverine icon. What are you talking about?
Post the screen cap.
Hold on, let me see your icon right now. Which one are you? Which Don?
He doesn't even know that.
It's the cartoon icon.
The
I'm
cartoon.
Wolverine Claw. That's Wolverine Claw.
Was that Wolverine? I wonder what sort of ghoulish person that was.
I don't even see you on here right now. I don't know which one you're. Hey, talk so I can see.
That's
dude,
because
I
you
know
navigate
you're.
using Flat Earth Map.
Oh yeah, there he is. No, that's Mel, man. Oops.
That's the press.
Let's not make look. Any attacks are in reference only to the compartmentalized pieces of the conversation. I'm not going to judge you as a whole person and all this dishonest. I do not mean it
I don't really
as
care
an
what you
absolute.
think,
Okay, I'm
dude.
sorry that
Like,
I'm coming with
fuck.
it. But you know you be on that bullshit sometimes, bro.
Hold on a second. I'm just looking for the screenshot. I have more than one phone, so I'm looking for which one it was on.
Well, look, it's not. You probably it probably looked close and it tricked your eye real quick or whatever. Because
Oh no,
he's never had my picture.
You have tens of phones.
Anyway, sorry guys. Sorry guys. But you come in here already. I hear you're goofing off about their words and this and then. You're like giggling
What
in
the
your
fuck
voice.
are you
Like
talking about, dude?
just 5 minutes ago, you were like giggling with that. Like, dude, that's not. Come on, man. You're just having
So
fun, bro.
your Discord number is in 9030 then, or what? What's your Discord number?
Does it say when you click on people 7447?
Okay, so it is a different person. Fair enough. I made him.
You're catching on quick, aren't you?
Hey, oh wow, relax.
Also, his name is Don Gio. My name is Depressed Don.
I was just about to say I made a mistake. Like, holy fuck, you guys. Big deal. My ego's not that big. I was just trying to say it, but you guys had to jump in. So I made a mistake.
All right, it's all love. It's all love.
Get to that point.
Wow. Oh, wow. Is that a big deal? It hasn't been 10 minutes to start with, so you can just relax with
Okay,
your drama.
it took you way longer than it should have.
Well, fuck drama. My God, are we in fucking grade 6 again, or what? I just finished saying sorry I made a mistake. Okay? Can we move on?
All right, back.
Is
Let's
that
get
good?
back on the ball, guys. Let's get back on the ball. Let's go.
Just so you guys don't forget, it was actually Dawn that interrupted all this and started it. So fuck, relax.
Yeah,
You did.
you was being
You did.
dishonest,
You
and I'm
attacked
calling
me,
it
though.
out. You was being
You attacked-
dishonest.
How could it be dishonest? I had hardly said 2 words. All I did was ask a question. What is flat Earth math? How's that dishonest by asking a
No,
fucking
you
question?
said I don't understand what you mean about.
Yeah, I don't
proof by
understand what you mean by flat Earth math.
concept.
I don't understand what you mean by flat Earth math, Don. Is that being dishonest? Is it dishonest to inquire what the fuck he's talking about? What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Bro,
Are you
you
that
dismissed
fucking
his
retarded?
philosophy of proof by
Asking me to
contradiction.
explain what
You
he's
said
talking
you
about
don't
is being
understand.
dishonest. Yeah, I don't
Okay, I'll tell you
understand what
why.
he's
Shut up
talking
and I'll
about.
tell you,
That's why
bro.
I
Shut
asked
up
him,
and I'm gonna tell
what
you.
are you talking about?
Right. So what he told you was proof by contradiction. You're smart enough to understand this. I know you understand this simple logic, right? And he told you about the proof by contradiction.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
And you said, I don't even know what you're talking about.
What he's talking about. Like, why do you have to butt in and mine in his conversation? That's how this all started.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Oh,
I'm gonna
you're
tell you
being
why. 'Cause you
dishonest by
giggled,
inquiring
motherfucker.
what a guy is talking about. Like, are you fucking
'Cause you was
retarded,
giggling.
Don?
'Cause you
Like,
giggling, bitch.
seriously. Are you fucking
Nah,
retarded?
it's not. This ain't fucking fairy time, bro. This ain't
Yeah,
fucking
you're a
kindergarten.
fucking fairy. A fairy faggot retard. Now shut the fuck up and let me talk to the dude and see what he's talking about. Like, can you do that?
Yeah, and I'm gonna back up every time I call you dishonest. I'm gonna back it up. You can call me faggot and fairy with no
Go
backing
ahead.
all day.
You're not
back
backing
up
up
every time I
shit.
call you a name. I'm gonna get evidence for it.
Yeah, go ahead. Anyhow, to the other guy, what do you mean? Like, What do you give me an example of what you're trying to say?
That's one of the things I've been hearing recently.
Wasn't it flat Earth maths that we were talking
Yeah,
about?
that's what I had asked. Well, like that's what I had asked initially. Like, what does it mean by flat Earth maths? Because when you ask that, when you say that comment, I think like there's two different math styles. Like all math styles, like all of a sudden 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, sort of thing, and that's the way it sounds when people say that. So that's why I was inquiring to get more clarity. And I know that's not the case, but I just want to know, like, what do you mean by flat Earth maths? That's all. It wasn't, thought it was a pretty harmless question, but apparently it's not.
Like they got their math for their for all their globe angles and azimuth angles and shit, and then we got it would be something different on a flat Earth, I guess they think.
Yeah, but it's not it's not like the math. It's not like whatever. I guess I look at it differently, but I think it's not like the math. Math doesn't change.
Yeah, the numbers are the numbers. I hear that.
Yeah. So I just don't know. It just sounds weird to me to hear flat Earth math or globe Earth math, but whatever.
Well, so for example, if I were, since I'm a glober, I would say that if I take the circumference of Earth, which is 24,900 miles, and then I divide that by the full 360 degrees of a circle, I get 69 miles per degree. So there you go. 69 miles per degree comes directly from us having a sphere with the given circumference and radius that we've said it is. So we've gotten this number, 69 miles per degree, straight from the fact that it's a globe.
69. Okay.
69 miles per degree came straight from the globe with the radius 3959.
Yeah, of course it would. That's the math, just like you said. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
good
where do you
deal,
get
though.
where do you get 69 miles per degree on a flat Earth? Where does that just come from magically?
Well, you got 69 miles per degree from taking a sphere a certain size and, just like you said, dividing it by 360.
You have to give them an intelligent answer. I think the best answer would be the.
You just can't help yourself, huh?
Sir, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to say that let's try to actually give them an answer. I didn't mean you. I was saying let's do this. So the dome, right? That would be the angled dome. Would be my best steelman of their position.
Yeah, it's like they hijacked perspective and turned how we view the world in perspective into a globe, meaning you can't take out how you view things in a distance, right? Because we know that things come to a vanishing point. So things that are above you, as you get further in the distance, will appear to drop down. So if you figure out what that is, it's the same for a flat surface and perspective, or an infinite distance to all these things, parallel light rays, all that shit, and a globe of the radius that we're provided, because it's just a back engineering effective. So there's never going to be an argument that's going to be won.
Well, that's what, like, that, even though, it seems weird that or whatever, I'm asking questions or shit, but that's what I'm trying to say is it seems like putting the cart before the horse, because we could sit and look at a clock on the wall and the minute hands and the second hands rotate, every 60 seconds the minute hand moves, and every 60 minutes the hour hand moves, and without taking the clock on the wall we can come up with multiple reasons how and why that clock is operating the way it is on the wall. And we could talk about different size gears and how each different ways they would all work. So I mean, just to sit here and say that some math works based on observation, I don't feel like that's that's kind of what I was trying to let him talk and get to that point earlier on before I got rumpused by asking simple questions. But that's kind of where I'm at. Like, It's easy to sit here and say, oh, globe Earth math and flat Earth math and blah, blah, blah. But to me, it doesn't really say much except that you have a system to explain your observation. It doesn't make it right or wrong.
Yeah, the key word is observation, right?
Yeah,
And we can't take perspective out of our observation. It is what it is.
But the difference is when we can make the observation, and we've made the reason why we would see it, because if it's a globe, I explained how we got the 69 miles per degree. But for your side, all I hear from you is we measured it, got 69 miles per degree, and I guess maybe it could be the dome. Like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah,
So
but there's no
you don't want
logical.
flat. So you
There's
don't want.
no logical
you got to
steps
realize
from.
you're reverse engineering though. You're saying you're making this observation. What number do we have to, it's simple like algebra really. What number do we have to divide by 360 to match this observation? Oh, there we go. This is the size.
But
see what I mean? You can go
So you don't want, but you don't.
The
You don't want
problem
the
with
math.
that.
You don't want the. Hold on, man. I've been trying to get in for a minute, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're not saying you don't want flat Earth math. You want the flat Earth excuse for why we see what we see. That's what you mean by flat Earth math. You actually mean not math, flat Earth excuse.
right. He wants a flat Earth reason why you observe what you observe. See, all they did was observe something, divide it by 360, and say, voila, globe.
Well, so when you say that, you're assuming that the radius is back engineered from celestial navigation from 69 miles per degree, which just isn't true. We got it through other means, and it matches up with the 69 miles per degree.
How did you establish the radius? Who did it? How did they do it? When was it established?
We've established it through many, many different methods over many years, and they all
Can you
coincide.
give me one?
Give him a date.
Can you give me one? Yeah, can you give me one person
method,
when
one
it was
date.
established?
I know you guys like the scattergun, but we can only do it one at a time. Yeah, it's easy to say we got lots of dates, lots of methods, but then when it comes time to give one, it's a different story. We know Eratosthenes didn't do it. I mean, all these things, we've ran through them all.
Right, because the problem is within any of the claims, right, like Eratosthenes, there's many assumptions that are being made within that quote-unquote measurement of the radius. So do you have anybody who has established a radius value without any assumptions being made within their calculation? Or did anybody directly measure the radius or the circumference?
And they got shit with a lot of assumptions in it.
Right.
There's always an assumption.
Yeah. Eratosthenes is a perfect example, right? If we assume parallel rays, then sure, we can calculate a radius for the Earth. But if
my bad, go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just going to say, if we don't assume parallel rays and we assume a closer light source, then those shadows could be easily cast the way that they are on a flat surface. So it's not assumption.
Yeah, there's more assumptions than just that, though. You have to assume the medium in between you and the sun with Eratosthenes. You got to assume that it's an infinite space vacuum and not something else. Like there's assumptions in everything.
Right. And for how long I've been looking into this, what appears to have taken place is that how we see the world in perspective, right? We can't remove how we observe the world from our eyesight. It is what it is. And that perspective viewpoint has been hijacked into, instead of viewing things on a flat and stationary surface, off the curved back angle, the curved surface on the back of our eye, right? We are taking the assumption that what we're viewing is on a curved surface and can only take place on a curved surface. The math is always going to be the same. There's no such thing as globe math or flat earth math. It's the same math based on observation, and you observe things in perspective. Perspective has just been changed to globe earth. The equations have been made off the assumption that the way we view the world can only take place because the surface is curved, when it's actually just we view the world in perspective.
Yep.
I think there might be more to it than just perspective, because perspective alone wouldn't account for some of this stuff. I don't think. I mean, perspective is definitely a factor. You definitely got to take that into consideration when you go away from a building. You know, they don't. I don't know.
Well, earlier, Bacon and Gummy Bear were saying that my dip correction wouldn't work because it would affect my distance to the horizon on a flat Earth. But there is no distance to the horizon.
Like they took perspective out of the stars. You know, they always say you don't have to take perspective into account when you're looking at the stars. They're so far away. But then we were going over the star trails the other day, and all of a sudden we needed to start taking perspective into account. Like they make it any way they want. They've told me for years that you just tons of stuff.
Well, look,
it's like whatever they need to happen, they're like, this happened because
Yeah.
you know.
Well, just to go back to what I said, just because they assume a distance to the horizon on their model, they assume that that's what it should be like on a flat Earth. But I mean, that's the hijacking of perspective once more. But then, you know, they can't really tie themselves down to a paradigm because it's refracted. So
You need more than
or is there not?
You need more than just perspective going on for a lot of this shit. Like just perspective's not going to cut it.
Here's what I think. I think gravity pulls everything down, even photons.
What's a photon?
What's gravity?
The hypothetical photon, let's say.
So a fictitious thing gets pulled down, hypothetically?
Let's say
whatever
I believe the
light
phenomenon of vision, the phenomenon of not just like human optical vision, but all mechanical vision, possibly is affected by the force that orders us by density or whatever. Because even in that density thing, I think there's an orientation. I imagine a possible simulation where there has to be a law that, you know, there's an orientation. You know what I mean? There's an up and there's a down.
Obviously, something's going on with the light because
Right.
we're seeing stuff one day it's at 0 degrees elevation angle. The other day it's at 1 degree or whatever, like, or a half a degree, whatever. Like check the black swan. So we're not seeing in straight lines. So the light's making things appear in different positions. So trying to figure out where those actual positions are. I mean, some people claim they know, and other people are smart and, claim we may not know what's going on with the light in between us and the object, and we need to take another look at it.
Well, that's refraction, right?
Yeah, but you need that. You need something to be happening. It can't be just perspective. Like there has to be something else at play. What do you need, kiddo?
So if we don't see in straight lines, how can we get angles? Because I thought you needed straight lines for angles.
Because perspective alone, hold on. Perspective alone doesn't make things drop underneath the level line. So if you go out and you make a level line, perspective alone, nothing would ever cross that line. Just perspective. But we that's not what we see though. We see things crossing that line, so there has to be something else. Like it's not even you can't just say it's just perspective. That's not even a good look on our part.
Well, yeah, there's many optical things at play, right? The thickest part of the atmosphere is at the bottom, right? So viewing through the thickest part of the atmosphere, you're going to have distortions in what you're viewing.
But the thing I'm getting at is that globers are usually criticized for the fact that we use sextant measurements on a globe, and that you need straight lines for angles, but now you're saying you say that can't see in straight lines, so therefore you don't have the straight lines for
What are we
angles.
doing?
Who said we can't see in straight lines?
How are we doing?
You guys just, I think Jeremy just said it and you agreed with him.
What are you talking about? He
What did
never
I
said
say?
we don't see in straight lines. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Path of
Light-
light. Path of
light-
light isn't straight.
Jeremy just said
Path
we
of
don't
light is
see in
always
straight lines, and you agreed with it.
You said the path of light is always straight?
It can refract, but refract is not a bending.
Oh my god.
So what is
It's
refract
going
then?
straight and it's refracting at the same time.
It's a change
Alright.
of direction based on when it hits a medium. Snell's law.
Okay,
It's pretty
a
simple.
change of direction. Is that just another way of saying bending? Maybe, you know?
Well, if
Okay,
I
so
if
it's
I
not a
have
single line, it's 2 lines now.
if I have a bent pipe, right, meaning I could have half of an arc on a pipe, that would be a bending.
Nothing
But if
in
we
here.
if we were
It's
taking
empty.
light, it would be from the same 2
They're all
points.
empty. That's it.
It would be a straight line.
Jeremy,
all
you're
empty. Okay. All right.
It would be a straight line to where it hits medium, and then another straight line as it comes off.
Okay.
Yeah, but we
Now
don't
what
have
happens?
boundaries
What
on the
happens?
other.
What happens if you take that curve that you did, make it a bit, or that bend in the pipe, make it a bit less, and then you make 100 of them, and then you connect all those together. Well, okay, fine. If you look at them, if you look really small, well, yeah, now
So the
it
way-
looks like they're all small little instant bends. But if you look over the whole, oh wait, it is a bend. It's weird how that works.
So it would, in order for that to take place, you'd have to have a constant increase in density.
Oh yeah, and what do we have in the atmosphere? A constant increase in density as you go down.
No.
It's almost like
No.
we have that exact conditions on Earth.
If you go
Do the
downwards,
things you have
if we're looking
of
across,
density?
if we're looking across the atmosphere, right, we may have slight changes in density, right? From say you're at sea level, you're at the beach, and you're looking 50 miles away. But the problem is that's one medium, right? It's not ever increasing, meaning the thickness of the
It is.
atmosphere, the thickness of the atmosphere 50 miles away is not thicker than where you're currently standing.
Yeah,
Does
but
that
the
make sense?
line-
It's
the-
not an ever increasing density, meaning
No, if you're not it changes in the path.
No, it's hold on. You're talking about a horizontal change. What we need is a vertical change, which is what we have. That's why light bends down vertically.
So does higher pressure? How do you guys get the density? Does higher pressure always equal higher density?
No, it's the other way around. Although not always, but if you have an
It's
open
called weight.
environment, so if you have an indeterminate volume, so it's open to expand as much as it wants.
You
then
said higher pressure equals
temperature.
less density?
No.
Yes.
So
Well, no, sorry.
No. I think when he said the other way around, it's not that higher pressure causes high density, but high density causes high pressure.
Yeah. Where you see high pressure, there'll always be a higher density than another area where there's lower pressure. You're saying?
Not always.
No. So because there's two.
How did
ways
you
of
measure
having-
the density? Real quick, just how did you measure the density on the ground level, 14.7, and then as you go up less, how do you measure that density?
With temperature and pressure.
So, but you just told me higher pressure area won't always be more dense.
Yeah, because there's another thing that I just mentioned, temperature.
Because as we know with the ideal gas law, it is the amount of stuff, which both of them are density together, and the temperature. That those things combined is what determine
The temperature and the pressure will equal the density, you're saying?
Well, no, the ideal gas law is PVT equals NR. No, PV.
Yeah, we're
equals
not doing that. We're not doing that. You don't have a V.
what it means.
You don't even have a V. Yeah, we're not using that formula. All right, what's the V in that formula then for this calculation we're doing? What's the V?
So NR would be
What's the
amount of
V,
mass.
bro? The V. I
Yeah.
don't. I know what the other letters are. What's the V
I
stand
want to know
for?
the rest of the. I want to know the rest of the letters. Go on, Gummy Bear.
Okay, well, make sure we get to the V, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm about to get there. So when we have what we have is P pressure and V volume. I will get to where the volume comes into equals NR, which N is the what's the word? What's the word? Sorry. Is it amount of substance? Is that the word?
No, it's your fault.
Moles of
That's
gas.
it. Okay, yeah. So N is the amount, essentially, amount of moles of the gas. R is a constant, and then T is the temperature. Now, usually, we don't really like NR and V. So we usually combine them. What is NR over V? That
What's
would
the
be
V?
density.
What's the V?
The list is above.
I know what the V is. Where did you get a number for V?
It's a volume.
So
I
it's
know
a
what V
volume.
stands for. It stands for volume.
So
Where did you get
yeah.
the number for the
So
volume?
when we talk about density, I can decide, do I want to talk about it in the unit of cubic meter, cubic centimeter? Like, I can decide whatever volume I want to talk about when I talk about density. That's the volume.
Yep. So we're doing the volume of this one area, right?
Yeah.
What's the volume of the first area we're doing? The bottom layer?
If you want to take a cube of the bottom layer, then you're talking about a cube of air.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you directly get the density? I didn't want to derail this whole thing. I'm just wondering how you got the density in the atmosphere.
Okay. So how do you get it? As in, how do you measure it? Or exactly
Yes.
what's the
How do you
question?
directly measure the density?
Or you can just put 1 in that number. You're gonna get that value for a cubic meter.
No. How did you measure? What's the measurement you took? Just pressure and temperature. That's all you got, and then you come up with a density. You're saying?
So
I'm asking, what are the real world measurements you took?
Is this is N dependent on the type of gas you're referring to?
no, N is dependent on how much of the gas.
Of the gas molecules?
No, so it's in moles. So it's
Can you
Mole
guys hear me?
is like a big number, right?
You guys hear me? What's the real world measurements you took to figure this out? Just temperature and pressure. That's it.
I'm trying to think of what the actual what's the word? Sorry, I'm really blanking on words
Be
right now.
patient, Jeremy. They're trying to figure it out.
I'm really
go ahead.
blanking
I
on
didn't want to
words right
derail
now.
this
I'm
whole
sorry.
thing. Go ahead, Napalm. Napalm, go ahead. I talk all the time. You were in the middle of something.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I can't remember where we're at.
Yeah, you were making the claim that the medium isn't changing from you and the thing you're looking at.
Right, you're looking through the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So what's the other medium?
In the context of refraction, the medium is defined by the index of refraction. It's not about a material or a substance. So if the index of refraction is changing, you don't need another medium to have refraction.
Right. But we still view the light coming to us directly, right? And where the object appears to be is where we're always going to make a measurement directly to it, right?
You're pointing towards its apparent direction, if that's what you're saying, yes?
Correct. So where I'm confused about this bending. We can take into account refraction, right? Like the object may appear to be slightly lower or slightly higher than it is based on refraction, dependent upon the day, right?
Higher. Most situation higher. All corrections we have are for higher on the almanac at least.
Right. So yeah, I don't see the point of contention.
I thought you have a point. Never mind.
Well, no, the point is that vertically we have a change in density, and therefore light will be refracted downwards because it's more dense below.
Yeah,
That's
that
the whole
formula
point.
And
that
how'd you get the
formula might
density?
not, yeah, that formula might not be the best way to explain this.
Yeah, you're right.
The measurement.
when you heat up,
Forget the
yeah,
explanations and the formulas for 1 second. We're on step one. You have to actually measure something. What are we
yeah,
measuring?
the temperature and pressure.
That's it. And that's it.
That can give you a very good value for the density, I think, because, for example,
So you're not sure.
when you,
All right, it's fine if you're not sure.
yeah, so when you heat up air,
We'll just wait until we figure out how they actually measure
when
it, and then
when you heat up air,
we'll
the
go from
density
there.
drops, right? Because it goes up.
I don't
Correct?
know. We don't even know how to measure it yet. So what are you saying?
Doesn't hot air goes up?
Yeah, hot air goes up.
Yeah, so it's less dense, right?
Okay, and where's the hottest part of the air? You're saying hot air is less dense?
I'm just establishing basic facts.
No, I like where your head's at. Hot air is less dense than cold air. We know that.
Yeah,
right?
all right. We know that. All right.
Right. Where's the
I want to
hottest part of the
establish that.
atmosphere? Where's the hottest part of the atmosphere? Does it get colder as we go up? Does it get colder as we go up,
No, you
or
get colder as you go up because there's less collisions with the atmosphere. It doesn't mean the atmosphere
so the
itself.
temperature decreases? So the temperature decreases so it's colder when we go up.
I don't know. I'm not there yet. I'm still trying to establish what happens to the air.
Yeah, well, we already established hot air is less dense than cold air.
Yeah, and I want
we
to
know
establish
that.
the second thing if you
Now,
allow me
where's
to
the
finish
hottest
my
part
reasoning.
at? The hottest
Can
part
you
is
allow
near the
me to
ground,
go
and it
with the
gets
point
cold.
I was trying to make? Because I was trying to make a point, and I'm not going towards that direction. You could go there if you want to after I'm done, but I had a point to make.
That's what we were right in the middle of.
No,
All
that's
right, go
not.
ahead. I'm
That
coming
wasn't
right
my
back to this part.
Sure,
But go ahead.
we can. So yeah,
Sure,
so
go ahead.
when you heat up, I'm trying to. When you heat up air, it gets less dense. And it increases in size because you can, for example, increases in volume. I mean, you can heat up like a can or something that is closed, and it's going to expand. The air inside is going to expand, and that's going to increase the pressure, right? So the more pressure means there's more collisions happening between.
Can I stop for a second? Like, does it increase in volume or energy? Like, is there actually more air in the can that you heat it up?
No, but it occupies a bigger
So
volume.
it doesn't increase volume then?
It does.
It does increase. So there's more air in there.
If you have
same amount of
something,
molecules, more pressure between them, so more volume. The pressure there inside is increasing.
But it's
which
the
is
same amount of
making
air.
Yeah, it's the same amount of molecules.
Okay. So it didn't increase in volume exactly. What's your definition of volume then?
So volume is the amount of space that it takes up. And
so it's not the amount of something; it's the amount of space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So when I say
example,
measure a cup of water,
yeah, that's a volume of water.
Yeah.
It
So
doesn't
for
mean how many
example,
molecules there is.
yeah,
That's
one
fine.
example
Go on.
of this.
Sorry, go on. I'm just curious.
No, just a super quick example of this. When you're baking and you use a cup of flour, they tell you not to pack the flour because you can pack flour. You can push it into the freaking cup, get more and more into there, but that's not what the recipe.
More flour. That's right. More you could pack more flour into the cup. I agree.
Yeah, same volume. More stuff.
So you're
volume.
not packing more air into the can though by heating it up.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. Okay. I'm glad we agree. Okay. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, he was making the point that volume and the amount of stuff isn't like a
Okay, so cool. Hot air is less dense than cold air, right? We're back.
Yes.
Are we back to this yet, or were you not done
no.
with your thing? Were you done with your thing or no?
The problem is
it gets less dense, but if you don't allow the volume to increase, the pressure goes up.
Okay, so cool. Hot air is less than. Can we go on this, or were you done with your last thing, or no? I don't want to get derailed and say you're in the middle of something else next time you get stuck on this.
I'm trying to get common ground here so we can understand.
All right, good. Common ground. Hot air is less dense than cold air.
No,
right?
so
That's
the
our common ground.
problem is you can't make that statement because there isn't just two factors to this. It's not just pressure it's not just density and temperature. You also have pressure and the amount of stuff and the volume. If you keep some of them constant and change another, well then yeah, you could make the statement that while they are constant, hotter air becomes, or colder air is denser. But
Well,
if
we're
you
on Earth,
allow
so where
other
are you
things,
getting the?
yeah,
We're on Earth, so where are you getting the volume from? For this equation,
we're not talking about the equation.
he just brought up PV/nRT. No, was that not the equation he was just referring to?
Did he
that was a little while ago, and Bacon said that maybe maybe there's a better way of explaining this without.
Yeah, and you
using
just
the
mentioned
equation.
volume. You just mentioned volume. So where do we get the volume from?
What do you mean?
We're on Earth. Where do you get the volume from? What's the V number?
What do you mean? Where do you get the volume?
You
from
just
what?
said volume. What number are we going to put?
We use the word volume because we're explaining what happens with gas when you heat it up. What are you asking about? I'm not volume for what?
We're trying to relate this to Earth, right? So
Are you
if we're going to introduce volume, is my mic fucked up?
It must be because he's talking right through you every time you open.
I'm over talking him maybe a little too. Let's just slow it down a little bit. Listen, how are you measuring that it's more dense on the bottom? Especially if we know hot air is less dense and it's hot on the bottom.
We're not there yet.
Okay, so let's find some.
Right, in an open atmosphere, the gases are allowed to expand when they heat up, and they're allowed to contract when they
cool down.
When they cool down, yeah.
Okay.
So,
so the volume is whatever. There's not going to be any V's.
Yeah, can I just ask them a question? Because I'm kind of confused. Let's say you take the same can of air they've been talking about, you put it in the freezer. What's the volume of air in that can? And then you take it out and you warm it up just past room temperature. It's not making the can explode or anything.
Well, the volume's
how
in
do you
the
measure
container.
that volume? What's the volume of?
The volume is fixed in a container. Essentially.
Well, wait a minute. They told me it changes with heat.
Okay, because that's why I told you earlier that it all depends on what you're keeping constant and not. If we have a balloon...
No, this was after that, when they brought in the can example, though.
Yeah, but
it wasn't my example, the can.
Yeah,
now you want to go to a balloon, though. Let's stay with the can.
I'm about to get with both the can. I'm about to give you some examples so you get what I'm saying. A balloon will keep its pressure equalized with the atmosphere around it, but it can expand and contract its volume. So there, the pressure's equal, but the volume is changing. For a can, instead of having the volume changing, because it's a can, it's a solid object, we can have the pressure changing. You can have a can that will be almost bursting. You can feel that it's trying to push out on the can. So in one scenario, the balloon, the volume changes, the pressure stays constant. With the can, the volume is constant, the pressure changing. That's why you can't just make the statement that heat will do something, because it depends.
That pressure goes up in the balloon also. If that balloon is expanding, the pressure is going up.
Actually,
just like a tire when it's flat, it's touching the ground. When you put more air and give it more pressure, it fucking expands. It's no different.
Yeah, the only difference is the more solid the object, you can add more pressure without it expanding, and then all of a sudden it's going to let go like in a burst. Right. A balloon will do that too after it expands because it's more elastic. What you just said is untrue. The pressure, if that object is expanding, the pressure is increasing.
Yeah, it's just
But
that the
it's increasing less.
the balloon walls are so
But it's increasing
fragile.
less.
So
That's why
hold on.
it's such a minimal amount of pressure. You guys can't measure it.
Yeah,
That's all.
it's
The
it's increasing a
internal,
lot
hold
less.
on, no. The internal stress of the skin of the balloon is increasing, yes. But we're talking about the pressure of the whole balloon with the air inside as a whole. That is
Yeah, more
unchanging.
pressure.
You
No,
are correct that the pressure
it's more pressure.
that the internal forces on the balloon, they are increasing. Yes. That is what causes
pressure.
it to pop.
Yeah,
But the
pressure.
total pressure of the whole thing, that is unchanging.
No, it goes up. Yeah.
Okay.
You have to,
Okay,
you
so
have
if
to
we're
actually
gonna use,
comment on everything you say, or can you finish?
Well, come on,
Alright,
you guys
so-
are all over the place, man. You can't keep a straight story.
You're the
like
one who
dependent on
keeps
it.
Yeah, let's-
incorrectly using these terms.
So if we're gonna have a V for this, we're trying to equate this pressure pressure density temperature thing to Earth. What's going to be our V if it can just go anywhere it wants? We have no V, right?
Any selected quantity of it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So-
The thing
so-
is, if you have,
So
if
we're
you
gonna have a
two
V
meshes
with no
of air-
container.
No,
if
We're gonna have a V with no container.
Choose one.
If
Choose
you have,
one.
So
if you
what
have
we're
two-
saying is that we're selecting this usually cubic meter, but it could be any other volume, but usually cubic meter. This cubic meter is where we will do our measurements within. We
Okay,
could
so we're gonna
use
put it
the
inside
word.
a contain. So you're gonna put it inside a container. Is that what you're gonna do?
No.
You're not gonna put it in a container.
if you have two volumes of air, right? One of
You don't have a
same
volume unless you have a container.
Okay, so you have two containers of air.
So we're gonna put it in a container then, right?
I don't know.
You're
I'm
gonna
just
let
gonna
him-
give you.
Guys,
I'm
just
just
trying to
give you
figure
some
out how we
facts.
measure the density in the
I'm not talking about
atmosphere.
measuring the density of the atmosphere. I'm trying to explain how those variables affect each other. Then you can
Dude, I'm
use
trying
that.
to fit.
Once you understand, but you have to understand that first. Once you understand how the variables affect each other, now we can talk about the atmosphere. You want to jump to the atmosphere without understanding how the variables affect each other.
Dude, I
We
know
don't
how
wanna do that.
PVNRT works.
Well, if you want it,
so you should know that you don't need to get a specific volume of air to know how much it's dense. The fact
Oh,
that
you're
you keep
definitely gonna need a
objecting to that-
volume. You should
Yeah, so,
definitely need a volume. What do you mean? You should know you need a volume if you're gonna do
Yeah, so
PVNRT.
explain what I mean if we can go back to the variables. So if you have
PVNRT volume.
The one question.
You gonna let him
the one
talk,
question,
Jeremy, or are you
Jeremy.
just gonna keep on blurting?
What's the unit of density, Jeremy?
In the PVNRT?
From whatever. What is the unit of density?
The unit of density?
Yes. So if I say this has one, like the same way I would say that this thing weighs 1 kilogram, how would I say this thing has a density of what is the unit?
Well, the unit is
The units they use for density is kilos.
No, that would be mass. What's the unit for density?
Kilograms.
No.
Per cubic meter.
Oh, there you go.
yeah, yeah.
Per cubic meter. So that's your volume, a cubic meter.
Okay,
Yeah,
but if
so
it's
how
your
many
gas,
cubic meters is your container?
how many? What's the number? What's the number we're gonna put in for the V?
Whatever.
Why do they try and lead us down these roads and use
Yeah,
and
I was trying to get
ask
the
us about
relation between
cubic
the-
meters when we're talking about the V?
Yeah, that's not the whole.
That is
the V.
Specific layers.
I know, but okay, so go ahead and give it in your example. Earth.
God.
What's your
You
V
don't
when
need
you
a
have?
specific
Yeah,
volume.
you're cutting
to
me
know the
off now.
density.
You cut Jeremy off, and then they complain about Jeremy cutting you off.
I might have been over
thought you were
talking him a
done
little
with your
bit.
question.
No, you were cutting in at good times. He just
He
didn't
was
like
cutting
what you
in
were saying.
completely, entirely the whole time, dude.
So now we're going to talk about that when this guy just cut me off.
I know. Just listen.
Right,
How?
stop
Where do
crying,
we?
make a question.
Go ahead, Rakia.
When someone's talking, I mean, just go on mute, man. Just push the talk BS. I don't
Just
get
go
it.
on.
Go
Just
on.
go
Anyway,
on.
So if we don't have a volume, or if you want to apply a volume, that's fine. But we have to have the volume. But if you're going to say the more dense layer is the hotter portion near the surface, then you have to explain why that is. Because from what I know, the more dense is less hot. It's cooler.
But that's if you only include, if you don't include things like the weight of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Okay, like I said, go ahead and explain it. Why in a container, right? If you heat it up, it becomes less dense or more dense.
Density doesn't change.
If it's on a container, if it's on a that's why we're trying to talk about how the variables affect each other. If you're heating up a container that is sealed and it's not allowed to expand, then the density is not going to change, but the pressure will when you heat it up.
Well, hold on. Don't you get the density as a kilograms per cubic meter? So
what?
You guys say that the kilogram. Hold on 1 second, guys. You guys say that the weight comes from these gas molecules. More of them are pressing down on the container when they're bouncing off. So if there was more of them pressing faster,
no, they're pressing up on the top as well.
That wouldn't increase the weight.
No, because they're pressing up too. They're pressing.
Yeah, but there's more.
Well, no,
there's some
Jeremy
pressing
is
up,
right.
but there's more pressing down. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Jeremy, you're right. The weight of gas is the difference between what is pressing up versus what is pressing down.
Yeah. So if they're pressing, if they're pressing faster and harder than they were before, that should increase the weight, right?
No, because they're pressing harder and faster in all directions. It just increases the pressure.
Weight is the same. Yeah,
it's like
I know, but if the weight, hold on, guys, hear me out. If the weight comes from the pressing of how much these gases are pressing, and there's a little bit more pressing down, but now there's a little bit more pressing down harder and faster.
Yeah, but there's a little bit more pressing up also, harder and faster, in the same amount, so it equalizes. So the weight stays the same, but the pressure goes up as you heat it.
Okay, you have a tank of gas on a scale, right? It weighs 1 kilogram. There's some pressing down. They're not going very fast. It's like room temperature, right? So there's some pressing down, a little bit more down than up, right? Yes, it's almost equalizes, but there's a little bit more pressing down. Now you heat it up, and they're pressing down harder and faster and with more force.
Yeah,
so
but in all directions.
More.
No, yeah, but in all directions, Jim.
Dude, that's happening in the first scenario too.
I get what you're saying.
All right, can I
give you the
same
increase you get upwards? It's the same amount of force increases down as it increases up.
If you put numbers to it, it might seem a bit like easier. Like say it's pushing down with 110, but it's pushing up with 100, so that the difference is 10. Okay, but what if we press down with 1,010, up with 1,000? Even though the numbers are much higher, the difference is still just 10. You can make the numbers as big and small as you want. The difference is still 10.
Exactly. But the pressure goes up.
Hold on. Before you had 10 molecules pressing at X amount of force. Right? Now when you heat it up, you have 10 gas molecules pressing at X plus amount of force. It should weigh more. You're pressing down harder. There's more force when you heat it up. No, you don't think so? What happens when you press down harder?
Like we're saying, it's pressing it both upwards and downwards. So if you increase it, you're increasing both the up and down.
Dude, you have a canister of gas sitting on the scale. There's, say, 10 more gas molecules are hitting the bottom than are hitting the top. They're hitting with a certain amount of force. They're at room temperature. They're hitting with a certain amount of force. So there's 10 gas molecules pressing down. Now there's the same amount of molecules. It's going to heat it up. So now there's 10 amount of gas molecules in there that's pressing down more than up, but now they're pressing with a greater force.
Yeah,
and they're going up with a greater force.
It's not amount of molecules. It's how fast
the up and down force we already have equaled out, guys. Stop with the red herring. Up and down force is already equaled out. God. In the first scenario, we have 10 extra gas molecules pressing down than there are pressing up.
It's not an amount of gas molecules pressing down that is bigger.
It's just
how
the
fast
speed,
they are hitting the
the
surface.
rapid rate. Yeah,
They
Jeremy,
hit
just
the surface down faster because of gravity.
No, they say there's more. They say there's more gas molecules pressing down than pressing up, and that's why you have weight when there's gas in the container.
It's not
If they're pressing
amount
down with more force, if there's the same amount of gas molecules and you just heat it up, and they're pressing down with greater force, that should increase the weight.
It's not the amount of molecules hitting down.
Even though what you're saying isn't quite true, it can still make you see it be kind of analogous, because the fact is, okay, so say before 10 are hitting the bottom, 10 more are hitting the bottom than the top, but now you've increased all the energy in there, so now they're bouncing around so much. So even though you've increased the energy, now there's 5 of them actually managed to reach the top as well. So now you only have 5 that are different between the top and the bottom. So even though you've increased the total amount per molecule, you've actually changed the amount of molecules that hit it, and therefore the difference stays the same.
You may be invested too heavily, too close to the project, Jeremy, on this one. Just step away for a second, think about it, because I used to think the way you did, but it doesn't change the weight. It only changes the pressure when you heat it up.
I know, but in their story, it would change. Their story is there's more gas molecules hitting the bottom than the top, and that's why it has weight. So when it's cold and it's hitting the bottom, there's going to be 10 molecules hitting it with an X amount of force, but when you heat it up, it's going to be X plus amount of force because they're going to be hitting the walls of the container harder, more pressure, more pressing. Anyways, go ahead. Whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is too easily. I mean, it's easily tested. I've done this like years ago in my fab shop, and it doesn't increase the weight.
I know it doesn't. No, I know it doesn't.
Oh, okay. All right. We're on the same page.
Their story for the weight is that it's hitting is the story I laid out. It's hitting more on the bottom than the top.
Wait. So you're saying you understand it doesn't change the weight, but you are saying that according to the globe Earth understanding, it should change the weight.
Yes. Have you heard what I've been saying?
I just want to make sure that's
Yeah. He's trying to make his misunderstanding of gas pressure a contradiction for the globe model.
Okay, in which way am I misunderstanding it?
It's not the amount of molecules, the forces equalize. You don't think so? That's your misunderstanding of it.
You just said a whole bunch of words. Can you form a coherent sentence with that, please?
Yeah, when you're giving your example about why you should force downward should not be canceled out with the upward force as you increase the temperature, was by stating an amount of molecules that would be hitting the surface downwards. That's not how it works. It's not the amount.
So you're saying when you heat it up. So okay, in the scenario where it's room temperature, we have 10 molecules hitting the bottom, which is causing the weight. But then we heat it up, and now there's only. But then we heat it up, and now there's only. Hold on 1 second. That is the Glober story for why containers of gas have weight. There's more molecules hitting the bottom than the top.
No, it's not the amount of molecules. Where did you get this from?
Every Glober I've ever talked to about gas pressure in a container. Literally every single one. You're going against the grain. You might want to rethink this one.
Never heard of that.
You might want to rethink that then.
It's not the amount of molecules. It's about how fast they are hitting it. Because
No,
if they're
the
accelerating
Globers.
down,
I'm sorry.
if they're accelerating down, let's say you have a single molecule that keeps bouncing up and down. Would the weight of that molecule affect the weighing of the container?
I'm sorry. I don't know. The answer to your question is I don't know, and I want to go on to say that
I know you
literally
don't know.
every.
That
Hold on,
blows up
bro.
your
Hold
argument.
on. Dude. Hold on a second. Literally, I answered your question, and now I'm going to say something, please. So, literally every Glober I've ever talked to about gas pressure in a container tells me the reason why the gas has weight in the container is because there's more molecules hitting the bottom than there is hitting the top because of gravity or whatever.
That is what y'all say. And you
that
just
is
gave the
so-
hang on. And you just gave the example of one molecule having weight, which means it would be hitting the bottom more often, right?
No,
Rocky,
it
this is
hits
that
the
shit.
bottom. No, it hits the. Let me give an example with a single.
No, do
molecule.
the one molecule.
Yeah. One molecule.
Okay,
so
go
you
ahead.
have one molecule is hitting the container up and down. So before it hits down, it has to hit up, and before it hit up, it hits down. So it hits up and down with the same frequency.
It goes back and forth.
Kosho's
go
gonna
back and
straighten
forth,
him
up
out.
and down,
Hold on,
right.
Kosho's here.
That
Yeah, but
that's still gonna the weight of the molecule is still gonna be added to the weight of the container because it's accelerating when it's going down and it's deaccelerating when it's going up. So when it hits up, it hits slower than it does when it hits when it hits down. When it hits down, it's faster, so it presses for longer. It creates a bigger pressure when it's doing so. So even if you have a single molecule hitting both up and down with the same frequency, you're still gonna have the bottom having a bigger amount of force being applied.
Okay, because it's hitting it going faster, right?
Yes,
it's accelerating.
It's accelerating.
Okay, all right,
down,
good,
yeah.
good answer. Now, when you heat it up and it's going even faster, wouldn't it weigh more in your theory?
No, because it's going faster up and down. The acceleration is the same.
It's going to be the average.
Say it's not accelerating, so it hits up and down with the same speed. So there is no weight, right? But if it's accelerating downwards, that acceleration is going to add up to the force, and that acceleration is independent from the speed of the molecule.
Okay, great.
Also,
great.
it's an average.
Great.
You know.
Okay,
So-
great. But that's totally different than what the other guy said when there was 1,000 hitting the top and the bottom, but there was an extra 10 hitting the bottom. So now it's not an extra 10 hitting the bottom; it's acceleration of the individual.
Yeah.
So the
I
story
don't
has
know-
changed from 10 minutes ago.
I
Wait
don't
a
know
What
whose idea
about
was-
10
no,
minutes from
Jeremy
now?
said-
Is there going to be another story?
Because the
Jeremy said
problem
that,
is,
not me.
hold on, the problem is the reason the story is so-called changing is because every single time this is tried to explain to you is using simplifications. Simplifications are done differently every time. That's where this confusion is coming from.
Okay, so what's the simplest form to explain it? It's a different than the more complicated one,
That's
and then
a
there's
good
another more complicated one that would be different than those two.
They're still fucked up on what volume is too. The volume in a steel container doesn't increase, not according to the definition of volume, anyhow.
That's
Like they're
a
saying,
weird
there's
question,
more
to be
volume in a
honest.
can when it's hotter inside, like when the can's hotter than when it's cooler. But by the
It'd be more
definition of
volume if
volume,
the can expanded because of
yeah,
the
no, I'm talking without the can expanding. And if
I've
the
never
can
heard a
even
rigid container ever be described as a changing volume. Also, Rakia, can I have 2
Yeah.
seconds? What are we talking about? Like the weight of a gas in a container? Because
yeah,
but
that's what they're talking about.
I hear you guys talking about the more on the bottom and this and that, and I have heard them say there should be more on the bottom. Now that contributing to the weight measurement, this is new to me. Isn't it just if you have like let's say a vacuumed out propane tank or whatever, and then you add the propane, it's going to weigh more after you add the propane just because the stuff is in there, and they attribute it to gravity, don't they, and mass and gravity.
Yeah, that guy did a decent job because he used acceleration, but the other guy used the number of molecules changes, which is changes from more hits the bottom than hits the top, which was we were all laughing at that. But
What's the number
anyway.
of collisions in the velocity?
Okay.
they're still fucked up on their volume shit too. I think that's an important thing to.
Well, it actually really depends on how you look at it. Inside the container, there are volume changes if you take any particular cubic centimeter inside of that container. So, like,
Not according to the definitions of
I'm still
volume.
talking. You will have a density change in any individual cubic centimeter. Where the heat is happening, there will be you'll get convection currents because the density changes within that container. So it depends on whether you're talking about a container as a whole. The density in that container as a whole does not change.
Doesn't change the volume of the
there are tiny volume changes.
The simple scientific definition of volume is how much space an object or substance takes up. So if you have a full can, I don't know, you take a mason jar and you put the lid on. Is it full when you put the lid on or not?
Are you treating it as one comprehensive bottom, or a series
the mason
of
jar full when you put the lid on
or
or not?
Are you talking about a series of 1,500
Wow,
cubic centimeters?
he's got it, man. You are on fire. Keep talking.
When you take a mason jar, you put it on the counter in your kitchen, you put the fucking lid on. Is that jar full or not? It's a simple question.
Are
Yes
you,
or no?
yes, but the question I asked is
Okay,
to
so
clarify that question
hold
is:
on.
are you talking about the container as a whole?
Well,
That will have a
I
fixed
need
volume. If you're
so.
talking about individual
Oh my
subsets
God!
of
Yeah,
that
you're
jar,
repeating it too. You're on fire, man.
shut
Twice
the
fire.
fuck up, you jackass!
Yeah, hold on, guys.
Okay, so
Everyone stop. Hold
we're-
on, gods. Hold on, guys.
Okay.
Let's all calm down.
Notice,
Let everyone.
notice how Rakia always ruins the conversation.
Dude, we were having a perfect
Not ruined.
conversation. This dude came in chanting like a
Yeah,
madman.
it's true. He's pretty excited. But so we take the mason jar at room temperature and we put it in the fridge. Is there less volume in that mason jar?
Right. It's just, I told you that's uniform.
Okay.
If you're treating the whole thing as a unit, the whole mason jar would be a fixed volume.
Well, they told me earlier, and you didn't fucking pipe up like you are now. They told me earlier if you heat up or cool down this container, like they said a steel can initially, whatever, mason jar, steel can, a container, that when you heat it up, because my next thing was to take it out of the fridge and heat it up 5 or 10 degrees past room temperature. So that's hotter than it was initially sealed. The volume, they're telling me earlier that the volume of that container does in fact increase.
I missed that conversation, so I can't say whether they said it or
So
not.
do you?
But I can tell you that the volume does not change, other than on a microscopic level, the fact that there's
It's not that
stretching and changing in the metal size.
So
We're not talking
If
about
you have a soda can, the expansion is even visible. You can see it's like a.
I'm not
the
talking
example.
about changing the size of the can.
No, but the example earlier.
It's odd.
Have you never seen? So if you see a soda can under normal pressure, it's just a normal soda can like you see all the time. But if you put it, if you, for example, if you put it into the freezer, which this has more to do with the carbon dioxide and shit, but that the pressure inside will increase because of the carbon dioxide coming out, and you literally see the can bulging. When the can bulges, the
Except that
volume
you're
has
taking my
increased.
example. You're strawmanning my example. My example was to increase and lower the temperature within of the container without causing any kind of expansion like that.
Yeah, so no one would say that the
So pressure
the
equals
is
volume?
changing.
Is
No
that
one would say that the volume is changing then.
so?
No, but
based
it
on what
has.
Bacon
If you
or whatever this guy just said, so does pressure equal volume then?
No.
Are they equal?
no,
Because that's basically what you're saying.
No,
no.
he's not.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, if the can contain the pressure without having to bulge, then the volume will stay the same. But if you increase the pressure so much that the can gives up and starts bulging, then the volume has changed. That's all
And
I'm
let's
saying.
be sure, if the can contains the pressure and doesn't bulge, the pressure's going up.
Yeah, that was.
But the
actually
volume
point why
can
we bring
remain
it
the
up
same.
in the first place.
Depends on the container. It
Exactly.
depends on the container. Like that's why they put propane in a steel container, because if you put it in a rubber container, it's gonna expand too much and have leaks. But everything has a point where it's gonna go under so much pressure that it's gonna reach its breaking point or expansion point or whatever you want to call it. It's gonna burst. Balloons, metal cans, tin cans, steel drums.
Bursting because of volume or pressure?
Pressure.
Because these guys, I could tend to agree with you, but these guys are kind of making it sound like it's volume and pressure.
I totally disagree with you, Scalpel. This is where I'm going to call you out for being dishonest. I don't think anybody hears what you're hearing. And
why don't you put a fucking sock in it already?
You're
They
smarter
did
than this,
say that.
idiot. Everyone hears you being an
God.
idiot.
Listen, dude,
Come
I
on,
had about
guys,
enough of your shit. I'm gonna fucking mute you.
Yeah, he
if you
does the
keep it
same
up.
thing to me for some reason.
My
They were
fucking
talking
God.
about volume earlier. How the volume increases with heat, which the pressure is also going up. And I think it does. I mean, volume would increase of the container, because if it presses out enough due to heat causing the pressure to go up, then the tin can or whatever is going to expand and the volume is increased. And it's going to reach a point. Everything has a point where it's going to reach when that pressure is too high and the volume gets too expanded or too much.
We agree with that.
Yeah. So
actually,
the weakest point is going to explode.
Actually, technically, I would say that the container always becomes slightly larger at any pressure.
I do too.
But that's the question. Like, do we want to treat this like a rigid body situation? Let's just ignore the changes in the volume because there's insignificant to the argument that we're having right now.
Well, like I initially started with a mason jar. Like maybe the glass expands a bit or it doesn't. Really the idea was to have the pressure increase and decrease, not to the point of explosion, but to the point of just making the simple point. Does the volume of the substance increase and decrease with the temperature change, or is it simply pressure? And regardless of what Don says, you between the three of you people, you've been kind of all over the place on the issue.
Hold on. See, that's again, inside of that container, there are changes in density. And that's why I keep on mentioning the cubic centimeter question. If I have a heating element in there, there will be a change in density around that heating element within the container. The overall container will go up in pressure, but locally in that one area, it will become less dense around that heating element.
But I'm talking about volume.
It's expanding locally.
Yeah, but density has to do. Volume and density are connected. If you have a larger volume, then you need to talk about a different density if they're connected concept.
Look, how do we figure out the density of the air on the ground level and the density of the air like on top of a mountain? Sea level and top of a mountain density. How do we check those?
Yeah, we have to go from premises that we don't still agree on.
I mean, how I would do it is I would take a pressure reading using a fixed dimension anaerobic barometer, and I would go and say, okay, so this 1 square inch of barometer is showing 14 psi. And
you need
I
the
would apply
temperature
that using conventional means to determine the volume. How do I count the actual molecules? That I don't know how to do.
But hold on, because now all you're measuring is pressure, which you cannot figure out if that's purely due to I don't know the wording here, but the pressure from like the amount of stuff there and the temperature, or if it's because of stuff above it, like if it's the atmospheric pressure or the gas pressure, so to speak.
Yeah,
atmospheric pressure is gas pressure.
That's where we're trying to get to. If the air is hotter, the molecules are faster. So if you allow it to expand, the pressure is going to be the same, because even though the molecules are faster and they're cooling more often, or they're cooling with more force, they're more spaced, so you have less of them, and you end up with the same pressure.
I thought this would be easy.
If you can read the pressure and the temperature, you can then figure out what the density is.
Okay, the very easiest way of measuring it is using buoyancy. It's the very easiest way. Because the question is, do you want easy or do you want accurate? Those are the two questions you want to ask yourself.
I just want to know how we measure the density
the pressure
at ground level compared to the density at the top of a mountain, sea level to top of a mountain. How did we determine that? How did we determine that it's more dense at the bottom? This should be easy. I thought this would be easy.
Bacon, what did you say? What was the problem with buoyancy for you?
Isn't buoyancy just gonna give you the pressure?
No, it will give you the differential. There's a difference between having a differential.
It's okay, Jeremy. They'll get to your question in a little bit.
I think they just conflate a bunch of different issues, it seems like to me.
Yeah, the whole point
to me, it's like I said to Jeremy just now. The question isn't if we can say it simple or not. The question is a balance of simple or accurate. To me, the simplest way, like I said, is just measuring buoyancy. Just tie a balloon to a scale. There you go. But if you want it to be an accurate measurement, that's not how you'll do it.
I'm not asking if it's simple or not. I don't care how simple or how complicated it is. How did we measure the density? No, I don't care about simple or hard. How did we measure the density at the bottom compared to the density at the top? That's all.
Well, what you said is, I thought this would be simple.
For you guys to tell me how it's done, yeah. I thought it would be easy for you guys to say how it's done because you run around claiming that it's more dense at the bottom all the time. Figured you guys would know.
Do you think it's
That's
not
what I
more dense
meant.
at the bottom? Do we even have
Dude,
an
I don't.
argument here?
I'm just trying to figure out how. Moyak, you know, how did we get the density at the bottom?
That was still a question. I mean, do you believe that it's less dense at the bottom or the same density at the bottom? I mean, when I go down and I don't think we have an argument.
Well,
think
he
this
asked
argument to be
how,
argumentative.
He asked how, then you asked him his opinion about it. He wants to know how you
Here's what I think is weird. Let me
But
make
we
a
have a
quick
good
point.
agreement.
Wait 2 seconds, please, please.
What,
Please. We got the three phases of the three general phases. We got the density gradient of the phases, right? We got a gas on one side and solid on the other and liquid in the middle. Now you could compress solid, you could compress gas. Why you can't compress the middle? That I think is interesting. Thank you.
You can compress liquid.
Not water.
Yes, you can.
5% denser
So they
in that
say.
bottom of the Marianas Trench.
So they say you can. So you're losing argument if you're staying in the world. But practically, you can't compress water. Practically. Are you going to argue with that one, Moyak?
No, I mean, when you say practically, it's the compression is negligible.
Yeah, see, so on one hand, practically it's not compressible, but on the other hand, it does compress, so who knows? I don't know how they
It depends on what you're trying to do. Like if I want to try and find out how convection currents are going to work at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, I'm probably going to want to know the exact density. If I want to know whether I can use it for a hydraulic system, I'm not going to care about the 1% change in its density or in its volume when I'm trying to decide a lift load on my RAM, which is 25% overbuilt into it. So it's a question. It depends on your question.
No, you can't.
So the question is, how did we get the density? How did we find out it was more dense
I
at the
think
bottom
I
than
know.
up?
I think I understand how to use the formula that Gummy Bear sent. Because what we want to know is the density, right? Which is the amount of gas in a certain volume. With that formula, you have pressure,
cubic
volume,
meter.
Yeah, pressure volume equals moles times what is that? What is R? It's just a constant, right? And T is the temperature. So
you need to know how many moles there are.
If you say we don't have V and we don't have N, right? But what we're trying to figure out is N over V. That's going to give you the density, isn't it? We don't want N or V. We want N over V. So if you have
how do you figure out the number of moles? Now we're on to figuring out how many moles there is.
You don't want to know how many. You don't want to know how many moles there is. You know how many moles per volume there is, and you can
number.
Have that.
How do you get
formula.
that number now?
Formula
gives you the
ratio
mole
between
number.
them, because you have the ratio between them, which is the density that we want to find.
You have what between them?
The ratio. The ratio between moles and volume is the density of the atmosphere.
Okay, so you got a volume. How do you get the moles?
You don't get neither of them. You just get the ratio between them. Which is
I
what
thought you said
want.
we needed I thought you said we needed to know the amount of moles just now.
No, we want both. We want the ratio between, which is the density. Isn't the density what we're trying to find?
In order to get the rate. Okay.
Yeah, you can't get those
ahead.
separately. Yeah, if you don't have neither of those variables, you can't get them separate. But you can get the ratio between them, which is exactly the density, which is what we want to find. So you don't need a specific volume. You don't need a specific number of moles. You just want the ratio between moles per volume, which is the density. Isn't that right?
Okay, so we have a volume, and then what? We have gas inside of a volume. 1 cubic meter, let's say. Now what do you do?
Oh, that gives you how many moles there are, so you know the density.
So you just have gas in a container, and now you have the amount of moles.
You don't need a container. You just need the pressure, the temperature.
You need a volume.
No, you just need to know the pressure and the temperature. That's going to give you the density.
From the pressure is determined, like your tool will have a volume. Like
To get the pressure, you need a
barometer, a 1-inch square barometer will have 14 pounds of force on it.
Yeah, but
now
that's
you've got your
14
volume.
pounds
You
of
can
mercury.
extrapolate that out through math to your square inch pressure to your cubic pressures.
The 14.7 pressure at sea level is the weight of the mercury that was left in the tube that they tested at sea level, not the weight of the air. And you
It's
still
the
need
amount that the
volume
air
to get
supports.
pressure. You still need volume. No, the mercury's at the bottom. The air is at the top, creating a vacuum. You're wrong again. But to get the pressure, you still need the volume. So Jeremy asked a simple question, and then y'all wave right past it. To get the volume, you got to know the volume, which is usually the container. In y'all's case, it's just I don't know.
No, that volume is like
It's simply the
you can isolate volume over moles over volume, and the rest of it is all variables that you have.
Okay, so you got your moles. Let's say you counted that, which we haven't heard you say how you
don't
did
have
that.
that. You have the ratio between moles and volume. That's what I'm saying. That's what density is.
So you got to have a volume for this?
No, you don't. You just need a temperature.
You need a ratio.
Ratio.
Yeah, you need a ratio of volume to moles, but you don't have a volume and you don't know the moles.
That's not what we need. No. That's what the formula is going to give you.
Said
You need
that's
the rest
what you
of it.
needed. Moles
No,
over
that's
volume.
what we're trying to find. That's what we're trying to find. And the formula is going to give you that if you have the rest of the variables, in which you do if you have temperature and pressure.
But to get pressure, you need volume. Jesus, man.
No, you just need a barometer. You just need a barometer.
A barometer is a container. It has volume. It's the weight of the mercury in the container.
All pressure is,
but that's not
all
the
pressure is force over a.
Fucking retarded, dude. What the fuck?
All pressure is force over an area. That's all it is. So you don't need a volume to get a pressure.
Yeah, but to create that force, you need a container, right? If not, the gas or whatever you're getting the force from is going to screw off. You're not going to have any force if you don't have the container. It might have a little bit in the initiation, like if the gas is created right there, they're going to bounce off of each other and create a little bit of a force of wherever your scale is, because the scale is a part of the container. But if it's open, that gas is screwing off very quickly.
Okay, the barometer has a volume.
As it can.
The barometer has a volume, and it measures the pressure on the volume. How much you contract that how they call it? Like it's like a cell of air. Did they have something that contracts and expands with pressure?
I don't care what you say. You can make the container as big as the universe, and if all the gas is created at the bottom, it's going to take a while for it to fill up and build up pressure.
Yeah, you're roboting a little bit.
Create the.
Well,
I think the problem is if we come back to like these first principle type arguments, like how was a mole first determined? I think is really what Jeremy needs to answer this question: is how did they determine how much a mole was?
No. He said, hold on. He said we need, in order to find the density, we need the ratio of the volume to the rate to moles.
No. That is the density. No. That is the density.
Yeah.
So
and you said, okay, so we don't need the moles or the volume.
Yes, exactly. You just need the ratio between them, which is the density.
Okay, look. Here's what we're gonna do. We need to just tell me how you do it, not how you might do it or what you don't need.
Yeah, you
tell me
measure
what
the
you
pressure.
do need.
You measure the pressure and temperature. Measure the pressure and temperature, and then you can find the ratio between moles and volume using the formula that Gummy Bear sent before, which is going to give you the density.
So ultimately, we're definitely going to need to have a volume.
No, you need the pressure and the temperature. The rest of
the
it
pressure
comes
and the
from
temperature is going to give us what?
Going to give you the ratio between moles and volume.
What volume? What volume?
It's a ratio. It's just like asking. I'm driving a car. I don't know how far I'm going. I don't know how long I'm traveling, right? But I know I'm 60 kilometers per hour. Hour is a time, right? And kilometers is a distance. I don't know how long I'm traveling.
Trying to make this more confusing on purpose?
No. This is the exact same thing you're asking me. If I'm telling you you want to know my distance. and I say, well, I know the ratio between how much distance I'm covering per hour, and the ratio is 60. So the ratio of distance over time that I'm covering is 60 kilometers an hour. Doesn't mean I know how long I'm traveling, and it doesn't mean I know how far I'm traveling. I just know the ratio.
Okay, so if I have pressure and temperature, I'm gonna get the volume from this
No,
formula.
you get the amount of moles for volume.
So temperature and pressure will give us the amount of moles per volume.
Exactly.
But we don't need to know what that volume is.
No, if you increase the volumes, you increase the amount of moles because you know the ratio.
Hold on. You're somehow going to get a ratio of moles to volumes, but never have the V.
Yes, just like you can have the ratio between distance and time without having any specific time or specific distance.
No, you're definitely.
If you know you're traveling 60 kilometers an hour, you don't have to know how far you're. Yeah, you don't have to know how far.
An hour. The time.
Yeah, but you don't need that. You don't need that. That's what I'm telling you. That's the same for this formula. No, you just need the ratio. You're asking how far am I going? I look to my speedometer. I know how you call it, and I reach 60 kilometers an hour. That's a ratio.
Take pressure and temperature outside right now. I take a temperature and pressure reading. That's going to give. I'm going to end up with the density, which is the volume to mole ratio, but I'm never going to know either one of those numbers, the volume
you're
or
going to know how much moles you're going to have for each liter, for example. If you know that ratio, you know how much.
So we're going to get a volume. We're going to get a volume. You just said
you can plug in any volume you want. So you get, let's say, 1 mole per liter. I'm not sure if that's a reasonable value, but just go with that. So if you have 2 liters, you're going to have 2 moles. If you have half a liter, you're going to have half a mole.
All right, listen. Just write down in the chat. Okay, listen. Just write down in the chat how we get the fucking density at the bottom compared to the density at the top.
Sorry?
How do we get the density at sea level and then the density at the top of a mountain? How is the density measured?
Measure temperature, pressure of both.
So just temperature and pressure.
Yeah.
And that gives you the density. You don't need to do nothing else.
Yeah. Just calculation.
Well, you should have just said that like an hour. We've been doing this for like an hour now.
I figured out that you can use the equation like 10 minutes ago, and that's what I'm trying to tell for the past 10 minutes.
So temperature and pressure, that gives us density, you're saying?
Yeah.
And the barometer is giving us the pressure reading?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have that in contention, but all right.
Where's that formula?
I send the derivation of how you get specifically moles per volume, which is pressure over R times temperature. R not being the radius of the Earth, it's just a constant.
What is the R, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's the constant for each different.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think that's a constant for each type of gas. For example, that relation between
it's actually it's a constant that has to do with how it's like the energy level per mole. Essentially, it has to do with stuff with the universe, but it's a constant. Relevant. It's just a constant. Like pi is a constant. It's just a number.
It's the what? It's just a number they threw in? They threw some random number in there?
It's not random.
What is it?
Yeah, because you have different units. For example, when you come up with a unit of volume,
guys,
and you come up with a unit, that's what we're trying to explain. Every unit are things we came up with, and we didn't came up with in such a way that all of them match in a single beautiful equation. So sometimes the unit you pick for volume and the unit you pick for moles is not going to equate to pressure over temperature. But the ratio, the way they affect each other, is that equation. But in order for the values to match, because you have made up unit, you need sometimes a constant. But that doesn't change. Like, it doesn't change the fact that if you double the pressure, you're gonna have twice the temperature. density.
Why
Or
are
if you
you
double
change?
the volume.
Okay, so to make this
Why are you guys
super
changing
simple.
the formula for density though? I don't get that.
So let me just super quickly. The same way there's a constant there, the same way you have a constant if you want to make meters into feet, you have a constant of 3.28 that you multiply with. It's just to transfer from meter to feet. You multiply by 3.28. It's the same kind of thing. It's just because the units are different, you use a constant. Think of it that way.
Yeah, I just looked up. That's what Gaudscapel said. It says the formula for density is
mass over volume.
Mass and volume.
Yeah. So, and you guys are saying it's temperature and what?
No, that's moles over volume. You can convert that to.
No, it's not moles over volume. It's mass over volume.
No, I'm saying that pressure. I'm saying that pressure over RT is moles over volume, equates to moles over volume. And from moles over volume, if you know what composition you're measuring, you can then get the density. You can convert from moles to mass.
Yeah, the same way that I just said that you can convert with a constant from meters to feet.
Wait,
you can convert from.
There's a formula for density, right?
Yeah, but this formula is not how to get density out of temperature pressure. The one we are giving you is.
You do understand that it's density is a concept, and there's not just one way of representing a concept. It's not like mass over volume.
Dude.
It's not like mass over volume is the only way of ever talking about density ever. Like that's such a one-track mind kind of way of thinking about
it. I'm sure it is. You're right. Where's your citation or whatever for your formulas that you guys are coming up with right now? Like, who does it the way? Like, do you guys got any kind of anything to show to do it?
Don't worry. Let's just deny ideal gas.
I'm not denying anything. I'm not denying anything. I'm asking you if you got something to back up with what you're saying or whatever. Like, I'm looking right now as we speak on how to measure density, and I don't see the formula there.
That's the ideal gas, and you can end up with moles over volume. And for each particular
gas law,
for each particular composition of gas, a mole equates directly. I wasn't.
Yeah, I know, but a law is not a formula. I don't know why.
Let him finish. Hold on. Yeah, we know. I know, Moyak. I'm right here. Let him finish, please, gods.
Right. So for each particular composition of gas, an amount of mole correlates directly to an amount of mass. So it might not be mass over volume, but they correlate directly. So from one you can get the other directly. I'm just showing how you can use the ideal law of gas to find the density.
For example, if we know that let's just use 1 because it's a nice number. If it's 1 mole of oxygen, we can know the mass because we know the mass per mole of oxygen. If it was steel, could do the same thing. So mole is the amount of moles. If we know the amount of moles and the material, we instantly know the mass. So it is directly related to mass. So as soon as you know mole over volume, the thing Bacon is talking about, we can easily find out the mass over volume.
But you never get the moles and you never get the volume, though.
Yeah, you get the ratio, which is
you get the ratio because we're not talking about a specific one of it. We're talking about the ratio.
A mole of what? A mole of what?
So in this scenario, we're talking about air. So it's a mole of the particles of air.
A mole of 75% nitrogen. 10%
mole of the particles of air. You can't. I don't think
a mole is a number
of like that. I know what a mole is, but the particle, like you could have a mole of nitrogen or a mole of oxygen or a mole of helium or whatever. But I'm not so sure you can have a mole of air.
Or you have half a mole of oxygen plus half a mole of nitrogen. Boom. Now you have 1 mole of a oxygen nitrogen 50-50 mix. Now we can do that in any combination we like.
Yep. Moles aren't restricted to
sound like you guys are making
single composition. Alright.
This is
Like you can
super basic level physics.
you can have like a
Yeah.
mole of water.
Yeah,
You
these
can have like a
guys are
mole
good.
of water molecule, and I mean, which is going to give you a different amount, a mole for hydrogen atoms, mole of oxygen. Doesn't mean you cannot have a mole of water.
Okay.
Before we knew the ratio, how did we get the density of the Earth at sea level?
Density
Or the
of the Earth?
molecules?
Then
Density
you mean
of the
density of the
molecules.
air?
Yeah, that cubic air of air. Yeah, at sea level before we knew the ratio. What came
Well,
first, the chicken or the egg?
the ratio is the density. What do you mean?
And anytime we know the density, we know the ratio. That's what a density is. It's a ratio of the amount of mass per volume. Like
They're saying we get the pressure. They're saying we
And
get the ratio by taking the pressure to temperature ratio.
Well, he just switched back. He said we get the ratio.
Yeah,
It's
we-
mass over volume. They just keep switching back to it's just a big fucking
It's
No,
a
it's
because
circle, right?
we've explained,
the same.
ball game.
we've already
Yeah, we know.
explained,
It's so simple, basic level physics. If you don't
we've
understand it,
already
we get it.
explained,
But which
we've
came
already.
first?
Rakia, can you let me finish? We've already
Yeah, what came
explained
first? If you
how
answer the
mole
question,
over volume,
Yeah, I heard you.
volume and mass over volume are connected.
Heard you.
We've
Yeah,
already
I'm
explained
dumb.
this.
I'm dumb. So you gotta dumb it down. Which came first at sea level when you were getting the density?
The chicken,
Yeah, what came first and who did it?
not the egg, the chicken.
Yeah, what came? If you want to make a joke of it, put yourself on mute and I'll ask someone else. I'm fine with that. Which came first when they first came up with this, and who did it?
With this, what the ideologue is? What are you referring to now? Like I don't
I'm
know what
sorry.
you're referring to.
Well, someone had to come up with it first, right? It just didn't pop out of thin air.
Come up with what? The formula?
Oh my God! What is the subject that we're talking about for an hour? Density at sea level, right? Density on
It's
top of
actually it's celestial navigation. All right.
He's asking who was the first person to measure the density at sea level.
Yeah, well, what did they come up with first? And who was it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Doesn't
First
change
I measured it was
anything.
Does
If
anybody?
you become lawyers, you're professional bullshitters.
Yeah, for
Why?
like an hour. That's why I said these guys are good, man.
Because
Even
we
when
don't
they
know
get
who was the
crossed up
first
with each
person to
other, they
measure
say,
density.
"Oh, well, one's more complicated than the other." When I was bullshitting you earlier, that was the simplified part of the bullshit. When he was doing it, it was the more complex one. That's why they didn't agree with each other.
So it's a bullshit because we don't know who was the first person to measure it. I didn't get it.
No,
The
let's
good
go back
thing
to
about-
origin.
So the
Like, what
Rakia, the
tools
good
did they
thing,
use? What did they measure first, and who was it? Yeah.
Rakia, the good thing about science is you don't have to care about who did it and when they did it. You can
Oh,
do
but
it
I do.
whenever you want and reconfirm whether it is
Yeah,
true
I
or
would
not.
just be
That's
using.
such a good thing about science.
I would just be using stuff that I don't know where it came from and how it works and if it's right or not. I want to go back to the very beginning, the basics, Genesis.
You can test whether it's right or not yourself. You don't have to rely on this first
Test
person to
what
do
is
it.
right. Your ratio that might not be right. No, I don't want to test that. I want to test how they got it in the beginning, how they got these ratios, how
But
they
why
got
you
the
so
density.
why are you so fixated on the first person who did it when you can
I'm not
try
fixated.
it
That's
now
just
and figure it out yourself? Confirm
yeah.
it
Figure
yourself.
out if they were right or not. Who was right? If
Can't I
who,
determine? Can't I determine the basic function of there being more density on the ground with a soda bottle, filling it up at the top of a mountain, so that and then going down to the bottom and seeing that it's and fixing it at the temperature, let's say 70 degrees. Now I go to the top of the mountain, I heat my bottle up to 70 degrees, I close that bottle, and I go down where the temperature is 70 degrees, and now that bottle is squished. There's less something in that bottle, right? Just as a concept.
Yeah. Can do the same underwater, just the same way. They're both fluids. Air and water works the same way. In that scenario, in that sense, with pressure, both fluid.
So now that we've determined that it does actually change in density, now let's move on from there to actually taking the exact measurement. But we've proven proof of concept with that test, right?
But his problem is that he wants the very first person to ever do such an experiment. He doesn't care that
that's
it
not
is
a problem.
recreatable by anyone, anytime.
Well, you
He
can
wants
make
the
up a
first
name
person.
if you want. Just what came first? Like, what did they use? What tools did they use? How did they do it? And
And
how
what I'm
did they
telling
know that
you
what
is,
they're doing?
I have no
and what I'm
idea.
telling you is that's not how science. I don't give a shit whether
No,
you
I'm
were
not
the
doing
first
science
one or the
right now.
last one to
It's
do
not
it.
his
I'm not
claim
doing
that's how
science right
science
now.
works.
I'm not
It's
doing
not his
science.
claim. Yeah, it's not his
No, it's
claim that's
my
how
claim.
science works.
It's my claim that what he's asking for is completely irrelevant to science.
He's not claiming it is
No,
relevant.
I'm
He's
not
asking
trying
a
to do science.
question, dude.
Relevant to me. I'm asking
Okay.
if any of y'all know.
And what I'm saying
Obviously, you
is,
don't.
it's not relevant to anyone else.
Okay, good for you. Does anyone know? It still doesn't answer my question. And if you don't have the answer, put yourself on mute.
Well, you don't have any answers, and you're not on mute.
No one asked me anything. I came off mute to ask a question. Are you a Momo?
Like, I don't understand with this. What's with this? Yeah, why? Like,
Yeah,
why are you
why did you
attacking
come off
Rakia,
mute to
man?
do that?
He just
Yeah,
has a question.
just a question. This is a Discord, brother.
All right,
And
so can we all agree then at least with that formula you should be able to get the density out of pressure temperature? That sounds reasonable to me. And that was actually the crux of the conversation. If you guys want to go somewhere else, like talk about who did it first, feel free. But at least can we get
Oh,
to
wow,
a?
you guys are like, are you in fucking grade 6 or something right now? You guys are being so fucking childish at the moment.
Me?
Somebody's being childish.
yeah,
Who is it then? Who is it? Who's
yeah.
being
Who is it,
childish?
Example? Who is it?
I don't know. It's not my claim. I'm saying you guys are. He's like, he says, well, we're having this conversation. He's just mirroring what Rakia just said to the other guy. If you want to talk about it, you can go someplace else. He's just mirroring. Like, this is fucking childish.
Oh,
What?
come on, that you
What
said
the-
that.
No. I said that because that was actually the subject. And Rakia asking who was the first person to measure
It
this.
seems like you're just
Clearly
mirroring what
something.
he said for some reason. I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe because you are.
sure. He said it also. That doesn't change the fact that we were having a conversation about it. And now he is asking about something that isn't related to the conversation that no one has the answer for. So why should we dive into that?
That seems like something that Rakia can go and look up himself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the first principles as to how they determined a mole, how they decided how much a specific atom weighs. I work at a higher level than that, so I mean,
This
that's
guy
way too low level.
counted coal atoms, carbon atoms, the really small tweezer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know. I mean, did they catch them with little tweezers? I don't know. I go from the first principles. You know, I don't know how the principle was established, but after the first principle was established, I can go from there. The air
But the
weighs
thing
this
is as
much per
well-
cubic liter at a given pressure.
Thing is, as well, even if I could figure out how they did it, how they got the most accurate number, for example, for them all, what he's asking is who was the first one to ever do it. Like, why is that important? Just why?
Ask him. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to ask him. I've said multiple times, why do you care about who the first person was when anyone can redo it and reconfirm things?
Because
just answer that you don't know, so maybe we can go back to the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, what if
my answer
what
is
if he wants to repeat the first way that it was ever done then?
And
so
then
maybe
I would
that's a
say-
legitimate question to ask, I guess, right?
Okay,
If he
well,
wants
we
to
don't know
repeat.
the answer.
Okay,
so
we
I
already
would
said
say,
move along then. Move
I
along
would
then.
say, I would say I don't know who the first person or what the first person did.
Everybody
No, I
gets
have no
it
clue.
then. Let's move along.
Again, that seems like something that Rakia can look up himself.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still fair to ask. But, I mean...
Yeah, nobody knows it, so it was a fair question. Nobody knows it. Move right along.
But as a principle, I mean, was my test good enough to prove that there's more density at the bottom levels of the atmosphere? The fact that my bottle At the top of the mountain, it has less air in it than when it comes down to the bottom. It squishes in. So there's less shit in there, right?
all
But
you've
you
proven.
say that, but earlier Jeremy was asking for I've been listening to this conversation for a while now. Jeremy, nobody's getting answers on this side, it seems like, because Jeremy was asking questions. How do you measure that stuff, Moya? And you asked Jeremy, what, you don't think it's more dense on the surface? But that's maybe not up for contention. He wanted to know how you get these measurements, and it just seems like all these questions have been skirted around. Like,
well,
maybe
here's
it
what you
is.
do.
Maybe it's not in contention that it's more dense on the surface. But how do you? Jeremy wanted to know your method of getting the actual measurements, the numbers, right? How do you do that?
So you do it.
PDNRT is not something you use in the atmosphere, as far as I'm concerned.
You get a
Well, it was
watertight,
brought
an
up by
airtight.
someone on your side.
Get up an airtight container, go to the mountain, capture some air, go to the sea level, capture some air, and then measure it on a scale. There you go.
Yep, there'll be more shit in the bottle that came from the sea level.
And also, Moyak, the problem with your experiment is all you've proven is that there is higher pressure down here than it is up there. You haven't necessarily correlated it to also be dense.
Well, yeah, the weight would be
Of course, you
factor
can.
in that, but that's the assumption that atmosphere has weight. If there's more of it in there, then obviously.
But that's an assumption that not everyone here would agree with. Therefore, it's not conclusive.
But for a given composition of gases, the temperature and pressure will give you the density.
Yeah.
In a fixed volume.
We would agree with that. But seemingly from the past 2 hours of conversation, not everyone agrees with that.
Temperature and pressure would give you the density, but go measure it to really find out. Go weigh it.
That'd be one way.
So when you weigh it, how does the temperature? So you're saying on one hand you can weigh the find its density, but then you're saying on the other hand the temperature and the pressure is going to change that. So you're saying go get air from a mountain, come down to sea level, get air, and do the measurement of both canisters on sea level.
In my test, I suggested that you do it at the same temperature at the top and the bottom of the mountain, so you can eliminate that variable.
So go to the top of the mountain, get a canister of air, and weigh it at the top of the mountain. Come down, get a canister of air, and weigh it at the bottom of the mountain.
Well, no, Scalper, if you want to be a bit more scientific about it, you would take a barometer and a thermometer, and then you would measure the pressure and temperature of various locations at different altitudes, so on and so forth, and then you could map out the data to see if it's a consistent thing. But we're not just talking about being accurate and being scientific. We've also been asked for what's the simplest way. And that's just grab a bottle of each and compare them.
Right. You could do something that confirms this kind of graph, for instance.
Yeah. Like that's based on real life measurement. That's not just pretended to put on. And there's always a balance between the simplicity of an experiment and the accuracy of it. If you want the simplest experiment, it won't always be the most accurate. Almost never will be. And often, the further back you go, the simpler the method was, which also means the more inaccurate they were. That's why usually you talk about current knowledge, not about several hundred years ago.
And I do love the questions. Who was the first person? It's like totally, absolutely, 100% irrelevant to the facts that are present today. The person could have been completely fake, made up, a figment of people's imagination and history. Is it still verifiable today?
It's like I said, such a good thing about
Well,
science. Repeatability.
is his method verifiable today? Is that not a fair question?
That would be a question, yeah.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's
But
what he was
then-
getting to. I don't know.
But then no one knows who the first person was. And so then it becomes irrelevant again.
Well, is the method, and maybe his method has been superseded. So the first method is not necessarily even important. You just have to have a viable method.
Yeah, to me, the question should be, is there a viable method to do this? Not who was the first, who was the last, who was the 31st. It's just, is there a viable one? Or is there more than one? Is there anyone that we could test ourselves? Like,
the guy who
that's the question.
discovered making fire from friction, totally irrelevant to the fact that I can get two sticks and rub them together.
Yeah, totally relevant to me using a lighter. But yeah, like all of this is just to get the simple fact that it is the air, the atmosphere in the air is denser towards the bottom than it is towards the top. That's all this conversation has been about showing.
And I think that's demonstrated reasonably with the bottles.
See, that's
So we
where
can
Bacon, I think you're wrong. That's not what this conversation was about. Jeremy had asked repeatedly about the method. He didn't even necessarily bring in the idea that he was arguing about the relationship. He wanted to know methods. So I think that's wrong. That's what this conversation has been about, something different than relationships. It was about methods. And I don't think we ever got to any real true conclusion on them.
Yeah, like how the whole method of how you get the density, at the bottom compared to the top. That's all.
But you do agree that
pressure and
it is
temperature.
clearly,
and
clearly
we've given
denser at the bottom, right?
Once again, that's not necessarily
That's
for
my
debate.
question to him, though.
Yes,
You do
I just
agree
heard
that
it.
it is definitively denser at the bottom.
What's the question?
That air is definitively denser at the bottom, as exampled by my bottle of air at the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain.
Well, okay, so you go to the top of the mountain, you get to a bottle of air, and then you go to the bottom and you get a bottle of air, and then what?
You can weigh it. You can look at the fact that it's all crushed in, and there's obviously less shit in the bottle that came from the top of the mountain. Any number of things. That fixed volume, that bottle is has less pressure in it, less volume, less material in it.
So you're saying because it weighs more? Because
It weighs more and it has less pressure.
Yeah.
Has lower pressure.
What was that? You clipped.
Weight and pressure. If it has less weight, it's going to be less dense. If it has less pressure, You're saying less
It
pressure,
came from a
less weight
source that
equals
was
less
less
density.
dense. There's less shit in the bottle, right? We can agree on that. The potato chip bag, whatever. Go to the top of the mountain, it inflates like a balloon. Go to the bottom of the mountain, it squishes. So there's obviously less shit inside that bottle. The weight will tell us how much shit is in the bottle.
All right.
Is it that there's less shit in the bottle, or is it a outside pressure thing? I don't know.
Well, okay.
The outside
now
pressure.
you're going to probably say both, I guess.
Air is composed of more stuff down here than it is per given volume up there.
Yeah, but the mainstream thought is that there is more pressure at sea level than there is at the top of the mountain. So is the can squashing because of the pressure or because of a lack of stuff in the can?
But this
They're
is why we
related.
were talking about things like the ideal
That's what
gas
I'm
law.
asking.
That's
Not
why we're
asking,
talking about
just
things like
pointing
the
out.
ideal gas law, because that shows the concept about how these things are related, how pressure is related to density or temperature or all of these things, because they're relatable concepts. If you know the pressure, volume, the amount of stuff in there, all of these things, you know everything about it.
Yeah, there's relationships. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody's denying relationships, to be honest. Jeremy's been
that's the
asking
whole-
Jeremy's been asking a very specific question. I don't really believe it's truly been answered personally, but I don't think he's denying. I never heard him deny their relationships personally.
Well,
I don't
there's
know
been
what he's
at
saying.
least
let's
4
work it-
methods.
Right, let's work it out though. For a given volume, you know that the bottle has the same volume opened at the base of the mountain and at the top of the mountain. And when you close it at the top of the mountain and bring it to the bottom of the mountain, there's clearly more stuff outside per given volume than inside where it came from, the mountain. So
But the
there's
question,
more stuff for a given volume down here than there is up there.
okay, let me ask this question specifically to Moya. I want Moya to answer this question. Moya, when you go to the top of the mountain, before you close your bottle, is that bottle full?
I would say it depends what you're talking about, but yes, it's full of air.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. So it's full of air. So the bottle at sea level, I know you've already said earlier that the bottle at sea level is full before you close it. So both bottles are equally full.
While they're at their respective altitudes, but then when you compare them next to each other, you see that clearly they're different.
I didn't. Listen.
Okay,
I'm not saying that they're not different, but my question is pretty simple. Are they both full?
Okay, the full is a relative term because
Okay,
I
now,
can
here we go.
take my soda bottle and I can pump it up to 120 psi at ground level, and it will have
still
more
full.
stuff in it. So there's different levels of full. It's full of the ambient air.
It's like the example I gave a while ago about the cup of flour. When you just take a cup of flour, you would say, "Oh,
Yeah, you're
that's a
putting
full
more
cup.
in it.
That's a full cup." But then you can pack more and more flour in there,
Then
and
you're
you would
putting
still
more
say it's
in.
full, even though it has more stuff in it. It was full
Yeah,
to
you're
begin
putting
with,
more
and now
in.
it's still full. Yeah, because it's been compacted and therefore more dense, which is exactly the same thing that's happening with air. Even though you're filling it denser with
So
more
you're
compact.
saying that the air is compacted at sea level. That's your argument then?
Density.
That's literally what density
What
means.
higher density literally means.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to understand the position better, the way you guys would explain it. That's all.
So apart from the observation that if you take this bottle up to the top, close the lid, and then bring it down to the bottom, and now it's crushed in a little bit. So there's obviously an observation that there has been a change in pressure. So then that has then the actual the weight of that, has that been confirmed? Apart from the observation that you can see that there is a change in the container shape, has it actually been weighed to see if there is any significant difference or any difference whatsoever?
Weren't they
So, I mean, if we
contesting
know,
the fact that they needed a container before? Weren't they contesting that?
if we know that it's got the same kind of stuff in it, it's both air, then why would you have to weigh it to know that less weighs less if it's the same kind of thing?
If you don't have the gas contained, how can you do anything with it?
Well, in this scenario, we're
Exactly.
talking about it being contained, so I'm
No,
not sure
just-
what you're on about.
Yeah,
Just
you've
ignore that and
contained
just address Mansaw.
you've contained the gas. So I've got no problems with the gas being contained, and I've got no problems with the observation that there is a change in the shape of the container due to pressure, whether that's exterior pressure or internal pressure, either or. But then have the two containers then been weighed to see if there is any difference. Do you know the answer to that one, Doofus, at all yourself, or is it just the
Well,
observation we're going by?
we're going by that right now because it's very difficult to get a sub microgram or sub milligram scale to do that sort of thing with air of that small of a volume. However, it is worth noting that any contained gas at a higher pressure, given enough pressure, will definitely register a weight difference, which is why empty scuba tanks and full scuba tanks weigh different.
Yep. No issue with
And
that whatsoever.
yeah, but all I'm saying is you don't have to weigh it to know that it weighs differently because of the fact that you know it's the same kind of thing in there. It's air in both, and you know that one has less stuff in it, less volume of the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we all know that if you have less of the same kind of thing, it has to weigh less. It's just logical.
Yeah, but if I take that same container from the bottom of the mountain and take it up to the top, it's going to expand slightly, and the same.
Oh yeah.
And then another container from the top down to the bottom, it's going to contract slightly. So, but see, to me, I can just put that down to maybe the external pressure acting on it.
Well, I mean, you
Well,
could
that
verify that if you wanted. You could basically take and put it into a fixed volume, like let's say a syringe, and put them both into the same syringe and then weigh them. I mean, if you wanted to, say that it's somehow the shape of your container.
then, and additionally, if you the original scenario was that each bottle is is capturing the ambient air at each location, at sea level and the top of the mountain. They're both full of air. Clearly, one has less air than the other.
I don't think they're exactly right the way they're thinking, because, for instance, someone brought up a scuba bottle, a scuba tank.
Yeah.
If you fill up a scuba tank with air and you go to an atmosphere in water, which is 33 feet in seawater, you have half as much usable air as you did on the surface. So that's not about like, what's so funny, Moyak?
No, so
Wait, what's so funny about that, Moyak?
What you're
The amount of usable air has. Go ahead, answer.
Yeah,
You'll
what you're
probably do better than us.
conflating is the amount of usable air, as in with the
I'm
amount
not
of air
conflating it.
the amount of usable air with the amount of air that you get used. When you're whether you're at the bottom or the top of water, you need the same amount of oxygen. But when you're further down, the air coming out of your tank is higher in density. It's high pressured. Therefore, you get more in your lungs as you breathe, but you still need the same amount. So you're breathing more, but you need the same amount. Therefore, you're wasting more. So when you're further down, you're wasting more air. That's
Yeah, but
why
it's
it
the
lasts
same
longer.
example as your mountain example, just starting from sea level
No,
instead of
it's not.
starting high. Yeah, it is actually, because you guys talk about the relationships, and I tend to agree with the idea of there's relationships with all this stuff. I mean, how you want to measure it and what numbers you put into it, that's a different conversation. But yeah, there's definitely relationships, and for every 33 feet of seawater you go down, that's one atmosphere. And your scuba tank has, every time it halves to the amount of usable air you have. So, for instance, if you go to 100 feet of water, you can only stay down there for a good divers. You're looking at maybe 10 minutes at 100 feet, and that's because of the amount of air it's compressed, right?
Well,
So
it's because of the fact that when you breathe, you fill your lungs with the same volume. And when you're down there, the same volume, but at double the pressure, that means double the amount. That's
so it's
all
the
that
same
means.
thing as
This
your
is not.
mountain example.
No.
No, it's not the same thing because you're
Yeah, it
using
is.
more air. The air that's getting into your lungs is more dense. Here, see, there's an
Right,
explanation of the
but
same
more
thing that he's been
dense.
talking about.
So if you could weigh that same scuba tank at 100 feet of water, it's going to weigh the same as it would be at the surface because it's the same amount of air in there.
Right, but it's not when you
Right.
get to 33 feet or whatever, it's not that you have half as much usable air. It's the same amount of air. You just go through it faster.
Yeah, fair, whatever, fair enough.
Rebreathers.
But the point is that the scuba tank isn't going to weigh any different at 100 feet, even though the air is more dense, as you guys would say it is.
All right,
Right?
let's put it this way. First off, like the rebreathers is actually addresses this problem pretty straightforward. You can get almost the same amount of air, like if you take one scuba tank and a rebreather and you go down, Now it scrubs out the carbon dioxide. Your blood, actually, the amount of times that you actually have to
Okay,
inhale
now
is
we're talking about blood and
now
everything
you
else.
well,
Dude, my
so let me
God, you
finish.
guys.
So when you've got to, if you're going to go and play stupid, we can go and play stupid.
How's it
Now you
playing
go and
fucking
you
stupid?
get into breathing air and how it works. The amount of carbon dioxide per liter of blood is what determines how often you have to inhale.
Yeah, no fucking
And your
shit. We're
fitness.
not talking
So
about blood.
now,
We're not talking about the
what
bends or
happens is
decompression
now I have
sickness
to.
or any of that
Now we're not
shit,
talking
dude.
about that. You guys shut up for a second. You'll hear the whole thing. Now,
Oh my
when you
God.
actually take a breath, the breath is still compressed air. You are still using more volume per actual inhalation. More cubic
No
feet of
shit.
air are going through in each breath of air.
No
Now, since you're
shit.
breathing more often,
Oh my
you're
God.
using up more air, and that's why it lasts less time. With a rebreather, you don't have that problem. You have the same amount of time at the bottom with that tank as you would sitting right on the surface or thereabouts.
Are you
Close to the same.
done? Do you think the scuba tank weighs more at 100 feet of water then?
Why would it weigh more?
Well, because it's denser air inside the scuba tank, of course.
Not denser air. Same density as it is on the surface.
Well, you just said it was denser.
The air
amount
getting into your lungs is more dense because the air that's coming out of the regulator.
Yeah, so the air is denser.
Right,
No.
not in the bottle.
Not in the bottle.
So it only becomes more denser as it leaves the bottle.
You're taking more denser
air that's coming out of the
moving it to
regulator is more dense than
Hold
if you
on.
were at
He
the
just
surface
said
of the
you're
water.
taking more dense air out. See,
Right,
you guys are saying
listen-
two different things. He's yapping in the
No,
background
listen
over
very
your
carefully.
shoulder,
If
saying
you don't want to
something
listen,
different.
that's going to be
Then-
why you still
no,
get
he's
confused.
saying something different than what you're saying. He just said you're taking
He's not.
more dense air out.
We're in total
No,
agreement.
The regulator, what's coming out of the regulator in the surface of the water versus at depth, that's different.
What comes out of the
stuff inside
regulator
tank
comes out
is
of the tank.
same. The stuff that's inside the tank is the same. The stuff that's coming out of the regulator is different.
Where do you think the regulator gets its air from?
Doesn't matter because if the tank's at 120 psi, because if the tank's at 120 psi and the air coming out of it is at 15 psi, those are clearly different, right?
What's your point?
So
It
if you
gets
go
the
at
air
depth and
from
the
the
air
tank.
coming out of the regulator's at 30 psi, the stuff in the tank is still at 120 psi, although you probably won't be lasting too long.
Okay, so you're saying that the regulator pressure increases as you go down in depth. Is that your claim?
The air that's out of there, the air that's coming out of the regulator is matching the pressure around you.
The air that's coming out of the regulator is matching the pressure around you.
Yeah, you have 4,000 psi in your tank, and at the surface, it has to regulate it down to 14 psi, and at 300 feet, it's got to regulate it to whatever the hell the number is. 10 atmospheres.
There you go. It'd be less, but whatever. Who's counting?
Right. The stuff outside the regulator would change. The stuff inside the tank would not. In order for the stuff inside the tank to change, the tank would have to change shape or volume.
So it magically becomes denser as it comes out of the tank.
It's regulated. You quit.
The regulator is always making it less dense, or else it wouldn't be able to get out of the tank.
Moyak says you're breathing more dense air.
Than what it would have been if you were at the surface.
So I just said it magically becomes denser. So you guys, you've already said
There's
it's
no
not
magic
denser
in it.
the
It's a
tank.
regulator. You quit.
So you've already said it's not denser in the tank. So we'll go past that. And now you're saying when it comes out of the regulator, it's denser.
It comes out of the regulator, it's denser than it would have come out of the regulator if you were at the surface of the water. It's the only two things we're comparing. The only two things we're comparing here is what comes out of the regulator at the surface and at depth, not what's behind the regulator or in the tank, just what's coming out of the regulator.
So when it comes out of the
comparison.
regulator, like I said, it magically becomes denser.
It's not magic because there's more pressure around you.
How did you not get this?
The word magic doesn't really, it's not involved. There's no magic here at all. There's more pressure underneath the water, so the air is more dense after it leaves the regulator.
It just, all the regulator does is let air out of the tank. That's all it does.
Yeah, and the air is going to be at the same pressure as the surrounding pressure.
So just from letting the air out of the tank, it becomes denser.
And you're
That's all. Listen, Moyak, you can keep repeating regulator all you want, but all it does is allow the air out of the tank. That's all they do.
No. If it was,
Yes.
if that was all it did, it would be called a valve. What it does is it regulates the pressure. That's why it's called a regulator. Like,
it doesn't change. You don't adjust the pressure of the regulator as you go deeper in the water.
no, the regulator does it automatically.
Because it's matching the pressure
regulator.
around you. It's matching the pressure around you. That's why it's doing what it's doing.
Okay.
You don't have to adjust it. If your pressure changes, it does what it needs to do.
And how does it do that?
By matching the pressure of the surrounding environment.
All the diaphragm does is open the regulator, Moyak.
There you go.
That's all it does. It opens up the regulator.
So
Yep, to match the pressure of the surrounding environment.
So how does the... Okay, go ahead, man. No, go ahead.
Does the air change its density as it's coming out of the tank or when it's in the tank?
They're saying neither. They're saying when it comes out of the regulator. Because technically it travels from the tank to the regulator, so it's already out of the tank.
So the pipe...
So if the tank is...
So the pipe between the tank and the regulator is where the change happens, is it?
No, the regulator's doing it. If the pressure in the tank is, I'll use a different number this time. Let's say it's at 300 psi inside the tank, right? And the air pressure that's coming to you is going to be the same pressure as your surrounding environment. If you're at the surface of the water, that's 15-ish psi. If you're at depth, that pressure is going to be higher because of what the regulator does. But it's never going to be 300 psi.
What do you think the regulator does that changes the density of the air?
It's matching the pressure of the surrounding environment.
How do you, like, practically speaking, how do you think it matches the pressure of the surrounding environment?
If that's... 1 second.
I was going to say, go look for regulators.
Okay.
Cool information. Go find out how it works.
What are you fucking flapping your gums about?
If you want the actual way one works, look in chat. There's a diagram.
I used to fucking service regulators. So please explain to me what you think the regulator does to change the fucking density of the air.
It's in the diagram. The outside pressure is pushing on it to tell it, how to match the air pressure with the surrounding environment. It does what it needs to do to match the pressure. That's how it works.
But how does it change the density of the air?
It puts enough air into the output as necessary to match the pressure of the surrounding environment. The number of times you ask the question doesn't change the answer.
Yeah, because you're just not really answering it, though.
What it's doing
It is the answer. Don't say it's not the answer.
What it's doing is, okay, if you have...
Listen, you yelling isn't going to change anything.
Right, it's not going to make you less ignorant.
It's not going to make you more telling the truth. Or not the truth, sorry,
so
answering the question. I meant to say
pressure is pressing on the piston, as shown in this diagram.
Yeah.
What happens?
What does that have to do with the density of the air? How does it change
everything?
The density of the air?
It's the whole purpose of having the regulator in the first place. If you can't agree with that, then you've got a problem.
That just equalizes the tension of the springs.
To match the pressure of the surrounding environment.
Okay, So how does that? What does that? How does that change the density of the air in the tank?
Oh my god, dude!
Isn't it just regulating the amount of air that comes out the regulator?
To make it so that the air is at the same pressure as the surrounding environment.
Right. It's the amount of volume released. It's not actually changing the density. It's changing the amount of volume that's being released.
It actually equalizes. It's basically equalizing so that when you pull your breath in on the piece that's in your mouth, there's a diaphragm in there that's spring loaded, and that it makes it so that when you suck in, the amount that you suck in, that will still work. It's regulating the ease in which you can attack.
Yeah, and the thing that would make it easy is if the pressure of the air is the same as the pressure of your surrounding environment, so that your diaphragm in your body can do what it does.
We're talking about the density of the air. You keep talking about is pressure density then? Is that what you're saying?
Pressure and temperature and density are all directly related.
But not individually.
The fuck does that mean? If you have a fixed temperature, then the pressure and the density are definitely related directly.
So they're not individually, like if you have a different pressure
yes, they fucking are, just like I just explained.
If you have a different temperature but the same pressure, then that affects it too. So they're like simultaneously they affect shit.
God, I'm glad he's not servicing my regulator.
Yeah,
Jesus,
whatever.
Dude.
The regulator doesn't affect the density of the air.
It affects the pressure directly.
Okay, we'll just keep going around the bush. I'll keep saying one thing, you keep saying something that has nothing to do with it and calling me stupid, I guess.
All right, so let's have a scenario then where a regulator is only regulating for one given
good, man.
pressure.
Like,
so if we take this tank that's at like say 300 psi, and in air it's fine because it's quote regulator that you're thinking of always puts out 15 psi, and it's always good for you up there. When you go down to the ocean is suddenly putting 30 psi pressure on you, and the thing that you're thinking of, which you think is called a regulator, is only giving you 15 psi. You can't suck that air in. Your body's not good enough to do that.
What are you talking about?
So what you need to do instead is have an actual regulator.
Did I not just give a good example of exactly how the whole system works, including the piece that's in your fucking mouth, you doorknob?
So that you can actually breathe.
So you can sit there and strawman what I said,
you want to do, which is have the same pressure
to say the stupid shit you've been saying the whole time.
Come on, guys.
Moderator.
Yeah. You're all over you.
Yeah, because he's totally misrepresenting what I said. He makes it sound like I don't even fucking understand how a regulator works when I just completely...
To actually draw in that air has to be at the same pressure as your surrounding environment, or else your body can't pull it in.
Right. So the point of contention, I think, came in when you said that the regulator changes the density of the air, which is an incorrect statement. Right?
Thank you.
And if the air is at the same temperature and a different pressure, obviously the density is also different, correct? Can I get a yes or no?
Go back to pressure. I've already said the way a regulator works. Nobody argues.
Yes or no?
Dude,
so is the density of the gas in the tank changing?
No.
Okay. The regulator does not change the density. It just reduces or increases the amount of volume of the compressed air that's flowing through it, right?
No.
Then what does the regulator do if it's not increasing or decreasing the amount of volume that's coming out of the tank?
Careful, he's about to call you stupid.
Volume is not the amount of air that you're receiving. Volume is just a given amount. It's just a given amount of space. If you want the regulator to give you the air that you can draw in with your muscles in your body, you need that air to be at the same pressure as your surrounding environment.
Are density and volume not connected?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so then what he's saying is also correct.
No.
Okay, so how come it is if a scuba diver takes a breath in at 100 feet of water and they hold their breath and they start to ascend, after a couple of feet, they'll explode their lungs?
Because the air is at a higher pressure than the surrounding environment, and it is trying to expand.
Mm-hmm. We're back to that now.
I think you said that backwards. Did you say descend or ascend?
Ascend.
Oh, okay.
You have to breathe out when you ascend if you're a scuba diver. Otherwise, you'll risk blowing up your lungs.
So
If you
when
don't, you'll actually increase the density.
Oh
Let's
boy,
see,
here
will
we go.
density change? Hold on, let's think about that.
Yeah, you
So
think about it for a bit there.
yeah, so on a
Hang on.
regulator, right? So a regulator takes in the like pressure around you, right? So the regulator, there is a device, right, that will get pushed in based on the amount of pressure.
It basically
Is this the correct
equalized.
statement? No, I'm asking a simple question, right? So within the device of a regulator, you have a spring, right?
Correct.
So as the pressure increases, that spring is going to be compressed. It's going to move something down, which is going to decrease the volume of air that comes out of the tank, right?
Backwards. That's flow rate anyway, but that's also backwards.
So, okay, so as pressure increases, then the amount of air that is coming out of the tank is going to increase as well.
Right. The flow rate's going to be a little bit higher in order to make the pressure of the air the same as the surrounding air or surrounding environment.
Okay, so it increases the volume of air that comes out of the tank the higher
Not
the
volume,
pressure is.
flow rate.
Flow rate. So what is a flow rate measure?
So
Does
what
it
you
measure
gotta
volume? Does it measure a volume of air
So
moving?
think
That's
about
like
it
saying
this way.
speed is distance.
Think about it this way. When you take a breath out the regulator, what you want as the user is to have the same feeling of air coming into your lungs.
But I
Now,
think
in order for
where
it to do that, it needs
I
to be the
understand
same
this.
volume per second coming into your lungs. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
So
since you're at a higher pressure area, let's say double pressure area, what that means is you'll need you'd need the same volume per second, but since it's since it's double the pressure, you'd need double the density to be the same volume per second.
Ta-da.
Because if it didn't do that, then either it would give the same amount, which would be reduced to a smaller volume per second by the pressure, and that wouldn't work. Because if it gives the same amount, it would be compressed by the pressure outside, therefore you don't get the same. So it does care about what the surrounding pressure is when it gives you.
And it adjusts the amount of air that is coming out of the tank. It's increasing or decreasing the amount of air coming out of the tank based on the pressure. But I think where the point of contention came into play with the argument that was taking place earlier is that the density of the air itself in the tank is not changing. The regulator is just either increasing or decreasing the flow of that air.
Which in different pressure environments will result in the air coming out of it at different pressures.
So the tank itself is a really high pressure, so it's got a lot of air in it, and it will constantly try and escape. The regulator has tries and open or close a little bit of the opening so that a varying amount comes in, and that will depend on the outside pressure in a manner where it matches so that you get the same volume per second because of the compression of the outside pressure. So yeah, in a sense, all it's doing is closing a valve slightly, but it's
Right.
doing so completely dependent on the outside pressure.
Outside air pressure, right. So
Yeah.
the air in the tank, the density of that air is not changing. It's just the amount that's either increasing or decreasing based on the outside pressure. That's all that was trying to be said earlier. And it came down to a big argument of semantics.
Yeah,
because
it's always just
there
nuts with
there
some
was
of
the
these
claim that the
people.
regulator is actually changing the density. It's not actually changing the density. It's increasing or decreasing the amount
All
that's
right,
coming out of the
I
tank.
guess we need a recap because for some reason you forgot what was happening. So at the sea level, at 0 depth, and at say 33 feet in depth, those two scenarios, the air tank has the same amount of pressure and the same amount of density in it. Okay, that's just the tank. So now we can ignore the tank from now on. We don't even have to mention the tank. Now the regulator at 0 depth is going to give you 14.7 psi of air, and at 33 feet of depth is something higher. Okay?
Double.
Yeah.
Right. So it's increasing the amount of air that is coming through the regulator, right?
Right, because your environment is at a higher pressure, so the air coming out of the tank is now at a higher pressure than it was coming out of the tank before.
Pressure doesn't equal flow.
So what it's saying is, since the pressure has doubled, in order to get the same volume per second, the amount has to double. Now, if you have double the amount in the same volume, that is doubling the density.
Where is the same volume coming into play?
Your lungs.
Because every time you take a breath, you fill your lungs to the same volume, whether you're at 0 or 33 feet. That's the job of the regulator.
This really isn't that complicated.
I know it's not that complicated, but what you're trying to say initially was that the density of the air is being changed, which it's not. It's
the density of the output air.
Yeah, the output air is more dense at higher pressure.
correct. It's a semantical argument.
Right, and nobody is saying that the tank air is becoming less dense or more dense. 0 people are saying that.
The only time the tank air becomes less dense is because of the fact that you're emptying it slowly. But that's of course irrelevant.
Over time.
Yeah, but it's not going to change the density by going up or down in the water. It's simply from being emptied. So that's why that can be kind of ignored, because we all get that and agree on that.
But so if one of the whole reasons I brought this up is because that's what I thought you guys were saying about cans of air from mountains to sea level, that the density changes within the can. That's what you guys had said way earlier.
So the reason why it changes
that's why it's funny.
The plastic bottle example.
Here we go.
The reason the density changes is because of the fact that the plastic bottle is allowed to form. Because now the volume is changing, therefore, yes, the density is changing. For the tank in the water, the reason why it's never changing is because the tank is a solid freaking structure that's not changing.
Except we were talking about putting the air in like a mason jar or steel
No,
can earlier.
in the mountain example, we were talking about a plastic bottle that was allowed to deform.
Yeah, these are different scenarios.
And you can change it to a solid.
The most important thing in all this is that when you have
Yeah, go on, guys. I'm just gonna respectfully bow out because earlier we were talking about solid containers and density too, so it's just funny. Anyhow, go on. I'll stay on.
Right. The most important thing to take away from all this is if you've got air at the bottom of the mountain and you've got air at the top of the mountain, and these are both the same things, and when you notice that the density is different or the pressure is different between the two environments, if you have the same temperature gas and different pressure, then you have different densities. And the one that has the most density is the one down here on at sea level. That's it. That's the end of the discussion.
And also, getting back to the very, very original reason that this whole topic was brought up, is the fact that we have denser air in the bottom of the atmosphere by sea level, and the further up you go, the less dense it gets. That was how this all started.
Right, so the further up you go, does temperature decrease?
It
Not
both
enough to make
decreases and
the
increases, and all of, like, it's a variable system, not just
right.
one answer.
Right,
Then
and
you have the
the
question, like
amount that the
Jeremy's
temperature
saying.
changes is slower than the amount that the pressure changes. The pressure decreases way faster than the temperature.
And then you reach areas where the temperature starts increasing again, and then also decrease, and all of this, and it's just the pressure still is decreasing. Even though at some areas the temperature starts increasing again, the pressure is still decreasing. The density is still decreasing.
Yeah, so that flies in the face of everything that you guys have been
No,
saying.
what that shows
Not
is
at
that
all.
temperature is not the most important factor to the density of the atmosphere. That's all. That's what that shows.
And
Right, if we
Doofus,
look at
I
the
think
first like 17 kilometers, it looks like in this graph, it goes from 1,000 down to 100. But in that same period of time, the temperature went from 300 down to 200. Now, I know 1,000 to 100 is a big difference, much bigger than 300 down to 200. Right?
and
Yep.
I remember you showing the barometer on your phone being like sensitive to like a meter or two of difference
Right.
in light,
About,
right?
yeah, about 1 point, or no, about 2 meters, almost exactly 2 meters.
Mine's about 6 inches. I can get a reading, significant reading.
Right, yeah, no, when I was doing it live, I did it over a distance of 2 meters.
Yeah.
And my cell phone only cost me $280.
I got two, and none of them have barometers.
It's weird.
That didn't mess with your barometer
So
when
we
you pull the
talking
vacuum on it?
about cell phones?
Yeah, did you get
Talk about
a...
your barometer on a cell phone.
Yeah.
And apparently it's way
No
more
doubt.
precise than I would expect.
Oh, yeah.
Precise, it's sensitive. I wouldn't say it's precise.
Well, it has a high level of precision. I don't know if you want to go with accuracy. You could, I mean, given another source, you can determine its accuracy, but definitely the precision is there.
Right.
What technology do phone barometers?
As
Say
far
it
as I
again?
know, it's an aneroid barometer. Basically, it's a load cell with a vacuum surrounding it.
Ah, yeah, fair enough. That's what I'd assume, yeah.
That's why I was curious to know, did your phone, when you put it in the vacuum chamber, it didn't affect the barometer at all? Seems to work okay.
Who did what now?
Your barometer in the phone, after you put it in the vacuum chamber, does your barometer still work?
I mean, I haven't, but I imagine it would.
It
It's a
depends on
little
if it's a
MEMS
vacuum
thing.
or if it's less than a vacuum, you could hyperextend it. Like if they just put a low pressure in there that's beyond reasonably, when it's reasonably sensitive enough for our measurements, it may not be a good vacuum. If you pull a vacuum around it, you might break the load sensor. And I think it was Bio, just put his phone in one. I wanted to know if his barometer still worked.
No idea.
And I thought you were pretending to be Bio.
Weird. Hey.
Someone get the voice actors mixed up? What happened there?
I did.
Oh, gotta pay more attention to the voice actors.
Gummy Bear and Bacon should become lawyers.
Why?
Because I think you guys could sell ice to Eskimos.
Of course we could.
There's the spirit.
I mean, they need something to build their igloos out of.
There you go.
Tell the Eskimos, even though it's ice, that means it's not going to melt, and you utilize thermodynamics with the ice to create an igloo, which creates an environment of higher temperature, and therefore you're heated. There you go.
The semantics that go on in these rooms is crazy.
Did you hear that improv, Gods?
Yeah,
right?
I
Like
heard
he
him.
didn't even hiccup, and he had a sales pitch for an igloo.
I know.
Only on a warm day. Only on a warm day, SE.
Well, was any of that false though?
No, I'm giving you
No, you
compliments,
did
man.
good. Yeah, you did real good. Yeah, you're good.
I want to buy an Eskimo right now.
You want to buy an
The problem is
Eskimo?
There you go. A Cajun, a Southerner wants to buy an igloo from you.
Oh, and an igloo,
There
the
you go.
semantics that are in this room are the fact that we keep getting dragged down to this minutia. The basic concepts are simple, and then it's like, oh, well, who was the first one who ever did this test?
Oh, you're still like, what are you, fucking 12?
kind
You're
of
still
measurements
going
they
on about
This
that?
dude has a hard on for me. I
Can
live
you
in
not
this
move
I can't even
past
say
shit? My God.
It's actually an interesting question who the first one was.
Of
course
what
tools they use?
It has no bearing on the actual results.
Did the
It's nice to know.
It doesn't have.
No one said it did.
Like,
Did anyone say it did?
Moyak never got
your
lucky
non
last night
sequitur
or
doesn't
something.
play here. No one said it did.
Yeah.
Right, but if we're in the middle of discussing the things that we can measure, and then we switch to who was it that first measured it, doesn't really address the topic that's still going on.
Yeah,
It's
we had
just an
talked about
opposite.
how we measured it for like an hour. So
If it makes you feel any better, you guys weren't fucking addressing how you measure shit, so may as well fucking go with the other question to have some fun.
Right, but it's semantic bullshit designed to just distract from the conversation.
That's not. Question isn't semantics, you idiot. It's a question. Semantics is what you're doing.
Yeah, are you sure you don't work at the theater, Moyak? Because you're doing an awful lot of
Semantic in that it has no bearing on the actual end result of the conversation that we're trying
So
to get
you're
to.
twisting the words of semantics?
Yeah.
Good for you. You sound weird, man.
So does
You
anyone
sound like
actually know
you.
the
You always
answer?
sound like a bored moron.
Does anyone actually know the answer, or no one actually knows the answer?
I think Moyak knows. He just doesn't want to
Answer
say
to
it.
what?
Who was the first one to discover the density or the pressure or whatever you want to say at sea level? And what tools did he use?
I mean, we could measure it right now. I see. Again, the question doesn't really make any sense.
The answers that were given was 4 different methods we could do it. No one knows how the first one did it.
Oh my God, that has
That's not the
nothing to do with
question.
the question. You guys are fucking funny.
I actually asked a question, right? Like, who actually was it? And you guys are referring back to everything else. I don't know what's so.
We got to get Moyak.
I think the answer was we
Can
don't
we
know.
discuss this right now,
Okay,
Moyak?
then.
Is that okay with
We
you?
answered that multiple times.
Okay, then, cool. You don't know. That's fantastic.
We don't know, and it's irrelevant. It's
Yeah.
neat information from a fun
Not
standpoint.
irrelevant to what? Not irrelevant to what?
Not relevant to the question or the conversation.
We're past that conversation. This is a new conversation.
No,
Are you a child?
He's not past it. That's the thing. It's like
You
fucking
can't
dealing
get past
with 12-year-olds, man. My fucking kids get past shit quicker than this.
I like the question myself. What tools did he use, too, is what I want to know.
Yeah, I think like, why wouldn't you want to repeat the way they did it initially, see if you can get the same results?
Yeah, the original test. Replicate it. Is it replicate or duplicate? Or are they the same?
Replicate, I think. I think replicate. I don't know. I'm sure that we could argue about that for a while.
I think the first one.
Google says Evangelista Torricelli in 1643.
And what did he measure?
He was the first to measure atmospheric pressure.
And what tools did he use? Does it say?
He used a tube of mercury held in a bowl of.
What do you know? The weight
I think
of
water
mercury.
was first. Hang on.
That's what it says on Google. So
Yeah.
Now Moyak's
That's
going to become an expert. Wait, I'm going to predict that.
No,
Yeah,
as
in
far as I
30
recall,
seconds.
well, let's see, Rakia, you could be your little snide Boris self.
I
But,
think you're right.
that was
Yeah.
all with the
Here
water
we go.
barometer.
Oh,
love
you
it.
know everything about it.
Pressureville. Go
You're
on.
so right. It's funny as fuck, too. Go ahead, Maya.
It took me like 10 seconds to Google it. Actually, it was pretty quick.
Oh, which is about 10 times longer than it took Moyak to like have a conversation about how we should be asking.
And so the answer was a barometer. And what other method did we say before? Even though we didn't know who the first one, what method the first person did,
Oh
we
my
still
God.
gave you the example of a barometer.
Bacon, dude, get off of it already. It had nothing.
He's not bacon.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
bacon.
They sound the same. They're all bacon as far as I'm concerned.
We're all bacon, I know.
They're all fried.
Do I sound like gummy bear?
No,
People
I get you
mistake
guys
us
mixed
for
up,
each
though,
other all the
bacon.
time.
Yeah, I get you.
When are y'all going to realize we're the dumb
Well, we always have that teacher that gets like the wrong name for us, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's right.
I actually learnt something new. There you go. Torricelli, 1643.
Did you know that 14.7 isn't air pressure? It's the weight of mercury at sea level in a volume of a container with a vacuum above it.
Correct.
Yeah, it's just a relationship. It's not a pressure.
Hey.
14.7 is
remember?
actually incorrect as far as relating to mercury because inches of mercury, it's not
There we go.
14.7.
Well, I just
Wait, you said
blew my
wait.
mind right now.
It's the weight of the mercury in their tube at 33 feet, 1 cubic centimeter. Cubic centimeter? Cubic, whatever it is.
Yeah, but it's not.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It's not the height.
It's just a relationship. That's all any of it is. It's just a relationship.
No, the Glovers have said for
But
a
to
long
say that
time
14.7 is connected to the mercury is
Gummy
weird.
bear.
It's absolutely connected to the mercury. That's the weight of it at sea level.
Yeah.
That's
Remember
what
that formula?
Incoming expert.
14.7 is.
Incoming expert Zanuck on the scene.
Oh fuck! Here we go.
It's over.
Yeah.
We're all done. So listen, the
They
Glovers.
related.
All right, here we go. So
You'll be saying it depends on your
14.7
reference
psi is 29.93 inches of mercury.
That's inches of mercury, not the weight of the mercury. What's the weight? 14.7 at sea level, right?
Pound force per square inch, 14 psi, 14.7 psi. That has nothing to do with the weight.
It's not air pressure. It is the weight of the mercury.
Well, no,
Absolutely.
he's correct in a sense. It's the weight per square inch.
Yeah, exactly.
The weight per
Take a
square
1-inch column.
Not the
It's-
weight or pressure of the air. It's
Yeah,
the weight
it's
of
just
the
all
mercury.
relationships, guys. Like, there's no need of getting butthurt about it or upset.
Now they've
Oh.
learned something new.
No, they already knew. They already knew what they didn't know. Don't worry about it.
Thanks for telling us, Rakia. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Hey, thank you, Rakia.
Hey, SC. At what altitude, feet above sea level, does water cavitate?
33.
Wow, how'd you know that?
Because he's a Freemason.
Have you ever done it, SC?
Just happens to be the same depth of an atmosphere in salt water as well.
As above, so below.
Yeah.
Read your Bible.
I actually got the
No, it's
tubing,
not.
Rakia. I actually got the tubing. I'm looking for some free time to do it.
There you go. Don't get a tall ladder. It's gonna be kind of shaky up there at 33 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I
So
got
now
a nice
let's think
stairwell
about
in mind.
the scenario that you brought up just
Yeah.
a moment ago, Rakia. If we have the same amount of pressure to take us from 1 atmosphere to 2 atmospheres takes that amount of water, and then the amount of water going up that same amount to 0 atmospheres, why is that a coincidence? It isn't. They're obviously related. Going from 1 to 2 atmospheres should be the same height as going from 1 to 0.
What's your question again?
It's called a relationship. Like I
Yeah,
said
what-
earlier, it's all
Right,
relationships.
it's not about.
Amazing how that's not random, right? It's perfect.
Yeah, of course it's not random, because going from 1 atmosphere to 2 atmospheres should be the same height as going from 1 atmosphere to 0 atmospheres.
Yeah, nobody brought
Obviously,
up.
because they're
No,
different by
listen,
exactly
dude.
No one's
1
arguing
Once
atmosphere.
that.
again, nobody brought up 2
No one's
atmospheres.
arguing that.
Yeah, and not only that, but nobody cares. It's non sequitur to the point.
No, I like
It's
bringing up.
it's entirely pointless to say that it is
Yeah.
some sort of convenience or somehow magical in some way, because obviously
No one said it was convenient or
would
Nobody's talking about
necessarily be
traveling 2
that the same
atmospheres
depth
anyplace.
below the water to get to 2 atmospheres
Hey,
would
Nobody's
obviously
talking about 2
be the
atmospheres.
same amount of
Before
height
you lose
above
your
the
You
mind,
need
surface
to
of the
calm
water
no
down.
to
one
be
said
able to
that.
get to 0 atmospheres.
You need to calm down. Nobody's traveling 2
fire.
atmospheres.
Yeah, no one even brought that up.
That's exactly what you brought up. You said, "Oh, so 33 feet
No,
or
he
33
never
feet above,
he
and
never
33
brought up
feet
2
below." Of course,
atmospheres.
it's some
I
sort
think
of
you're wrong
convenience.
again. I think
But
you're
what in
chanting through
actuality it
everything.
is
you're thinking
obviously
of
0, 1, and 2 are separated by the same amount.
Keep
Duh.
chanting, buddy. Say it
You're
again.
freaking out over something. I don't know what it is, but nobody brought up 2
Strange, man.
atmospheres, dude.
People are going
It's like
nuts.
Yes,
it's like
he
Ricky.
did. Let's go through it
No,
again. If it's double
no,
the
he didn't.
pressure at
Ricky
33
can't
feet,
ask a
then that's 2
question that's on
atmospheres.
topic
Obviously,
without
that's
it
2
not
atmospheres.
mattering
You're not
to
going to
you,
tell me that
or
that's not 2
talking about
atmospheres.
something totally different now.
No,
Guys,
no,
one
we're
at a
not.
time, please.
That you
Yeah,
don't
sure we are.
understand that 2 atmospheres is double the pressure at 1 atmosphere is
Awesome.
totally transparent right now.
Awesome. So,
Yeah, nobody's brought
at
up
how
2
many feet above
atmospheres.
sea level
Nobody's
does water
denying that 2
cavitate?
atmospheres is twice as much as 1. Good math. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
2
Right.
apples
So it's
is
not
twice
something
as many
magical
as
or
1
some
apple.
coincidence or
No one
something
said
that is
magical
as
or
above as
coincidence.
below.
Could you
Hey,
repeat
What
that
actually
again?
is a natural relationship
Guys,
logically
come on.
deduced by how that water performs.
you know what else? 2 apples is twice as many as 1.
The only person who
Congratulations.
used magical or coincidence is you.
Nope. Because when you said is as above, so below,
Yeah.
what was that supposed to refer to?
Things that happen above also happen below.
All right.
Right. Thank you for agreeing with me.
Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck.
Unless
these
you
guys.
mean right as in hell no, you're wrong, right? I mean, did you switch the meaning of the word right, or did you just agree that the things that we're talking about, pressure, happens above and below sea level?
Right, but it's not a coincidence. It's
Never
not
said it
something that's
was.
magical. It's not something
You're the
that
Oh my
one who
god, nobody said
requires
it
a
was.
relationship
You
to
need to
be unknown
chill.
before
You're the only
happening.
one who said
Because
that.
It's
what you're
like
using is
It's
water
like you're
to
having to say
verify
it.
that water does the same thing as water.
you know what
That's
it is?
obviously proved.
Someone
No one
can't
else.
say something that's
Yo, we
true.
gotta chill, man. For real.
Okay,
Well,
I just gotta say one thing, man.
if he's going
It's
to put
like
words in my mouth, I'm going to attack him viciously because it's not
wait,
what I said. He's the only one who said magical and coincidence like 10 times. It's weird.
yeah,
I
it's
know,
like
but let
the
him
minute
finish
you
his hey, yo. Just let him finish his sentence though, because otherwise the over talking and shit.
he
Rocket, come
did
on,
finish,
man.
Jeremy. He did finish. So it's like
There's a
as
lot of
soon
over
as
I
talking
didn't really.
going on.
Oh,
Come on,
you
guys.
did. You made your point. As soon as someone says something right and true, these guys have to go on and try to up it every time. It's really a weird thing. It's like there's nothing wrong with what he has said, but this extremistes or whoever it was that's talking has to somehow or another try to make it look wrong while saying the same thing and then trying to up it one. It's such a weird fucking
Putting
thing
words in
to
my mouth
observe
and
that.
agreeing with me at the same time.
Yeah,
It is
it's so
a
weird.
strange tactic, man.
Yeah, it's
But we
strange that
see it
water
now.
behaves like water.
See,
Yeah.
you're so weird, dude. What's the point? You didn't like that Rakia said something that's right and true? That pissed you off? Like, what's the deal? Like, really?
Do you have to lie about my position, or could you ask me my position?
Well, did you have to
You're
lie
lying
about
about
Rakia's
mine.
position? Yeah. Like, come on, dude.
So do you
Right,
agree,
Projection
hey,
lately?
guy that
Is
keeps
it
chanting, hey, guy that wants
is
to
it
talk
at
so
all
much, I'll let you
interesting that
talk. I'm going to address you. I'm going to ask you a question so you can talk, because I know that's what you want to do. Does water cavitate at 33 feet above sea level?
yes, because that's where 0 atmospheres would be given the amount of pressure above sea level.
And describe that process. What's happening to that water?
The weight of the water is pulling it down.
Is more of something else being introduced into the water, or is it separating, becoming a different state, or what's going on? Describe the process.
The water is reaching a vacuum.
So is there more air?
More air? No.
So water stay in water at 33 feet.
It's not air. It's water vapor.
Okay, so it's water vapor turning into a gas then.
Right. That's not air, is it?
What is it above? I didn't say it was. Said it was a gas. There you go again. So at 34
No, you said
feet,
air.
what is,
I mean, we can clearly rewind the stream and see that you
yeah,
said
it's
air.
gas. Air's gas. Yeah. So at
Air,
34
no,
feet.
air is not just gas.
Yeah.
Air is something
I
specific.
didn't say it was just gas. There you go again. At 34 feet, what is it?
There, you don't. There's a vacuum. What it's doing is the same thing as what water does from 0 feet depth to 33 feet depth.
Don't go
Those are
down.
the
We're
same
still going
exact
up.
relationship between the two because there's
still going
exactly
up.
the same distance between the two.
We're still going up. At 34 feet, is there less water or more water?
Right. You didn't. I mean, if you don't understand what I'm saying, you can keep asking the same question.
I'm asking you questions. You're the one that wants to talk.
0 to 33 feet depth, the amount of pressure change is equal to at 0 to 33 feet depth. At
They
0
always
to
want to
33
ignore the water vapor in the
pressure
air. They
difference.
stay ignoring
For
it.
God's sakes, I'm gonna get it out at some point.
Yeah,
We
you're
ain't
gonna
talking about that
go to
shit.
something else that I'm not asking.
You're just gonna keep going. You're just gonna
I
keep
never
going. You're
asked
just
anything
talking.
about
Just the whole
depth.
time. You're gonna keep
I never
talking
went
the
down.
entire
I
time.
went up.
What you're gonna do is
As
just
I'm
keep
going
talking
up.
and not let me get my point out. You're
Yeah,
just
you're
gonna
not.
keep
You're
doing
making
it.
a point
You're
about
just gonna
something that's
keep
not
doing
being
it
asked.
until somebody gets muted. Until somebody gets muted.
Yeah, you
Until
should
I
be
get my
muted
point
for
out.
not answering the
Here we
question.
go.
Sorry,
I'm gonna
guys.
try this one
Guys,
more
I gotta
time.
mute
Here we
you
go.
both. I gotta mute you both. I'm sorry. Doofus, I'm muting you. You guys gotta relax for like 5 minutes. You're getting crazy.
If he could let me finish, that would be great.
No, I'm gonna mute. No. All right, fine. I don't know who was interrupting who. Guys, we gotta stop, man. Come on.
Can I ask my very direct question to him again? At 34 feet above sea level, what happens?
In your solid tube that's holding the water up in the first place, what's
Oh my
up there is
God. Did I
probably
say anything about a solid tube?
it's probably Jesus Christ, Rakia! I can't get out. I can't answer the fucking question. You won't allow me to.
Yo, let him
You
answer,
won't allow
bro.
me to answer the question,
Hold on,
and then
Doofus.
I'm gonna be the
I
one
hear you.
muted
I hear you.
because you're a dishonest fuck. You are gonna leave me muted because you
Go ahead,
let me
Doofus.
answer the
Stop.
fucking
Doofus,
question.
answer the question. Go ahead. Hey.
I'm about to. If people would stop fucking interrupting me.
Stop screaming.
Okay,
Go ahead. Answer the fucking question.
All right, here we go. In your solid tube that's holding up the water in the first place, up to 33 feet, that water reaches a pressure that is 0. Then the thing that's above that is whatever water vapor happened to evacuate up into that space from the fact that the water reached 0 pressure.
What are you talking about? I didn't even ask anything about a tube. I said above. Listen closely. Above sea level. Water cavitates at 33 feet. We both agree. What happens?
Conditions are required for that to happen?
Why is he interrupting me now while I was muted all that time? At 33 feet, water cavitates, which means air is being introduced into the water at 33 feet. So it's cavitating, appearing to boil and do all kind of other stuff. At 34 feet above sea level, not in a tube that I never mentioned. What happens at 34 feet?
Address the question. 33 feet above sea level, the water is in what in order for it to cavitate? How is it cavitating?
You don't just raise a glass to 33 feet and have it cavitate.
What do you got to do to the water in order to get it up to 33 feet in the first place? There's obviously some tube involved somewhere. Right?
You're not muted, Rakia.
Because, like I said, it's not just racing a glass of water 33 feet. Something else involved.
Give him a second. He could have got a call. When he gets a call, it just drops him. Give him a second.
He ran away. He ran away.
He ran away.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah,
coward. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna start. Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, he went to Google it. That's it.
It is obnoxious what the iPhone does.
Told
that
you he'd
too.
make a good lawyer. See him
The
ready
iPhone-
with the switchblade at hand. Gummy bear.
Your Honor and the jury, here we see a demonstration of the lawyer not competent at his job. I request a mistrial.
You're
You
not
see
very
that?
good at your job because anybody that knows Rakia knows he doesn't even know how to use fucking Google, for God's sake. That guy is so inept when it comes to technology.
Yeah, I am only joking. I know.
Yeah, I know I am
Emotionally.
too. He is actually not very good at technology, but I'm sure he use Google.
Tell you what, he's handy with a trowel, though. That's for sure.
All that matters.
That's
I don't know. Have you seen his front sidewalk and shit? It's not looking
That's
like
right. Yeah.
too fucking handy with a trowel.
Yeah. You better.
Is this a roasting? Is this
My
roasting
terrible
Rakia now?
paper. Yeah, yeah.
You better fix
Yeah, we're
that
roasting
shit
him.
and get Google to come back. And
Hell yeah, we're roasting him.
Jeremy. How to make friends and influence people.
piss them all off, Jeremy.
Imagine going on Google, getting somebody's picture of their house and posting it, and finding one little thing wrong, right? Which I'm sure everybody's house, if you go around, like, I need some work on my driveway right now because of the winter, right? And imagine
my
posting
driveway got
that.
fucked up too.
What kind of sick fucking person you got to be?
Yeah.
Excuse my
You
language.
know what happened in my driveway? It separated from where the street was. So now there's like this gap / like lift thing going on. Fucking brand new driveway.
Yeah, I got freaking tiles, whatever you call them. And man, this winter did a number on them.
Oh, those pavers are nice.
You got the
Love
interlocking
those pavers.
pavers? Is that what you got?
Love those pavers.
Yeah, the pavers,
ceramic.
but near the
Ceramic.
end where the drain is, oh man, they're all upside down.
Jesus.
Do
It's
any
because
of
of
you
the
guys?
frost. You got to rip it up, put a good layer of sand, gravel first, and tap it real good, and then put sand on top of that and tap it, and then put them back in place.
Yeah, that was the problem. The guy who did him didn't tap him good, didn't do that procedure exactly what you just said, bro.
Yeah, you got to tap it real good with a good tapper till it's like rock.
That's because guys nowadays don't give a fuck. You ever heard them saying it looks good for my house?
Yeah,
That's a terrible fucking saying.
It looks good. It looks good from afar, but it's good.
Yeah, that's because they're inside their house with the blinds closed. So they say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about the money now. They don't care if shit lasts or how good it's put together. Just give me the money and I'm out.
You can do it yourself, Essie. You just go rent a tamper from Home Depot or wherever.
Go buy a fucking handheld one and slam that shit down.
Yeah.
You know,
Do
I'm
it all
thinking of
manually.
doing it. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing it myself. It's just a few square feet. It's nothing really big, but you got to get it just right, just above the sewer, because I got one of them long sewers. So you got to even it out,
When you
should
say
I use a
sewer-
level or should I use a pendulum? What do you guys think?
I would use a fucking listen. You got to get a well. You got to get in a well. Then you got to get a fucking laser in the well with a gyroscope.
what you need is some sticks and a well, and you got to do
And
it on the
wait
right
for the
day.
sun, no?
Yeah,
Wait for the
you
sun?
got to wait
Yeah.
for the sun the right time of year, and then that's the time you can do it.
That's what I
I'm
thought.
telling you, the
Thanks,
only
guys.
way is you get a laser and a gyroscope and you get inside a well. That's that bandsaw shit right there.
And a compass. You need a laser, a gyroscope, and a compass, and don't forget about magnetic declination, because that shit will fuck you up.
Right. Okay, all noted. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
I was gonna use a level, but damn, thank you for setting me straight.
No, level.
No.
That's no good.
You'll screw yourself up there, Montreal, if you use a level.
The level, yeah, the level's only good at a point. So, like, on that 1 grain of sand that you put it on, it's only good at that point. It's not good anyplace else.
Yeah, whatever you do,
Moving
don't make any horizontals because the water will fall towards the middle of that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, whatever you do, don't make it perfectly level because it'll make a mud puddle in the middle of the thing.
Damn, I'm glad I spoke to you guys. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
I mean, that's something you're going to want to pitch anyways, but. Did he have it? Is it pitched or the water wasn't like pulling up anywhere? Was it?
Well, it depends. Is it on the hump or is it on the slope?
Well, it was just on the double drop hump, right at the edge there.
The cusp.
Okay. Yeah, that's shitty. I don't know if you'll be able to fix that by yourself. To be honest, that one's a tricky one.
I'm gonna call George for some measurements.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
What do you got for us, yo? Seems you wanted to be unmuted. What do you got for us? Yo.
Oh.
I'm already unmuted.
You're unmuted. What have you got for us?
Nah, I don't know. What do you want?
I don't know. You wanted to be unmuted, so now is your time to
Yeah,
shine.
I just wanted to be unmuted.
What's up? Are you new here? Or?
Shine like a diamond.
Shine like a diamond.
Shine on your crazy diamond.
Wow.
Is that shining?
We got one of the island. We got one of the island boys in here.
I remember this voice.
Shine on me. I will tell you my story.
Dude, this isn't the karaoke room, bro. This isn't the karaoke room.
He asked me what he got for us, so that's what I got. I got some songs.
Nothing.
You
Absolutely.
like Pink Floyd?
Maybe he's one of the island boys.
I'm an island boy.
Really?
That song is so fucking stupid. Does anybody like Pink Floyd?
Not like I like the island boys.
I'm an island boy.
God, you're fucking crazy, bro.
I'm an island boy.
Crazy.
Dude, what's up with their hair, bro?
It's awesome, isn't it?
Nah, it's like a fucking nuclear bomb going off.
Hey,
and all
dude,
the rest.
they probably work on that shit all night, getting their hair looking like
No,
that.
they just got haircuts, guys. You guys are way not up to date with the Island
No.
Boys. They just got haircuts. Okay, they got rid of all that shit, that goofy shit.
Well, fuck that. I don't like them anymore. Then I only like them because of their hair.
Pink Floyd's back on top.
Pink Floyd's back on top, baby.
You think Carrot Top was their inspiration?
No, Carrot Top's way cooler than those guys.
Hey, Doofus, Manfred. Did he leave?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's not here. He's not here.
It's quiet, so probably left.
He won. Rocky ran away. Doofus won, so he just left.
Yeah, they ran back to Gems. Oop, I beat Ricky. He left. He ran away. He got scared.
Cool. I've got good news, everyone. I've got good news.
Great. What is it?
The United States has just pledged to cease testing on their anti-satellite destructive missiles.
Oh, fuck.
They've just pledged to stop it.
Nice.
They probably realized they could just hack them, so why would they blow them apart?
They probably realized they weren't even up there, so they fucking said, "What's that? Blowing them up."
It was a waste of a missile.
They've been fucking tricking us all this time.
No missiles. We ain't
Obviously, satellites are up there.
Who's that chiming in? Obviously, the satellites are up there.
Yeah, if we didn't have satellites, we wouldn't have, internet, TV.
Is that right? Go look up how much.
Part,
Go look up how much submarine cables takes up for all communications on Earth.
A lot of them. A lot of cables are used in internet. If that.
How about 99.9% of all communication is taken up by submarine cables?
Except for the dishes pointed at the sky.
Repeater stations.
You probably mean submerged cables, like they have cables in the water for the Ethernet.
Yeah, they call them submarine cables. Submerged cables, submarine cables. Same thing.
But there's
Call it
still
what you want. Tomato, tomato.
Yeah, but there's still satellites involved in it.
Sure there is. They catch the cables under the water catch the satellite signal and then give it to where it needs to go, for sure.
Well, for example,
I agree.
satellites are involved in GPS and weather and a lot of other stuff.
Right. GPS seems an awful lot like the Loran system. Updated.
Oh, you like this one, huh? Is this your favorite?
The Loran system, yes.
Is this your
My
favorite?
Yes, Jeremy, it's my favorite.
Ah, my bad. That's your favorite Loran system? Okay. There we go.
We got you, Jeremy. We got you.
Damn, you guys get feisty.
I tell you, right? Heaven forbid if you say something right and they don't like you. Oh my God, they're just gonna get attacked like crazy. You can't say that. It was right. You're supposed to be wrong all the time.
When your name is called God's Scalpel, what is that? What is that referring to?
I can't tell you, dude. Did press Dawn put you up to that? He wants to know really bad.
Does God do surgery?
I'm not sure it has anything to do with surgery.
What, bro? What?
What?
Come back. What you call my name for? What?
I didn't call your name.
Why are you saying my name, bro?
Dude, don't you say my name.
Yeah, keep my
say
fucking
my
name
say my
out
name.
of your mouth.
Out your goddamn mouth.
Oh fuck.
Here, Will Smith. Fucking what are you referencing? My name ain't got nothing to do with no scientific evidence one way or another. So what the fuck you talking about?
Nobody said that, dude.
Yeah, nobody said that. Fucking relax.
Why is you in here talking about me, bro?
I'm not talking about you.
Tell me, listen. You're gonna talk about me. Say to my face, I didn't hear what you said.
You gotta get your anger. You gotta get your anger.
Please
tell me what you said, dude.
Get your anger in check, dude. It's no big deal. Relax. Holy
check your
fuck.
privilege, bro.
Yeah.
God, I'm sorry you infatuated with me, but why don't you say?
I'm not the one that keeps talking about a fucking guy. Oh my God, relax.
I heard you say my name, so tell me what you said.
I don't even remember now.
What you say?
Hey.
What is holistic health, Crooks?
What's that?
He's talking to me.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, Don.
Yeah, listen. All I heard you say wasn't that what Press Don was saying or something like that. I want to make sure nobody's strawmanning my position on like that. Why don't you just say what you said?
We don't even remember. Nobody remembers, dude.
You don't remember shit. Here's you being dishonest again. Come on, man.
Look, Don, if we were talking about you, it was totally irrelevant.
See, nobody even remembers. That's how benign it was.
Here's how weird
Dude, you're
you
not
are.
that important on the scene. I don't even know who you fucking are.
Minutes
Dude,
ago, bro.
Relax. We don't even know who you are. You're not that important. Dude, calm down. You're not that important.
Bro. Why are you such a goldfish memory pretender right now?
Dude, relax.
No, goldfishes have great memory. Why are you being prejudiced towards goldfish?
Yeah, what do you got against goldfishes, dude?
Scalpel, you're just a character, man. You don't be honest up in here. It's obvious. Like 8 times today, you've argued about semantics to play.
God.
Hey man, wait your turn to talk, bro. I'm not done talking.
Yeah, hold on. Let him berate you a little bit, and then you can berate him.
Okay, I'll let him talk me down. Yeah, I'll let him talk me down. Go ahead, Don. Talk me down. Go ahead.
It's been about 8 times you do this. I mean, it's a pattern, man.
What's the pattern? That I talk you down? I've never talked you down. You're the one that talks me down.
See
You
how
have some kind of, I don't know,
Did
your
you know
anger against me is
Hey,
crazy.
Crux, did you know? Crux, did you know that faulty pattern recognition is a clear sign of paranoia and/or schizophrenia? Psychosis.
Yeah, so when I point out a pattern of him playing semantics or pretending to play dumb or giggling,
Dude, wow.
hey, stop
I'm not
interrupting.
allowed to fucking
Stop
laugh.
interrupting, bro. Stop interrupting.
Sorry,
So,
I'll be
sir,
all serious.
when I point
Sir.
out a legitimate pattern that happens, and I'm pointing out his dishonest behavior, and he turns around and says, "Oh yeah, you're talking down to me," and he's talking about something totally irrelevant. That's him
What are you
misrecognizing.
talking about, dude?
You see that this gentleman can't even let me finish the talk. You know what I mean? Like, dude,
No,
wake
I'm
up.
asking you what you're
Stop wasting
talking
your time on
about.
this
You're
talk,
making
dude.
some
You
kind of
won't even
story
say
up
what
that's
you
not even
mean.
real. Your
What are you
anger has
talking about,
blinded
God
you.
Scalpel? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what's he talking about
What are you
there? Why don't
talking
you tell me?
about?
Go ahead. Tell me
Go
what he's
ahead.
talking about. Yeah, exactly. These are fucking words.
Tell me,
Like
just
Jeremy
fucking
said.
words, man. Come on, tell me.
You
What are you
said a lot of
doing?
words. Try to make a coherent sentence about it.
Come on, guys, please.
Let's get back to sextants or something.
Yeah. Good idea.
Yo. Yeah, who doesn't
It's
love
the
sex?
year of the sextant, I heard.
Yeah, it's
We
the
never
year
even
of the
finished that
sextant.
earlier. We never even
Oh.
finished that earlier.
I'm gonna have to mute you if you keep up your bullshit, dude.
Where did we leave off, Jeremy? Where did we leave off?
Oh my God! Everywhere we go, we leave off there. We've been left off all fucking day.
Can I read the definition of sexton?
No.
Sure.
A church
Sure.
officer or employee who takes care of the church's property and performs related minor duties.
Ooh. Really?
Is that for real a definition of a sextant?
Yeah, it is. That's the
Wow.
No way. Post it, yo. That's
I just
interesting.
hang on, I'll pull it back up.
I gotta check that shit out. What's the dictionary that you're reading it from?
Yeah. Clip it and
That'll make
post it.
Yeah, that'll make a fun little fucking time, actually.
Oh my God, God Scalpel is a guardian? Oh my God, he's the worst offender of anybody here.
Oh my god, relax. Cause I go around mute. I let people like Don Geo and you say stupid shit about me all day. I don't abuse my privileges. I don't mute you. I don't fucking kick you. I don't ban you. I don't move your rooms. Relax.
No,
My
but
god,
you
I'm
talk over people like constantly.
Oh.
Speaking like a true prophet.
Yeah, and hey, guess what? What if I do that? It's because someone's doing it to me, and there's other people. Conversation.
No, you're kind of really the
Otherwise,
start.
I'd fucking mute you every time you talk.
You're
Fucking
kind of the
retard.
starter for the over.
Shut up.
Dude, sometimes I swear to God, sometimes I've been asked questions, and while I'm answering it, I get muted for interrupting people because their fucking question continues and continues, and I have to like somehow answer like fucking 8 different subjects.
We're gonna have to come up with a code word that we can all say at the end of our sentences, so that we know when people are done talking. This is a ridiculous way to communicate, but I don't see any other way to move forward.
Or how about a
It should be like Roger
your
Stop or something
feelings
like
get
that.
hurt
You
and
know,
you
when
were
people do
talking
that.
Over.
If someone calls
Over
stop
and
rule,
out.
then we have to stop
Good
talking about it and switch. Over.
Safe word. We need a safe word.
Yeah, just stop.
It wouldn't help. Yeah, you'll do it in the middle of somebody actually talking.
Except for right there.
Wow, you did it. You managed to hold your tongue for 1 second. Really impressive.
Just did it a second time too.
Guys, let's get productive. Come on, let's get productive.
Yeah, let's start jerking off now.
Yeah. Where's this definition? I can't find it.
It's sexton, not sextant.
Oh, I see. That's why.
Yeah, sexton.
Get with the program, yo. Come on.
Hey,
You
what's
led
the
us
all
down
the
a garden. You led us down a garden path there. We got all excited there for a minute, and bang, boom.
What was the word? Sexton? Can you spell it or type it? We're talking about the
Sextant, the tool.
sextant.
Sextant, the tool.
Can you spell that?
No, I can't.
Very carefully. What do you
Are we
want
talking about
spelled? The
Japanese
tool?
term?
You want the
Yeah.
tool spelled? Sextant.
That's 2006.
Sextant.
Okay. Extent. Okay.
TOOL.
Tool.
You're talking about the curvature measurement thing?
What curvature? What curvature?
A sextant is a
Curvature.
double reflective
Don't be
navigation
bringing in
instrument.
curvature when
Angle
you're talking about a sextant. What the hell? Seriously.
I'm
Well,
answering your. I'm answering your question.
Over.
A sextant is a doubly reflected navigated instrument that measures angular distance between two visible objects. Is that what you mean?
Okay. Where
That's
did the...
one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no word
Sextant.
curvature, no.
Yeah.
Say what? One more time?
There's no word curvature in that definition.
No, I didn't say curvature. I say angular distance.
Right. Well, initially
guess
you
you're
said,
talking
is
the
that
same
the
thing.
instrument that measures curvature?
But yeah, that's what it does. Angular distance is just another word for curvature.
Is that right?
No, it's not. No,
Wait,
it's not. No,
Oh my
no,
God.
it fucking
Don't
isn't.
be making stuff
Wait a
up.
minute.
He's just
No,
trying to get
no.
everybody right.
No, right there.
Let
You
it
don't
work.
know. You don't know the mathematical definition of angle or curvature. I already know from that statement
It's not a
alone.
mathematical definition. Here's the definition of angular: having, forming, or consisting of an angle. An angle can be a curve. You see, not all angles are curves, but all
You don't
curves
know.
are
You don't know
angles.
shit about math or geometry.
You do know fucking shit. I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Not all
No, you
angular.
didn't. You just gave me a bad definition.
Not all angles are curves, but all curves are angles. Understand my point? Like it's like the thumb with the fingers and a hand thing. All thumbs are fingers, not all fingers are hands.
Yeah, that's like three false statements now.
It can measure an angle that is not a curve.
Yes, you're wrong.
Yes, you're
No,
wrong.
you don't know your mathematical definition.
Hear what he did there? Yes, you're wrong. Everybody missed it, I guess.
Being in a room with fucking first graders, bro.
It is like that today. I don't know why, but...
I'm glad you agree. At least one person here is saying.
Oh, fuck yeah, for sure. It's been like that all day.
Right now, I'm just trying to start something meta.
I know, I'm agreeing.
Third graders don't really know the difference between curve and angle, so you
No,
do.
I don't either. I mean, English is not my first language, so if I say something wrong, then please don't come down on me. Like, just tell me the.
Oh no, they'll be coming down on you. Don't worry, they will be coming down.
Instead of telling me the actual definition, they'll be like, "Oh, you don't know your mathematical relations to," like as if it's a, you know. Anyways, it's frustrating.
We'll come down on you. Don't use your "not my first language" trick on us.
Yeah.
I'm trying to trick you, Bandit. I'm trying to trick you. Do you know Chinese, Bandit?
Lang Loi?
Hello, 清朝，我叫Martin，我来自 Norway.
If you
don't know that shit, if you don't know what I mean, Bandit, then you don't know your mathematical bullshit.
How high is a Chinaman?
That's right.
Not high enough.
That's right.
Not high enough to see over the angular, you know.
So is how low is a Chinaman as well.
Exactly.
Did you guys know that a curvature is also an angle?
No.
You're just trying to piss people off. We're not going to fall for your bullshit. You're not my first language. Curvature is an angle. All this bullshit. You got to up your game, dude, if you want to troll.
I'm just going to read the curvature definition here. The smallest one. The act of curving, or the state of being curved. The ratio of the change in an angle of a tangent that moves over a given arc.
A tangent, angle of a tangent.
It also said angle.
Angle of a tangent. What's
The
a
ratio of an angle.
Dude, what's a tangent?
Sir, in your definition of curve, you invoked tangent before you used the word angle. You did not originally
No, I
invoke
read it
tangent.
exactly from the page.
Right.
No, you
and
said
did they
the
not
angle of a
did they,
tangent. A tangent is a
Did they
straight
invoke
line, dude.
Did they invoke tangent? Did they invoke tangent or
First
not in that
graders.
definition?
First
Because you
graders.
didn't originally invoke the word tangent.
He's
So if
just
you
trying to
didn't
get you
originally
going,
invoke the
dude.
word tangent,
Dude,
your definition
dude,
was
he's just
different
trying to
from
get
the
you
one you're
going.
saying now. You just
I
changed
said,
your
this
definition.
is what I said.
You
Don't take him
changed
too
your
serious.
definition.
This is
You
what I
Don't take him
read.
changed
too
your
serious.
definition,
I read
sir.
this from the
Sir,
dictionary.